today let's talk about treatment of breast cancer. What are the types of treatments that are available, and at what point do you need to rush to the doctor and get your breasts checked? I'm seated with a general practitioner at the Medifirm Multi-Specialist Hospital and Fertility Center to help me with this discussion. But before we go into it, let's take this short break. We'll be right back. Dr. Perfect Coca is our guest for today, and as usual, hello doc.
Hi.
So we are talking about breast cancer this month, and my first question would be that at what point should you rush to the hospital to get your breasts checked?
Okay, so you should be checking your breasts at least once every month as a woman, and as soon as you notice any unusual changes with your breasts with regards to the skin, or you feel any unusual lump, you feel anything unusual, even if you are not sure whether you feel something or not, you can come to the hospital to confirm. And that's better than just being there and there might be something actually going on. So it's always, as soon as you feel there's something going on, it's always best that you come to the hospital for confirmation or for further investigations.
Yes, and how often should you do an ultrasound scan and a mammogram?
Okay, so mammogram is more recommended for people who are, for women who are 40 years and above.
Okay.
Because it's also, doing a mammogram considers how dense your breast is. So by then, most women, they've had children, they've breastfed for some time. The breast tissue is dense, and a mammogram can help us see better what is going on with the breast. Yes, for people who are younger or have like little size breasts, an ultrasound can be a good starting point too. That can also help us see if there is something, or notice if there is something in the breast.
Okay.
Yes.
So in the scenario where someone comes for an ultrasound scan and you find out that they have breast cancer, how quick does the treatment start, or how fast is it supposed to go?
Okay. First of all, an ultrasound will not tell you outrightly that this thing in the breast is breast cancer or it's not breast cancer. It may pick some lumps or some abnormal tissues in the breast. Yes, but from there you have to do further investigations. So you can do something we call a biopsy. We can take some of the breast tissue to the lab and then do some tests on it that will confirm that these cells are cancerous or these cells are not cancerous. And then some other further tests from there can be done. Then once a diagnosis is made, it's important that treatment is started as early as possible, because time is of essence with regards to treatment of cancer, breast cancer. First of all, the earlier breast cancer is detected, the better the outcomes with regards to treatment, and then the higher the chances of survival. Yes, and then after early detection too, the earlier treatment is started, the better the chances of the management outcomes, and then the chances of survival. Some people find out they have breast cancer, and then out of fear or out of other reasons, they decide not to seek treatment. They go and do other things and come back when it's too late. And at that point, there's little we can do. So we encourage people that as soon as you notice or feel something unusual, you see something unusual, you come to the hospital. And then if you are diagnosed with breast cancer, as early as possible, when you can, you start with treatment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So before we go to the treatment types, I just want to understand how it works. So, is it that the lump that is found in your breast is the only um, thing that represents the cancer, or there's that lump is causing other things to happen in the breast? Or like, are there various individual tissues being affected, or when that particular lump is taken out, so your breast is not does not have cancer anymore?
Okay, so all of that also depends on a number of factors.
Okay.
Yes, so it could be that at the time that that lump is seen, that is the only lump in your breast, and that's why I said that there are other investigations you do, there are other advanced scans that you do to ascertain that the tissue is just where you found it, or it has spread to other parts of the body. So depending on what stage you are, and that helps with staging of the cancer. So depending on what stage you find it in, then you can plan a treatment modality that suits the person.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so what are the types of treatments available?
Okay, so there's surgical management, and then there's management with medication, that's chemotherapy, and then hormone therapy, and then there's management with radiotherapy. Now you may do one or a combination of any of these depending on the stage in which the cancer was noticed, and then the type of cancer. So depending on the type of breast cancer we are dealing with, the stage of the cancer, the size, and other factors, you can have one or a combination of any of these treatment modalities in managing the breast cancer. The people usually think once you have breast cancer, they are going to cut your breast. Yes, a lot of factors go into deciding that. It doesn't mean that everyone who has breast cancer, that is the only thing that will be done, or that necessarily has to be done. For some, they may take out the cancer and keep the breast and will be okay. For some, depending on when they found it and how aggressive it is, or the type of cancer you are dealing with, you may have to take out the whole breast tissue with other tissues that might have been affected. For some, it may be too late. They might have come late. The cancer might have spread to other parts of the body already. And at that point, all these treatment modalities will be done just to make the person comfortable and not actually to cure the person. And because the cancer can spread to other parts of the body, that's why we encourage people, we are trying to create awareness, trying to encourage people to keep checking, keep examining themselves, keep screening, and then report early, start treatment early, so that we can, as much as possible, prevent it from spreading to other parts of the body, and then we can do something about it as early as possible.
Okay, so when someone presents with a lump, do they have the option to decide that, because from our previous discussions we understood that some of the factors that cause it are hereditary, or you cannot control them. So yes, if maybe it's in the person's family line and they think, oh, I found one lump in my breast and it's been removed, so can I just take off the whole breast so that I won't have to come back with any lump, because I don't know what will happen? So do people have that choice to make those decisions?
Yes, people have the choice to make those decisions, but those decisions aren't made alone.
Okay.
Because if you decide that you take out your breast today, it's a surgery that is done, and then we can't reverse it. So you make that decision with your doctor, and then you would look at all the factors that come into play and look at the risk against the benefits of doing that and whether that is what you need at that time. And then that decision can be made. It doesn't mean that if you just walk in that this is what you want to do, it's actually the right decision. So a professional would help guide you as to what exactly you can do. But it's possible if you think that leaving the breast we are likely to have the cancer coming back or growing again, it's better to take the tissue out. Of course, that can be done.
Is it true that every breast cancer must lead to cutting the breast?
Okay, so as I earlier mentioned, to surgically remove the breast, a lot of factors come into play.
Okay.
Not just that you have cancer, you've been diagnosed of breast cancer. Yes, the size of the cancer, the location, the spread, whether it has spread out of the breast to other places, even the size of your breast, all comes into play. Like the kind of tissue we are dealing with, they all come into play in making that decision.
Okay.
And that's why I mentioned that for some people, once it's seen very early and it's something very small, that taking out the tissue, just the lump out and leaving the breast will not cause any issues in future. That can be done without taking out the whole breast.
Okay, this means that cutting the breast is not the only solution.
Exactly.
Okay, so there's chemotherapy. How long does it take?
Well,
it depends.
It all depends on, again, it all depends on the factors surrounding the breast cancer, and then how the patient also responds to treatment. Because there are a number of sessions you are supposed to do, and it's not fixed that it has to be this number of sessions only. Some people who respond very well might have fewer sessions than other people. Yes.
Okay, so for radiotherapy and the other ones, at what stages do people normally go through that?
The radiotherapy, there are also some guidelines to that. There are some factors that make us know that this person's treatment will respond more to radiotherapy or not. So based on all those factors, we look at all those factors and then we decide that this person can go straight to do radiotherapy. This person can start with chemotherapy and then later do surgery and continue with chemotherapy. Okay. This person can start with surgery and later continue with chemotherapy.
Okay.
This person can do surgery and do hormone therapy. And so it's all depends on what we are dealing with. Yes, person specific. Okay. And then the kind of cancer, the timing, the size. Yes.
Yes. So okay, that makes very good sense, because people would want to know maybe how long or which treatment options they can choose. But I've now come to understand that we have to know what you are going through to be able to prescribe a solution for you.
Yes, exactly.
And so, lastly, let's talk about why it is important to screen your breast, come to the hospital as early as you can, and all the things that we've been encouraging people to do.
Yes. So, first of all, breast cancer is preventable.
Okay.
Yes.
Preventable.
We can prevent breast cancer.
Okay.
And then, secondly, early detection saves life.
Okay.
The earlier we find out about it, the better our treatment options, the better our response to treatment options. Yes. So this is why we keep encouraging people to live to choose healthy practices, lifestyle choices that would prevent them or reduce their risk of getting breast cancer in order to prevent them from getting it. And also we are encouraging people to learn how to know their breasts and learn how to examine their breasts personally, and then also do regular routine screening. Yes, so that if there's anything and it's picked up early. There are stories of many people who noticed breast cancer very early, a lump very early, and then something was done about it, and we have a lot of survival stories there.
Yeah.
Yes, the story shouldn't always end in something gloomy. It shouldn't always be that someone had breast cancer and then the person died. That is not this. That shouldn't be the story. That is not always the story. Yes, so we are trying to change the narrative and trying to make people aware that there's hope and then there is help with breast cancer, but they also have to play their part by doing self-examination, by living healthy lifestyles, by screening, and then by reporting early to the hospital if there's something going on, and also start early treatment if they are diagnosed with breast cancer, rather than running away or doing nothing about it.
Right. Thank you very much. Personally, what I picked from our conversation is that finding a lump in your breast is not a death sentence.
No.
It doesn't mean that you are going to cut your breast off or you are going to die. But when you find it early, something can be done about it, and then you'll be fine. Thank you very much, Doc, for the insights and the education. And also thank you very much for watching this episode. We'll be back with another one. My name is Stella J. Sode.
I was born in Moshi Zongo in Kumasi, and I attended Foundation of Jesus Preparatory School in Kumasi and also Bokrom MAJHS in Kumasi, and then I attended Kumasi Academy also in Kumasi before I came to University of Ghana for my first degree in psychology, and subsequently for my law degree, and then went to the Ghana School of Law, and then I'm back on the road thinking about my LLM, and by the grace of God hopefully start a PhD program. All that I want you to take from all these things I'm mentioning is that I never started big. I didn't even start as the most intelligent person in my school. I took baby steps, starting with my passion. At your age, maybe you found something interesting at school, something that comes to you so easily, something that you believe if you pursue it, you can use it to effect change in society one day. When I was younger, I was a born advocate. I was a talkative. I didn't know anything about communication, but my mom had a chop bar in Kumasi, and I started working at the chop bar at age 8. So I talked to everybody and everybody. I was very social growing up. So they just gave me a nickname, lawyer, because everything that you want explanation for, if you call Fati, I have answers for everything and everything. And I know there are some sisters or daughters here who will start talking and they say, oh, you shut up. You, everything, you have answers to it. This girl is a talkative. Oh, this class, she's always talking. It's good to express yourself. And maybe it is even going to lead you to a career. I can see some of you laughing, so I can even pinpoint the talkatives in the class from your facial expressions. So I picked my passion from there. And also a caterer. Now I own an industrial kitchen. I do mass production on the side. Also because I worked in a chop bar, and even after I became a minister, I said, okay, it's not always about me. Sometimes it should be about us. What other things can I do to create opportunity and value and employ other people so that they can also put food on their table and on their family's table? So I was like, you know what, let me go back to my chop bar notes and get to working. So on that journey of becoming a lawyer and also a caterer by profession and also now a deputy minister, these are the things that have worked for me. That by the grace of God, if you pay attention and you take it from now, will work for you.
On this episode of Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV, we speak to Sheila Echampon, daughter of legendary highlife musician Ernest Owanhene Echampon. She also doubles as a sister of budding Ghanaian singer Jackie. We find out, does music really run in the blood of this family? This is Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Sheila Echampon.
Hello.
Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
You're welcome. Your voice slow like that, that's your vibe, or you have a cold?
That's how I speak. I'm like that. Smooth
Like that. I feel it.
Yeah.
Great. Now, you are a daughter to a music legend, Nane Champon.
Sure.
Sister to a songbird, Jackie.
Sure.
Can we say that music runs in your family?
It does. It runs in the blood, it runs in the family. And almost everybody can sing in my family.
Okay.
Yeah, just that with some, the grades are different. Some of us have more upper hand in bringing songs out, and then some sing. So yeah, it's in the blood, it's in the family. Let's say we're born to do music, and that's what we are doing. Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
So how does it feel being the daughter of a music legend? Growing up, the community where you find yourself in, did you really appreciate it that, okay, my father is a big star? How was it like? How did you also relate?
Okay, growing up wasn't anything extra. It was cool. Like he made sure we acted like normal children.
Okay.
Yeah, we felt comfortable in our own skin. Did things that normal kids do. Went to places normal kids go to, and it wasn't. Maybe to the outside it was like, and Chapo is your father, but to me I was like, yeah, he's my father. Yes. It wasn't anything giddy, you know. You go to school, sometimes you come and pick you up. The people will be like, hi, Nana Champaba. I'll be like that, maybe farmer choir, sir. So yeah, it was cool. It was amazing. Yeah.
Okay, so like people mingling with you, did you have people come to you maybe whilst you were young to ask you questions about your dad and all that? Maybe
they did a lot of times. Some will want to know, like, overstep, know what's really happening in the family, like be very, very private. But then we're code against those kind of stuff. Like,
oh, okay.
When someone says, oh, are you the daughter of Nane Champo? Be like, yeah, I am. If the person wants to go deep, like Mufie Moho to say, blah, blah, be like, I beg, my own business. I'm the daughter, that's what you wanted to know. You have it.
Sure.
Yeah, and even at the point in time, people will be like, come, it's open Nane Champo, and after singing, I'll be like, pay up. I just rendered a service, so pay up.
Wait, talk of his music. You got any favorites in there?
Yeah, I have Me Pentem Akomedo. That song, you see the intro, that sound, that melody, that beat, it kills me. Wow.
You want to give us a line if you like?
Yeah. Okay. Oh, 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 me pentem, I come in on the cratchy jay, and my Sam in Brewer, me pentem, I got a young one, your red jay, and my dad damn me. Oh, 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 I want me for free, and I would try to say, who be see me, ma? See a shout for fire, I see a do see a go. Zongo.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay. So now that you did sing your father's song, are you going to take money from me? Like,
I'm good.
We'll talk about that later.
I'm good.
But Sheila, when did it occur to you that you wanted to walk in the footsteps of your father?
When I was a child, around 9, 10, I had that vibe. But then I wasn't really responding to it.
Okay.
So one day, you know, melodies kept popping in my head, lyrics just kept coming to me. So I told my mom, I was like, Mom, I'm feeling this vibe. At that time, my dad was out of the country.
Okay.
So I told my mom, she got me an empty cassette. I recorded my thoughts on it. She said, when your dad comes back, we will go and show the recordings to him. But then she also told me the terms and conditions, no, I broke it. She was like, don't let anyone listen to what you have recorded. But me being me, you know, I made sure everyone listened to what I recorded.
To your friends? Or
all my friends, in fact, the whole house. So my mom got bored. She was like, Unko baby, yeah. So she got bored and then we didn't really work on it. After a while, I wasn't feeling the vibes again, so we just stopped. And then somewhere, I think 2012, 2010, the vibes started coming back. I started working on it. But I didn't record anything official. No, I was like, should I do music? Should I not do music? When I was really in doubt if I should do music when Jackie started.
Oh, okay.
I heard love is pretty, pretty, can't you see? I was like, oh, not Jackie cry. Go Jackie, you have my support, you have my love, let's do this. But then once you're called, you're called. When the passion, we have passion for something, you can't really say you won't do it. So it just kept bugging. I was like, whether you like it or not, you also do music. So it's either you respond or you respond. I couldn't take it anymore. But then still I wasn't working on it. So one day my sister was like, hey, I was like, oh, okay, fine. This is it. Let me start doing music.
Which year was that?
2020, yeah. And even that I started in 2021. So me now I was stubborn.
I just procrastinated.
Exactly. For so many years I would do, okay, fine, I will do music. I'll call somebody, do you have a, I'll be like, I want to do music, what do you think? You're like, it's in your blood. But then, I mean, my dad has already done it. Do you feel I should do it? And when Jackie came into the scene, Jackie 2 days here, make a show. No, I was like, okay, fine. I have passion for fashion. Let me go and do fashion. They can do music, so let them do it. And then, as I said, once the calling comes, you can't really say no.
Anything about it.
I had to.
And then here we are.
So far, like I'm like, why didn't I start? Why didn't I start? Way back. Why didn't I start? Because I'm loving it.
You're loving it now.
It's really cool.
Great. I have seen a photo of Jackie and your father in a studio. Yeah, once she used it for, was it for a seed EP?
Yeah,
that photo. You talked about the fact that when you wanted to feel it deep down in your body, you spoke to your mom and then she gave you a recorder. Was there a time that you also spent time with your dad in the studio? Or did you ever see him record, or it was just him doing music and maybe you were just that kid who used to mind her business?
I was that kid who used to mind her business. I loved singing. I knew I could sing, but did I want to do music? Nah, me my own. I was just watching. I was like, I want to be an actress. I want to do fashion. I want to do this. So I was really minding my own business. But Jackie, she even when she was younger, she recorded a song with like one of my dad's studios. So she, yeah.
She was that one who was always close to daddy.
She was like, yeah, me dear, I'm doing music. But me, I was minding my own business. So I was even surprised when I started feeling that music vibe, that I should do music.
It was not even part of the plans initially.
At all. It wasn't at all. I love singing. I used to sing every opportunity I'll get, but then doing music
wasn't part of the plan. No. Great. So where do you take inspiration from? Some people say, oh, when I'm in the bad time, it comes. Is it your father? Is it a musician that you're looking up to that you want to be like him or her?
Okay, so the music is already in your genes. That's number one inspiration. You have a legend to look up to, and now an international star. So you are inspired by what is in front of you, what your father has done, what your sister is doing, and from you also doing better. That's another inspiration plus motivation for me. So yeah, and then my songs, I get it from, sometimes the thought will just pop into your head. Sometimes it will be the melody. Sometimes it will be like some humming sounds. I record everything. I just make sure because sometimes you'll be like, a thought will come, you wouldn't record it or write it down, and then that thought will just disappear. Be like, hey, I think I just let a hit song go.
Oh, okay. So whenever it strikes, you have to put it down or
record, or just if in a situation I can't record or pen, or maybe sometimes when I'm battling, then the idea pops up. I'll be singing the song till I am done, then I'll record it. Yeah, and sometimes from other people's songs, you hear this line, you feel like you can work on this line. You hear a backup, you feel like you can work with this backup. You hear a tune, you feel you can work a beat.
So you take inspiration
from so many places, from people's story, from TV shows, everywhere and everywhere.
Great.
It's not limited to one source now.
Now your latest single, the one with Strong Man, like that.
Awatiana.
Later we'll talk about how you met him and how you cooked that collaboration. But how did you get that inspiration? You write your own songs.
I do.
So you wrote like that?
Like that, I did.
So how did you cook that one, the inspiration? How did it come? Or it took a long while? Some people say they write songs, it was there for 2 years before I finally decided. What was your story?
Mine was in 2 years. I think in 2021 December, after recording New Love is a low tempo song, so I wanted something a little bit mid tempo. So I was like, oh, okay. So I was thinking, and like that is actually a sequel to New Love. I wanted, okay, you have your New Love. So after the New Love, what's up? Should I do a honeymoon phase for the song or something? I wanted something like that, mid tempo, slow tempo to mid tempo. So I was thinking, actually thought about it. How should the song go? But then I really did not get what I needed until this song Buga came out.
Okay.
So I met a group of people in the evening. They were dancing to Buga, and then how I read the mood. You see, the song start with Anana Joe, I'm in the mood. I read them, I was like, okay, these people, Buga, and Buga isn't that much of a high tempo song. Yeah, Buga in like that, this evening in this kind of mood, they were having a party or something. I was like, so the idea just, I don't know how it happened, but I just hit. So I just took my notepad, I was like, Anana Joe, I'm in the mood. I can't, one line, one nest. I was like, okay, if we're in the mood, then one nest. And I remember Nigerians, they really like using this line, Odoyo. I was like, okay, let me add Odoyo. Maybe the Nigerians will listen. So Odoyo. So mood and move. Okay, then move. Let me rhyme here. So it started like that. Thanks to Case Daniel for giving me inspiration.
So give us a line of like that.
Okay. Shake it, wind up, break it, baby, that's right. Shake it, wind up, break it. And now that you, I'm in the mood. Adore you, I want to move, move. Just me and you, move my body to the groove. Me, I wanna dance with you. Shake your bum bum, do this for you. I never knew me knew. Yeah. Gonna buckle for you, my baby. Smooth like a lotion. Gonna sound, baby, my man. Like that, like that. Gonna buckle for you, my baby. Smooth like a lotion. Gonna sound, baby, my man. Like that, like that. Gonna sound, baby, my man. Yeah, no sound, baby, my man. Gonna sound, baby, my man. Like that, like that. Gonna sound, baby, my man. Yeah, no sound, baby, my man. Gonna sound, baby, my man. Like that, like that. I learned strongman verses, so let me add it.
Okay.
Other juju so. Pauti to me so. Whether they don't know about my body was so. Other and so now Papa many go so. And I do a juma since my many Joes. So baby, I'm in the mood. She will make a cry, baby, move. Oh, don't suffer me when mommy good. Over me, so I go for booze, baby, we are good. And every time I cheat, it's a bodyguard. Oh God, my baby, your body bad. Damn, I tell you lies, so the me Lucy God. Mommy bomb, no, the me true hard. And I do other feeling near deep, Oh, my neck coming home, baby, when you're jeep, The jeep never came though.
Can you imagine? I love that, and I love that whole connection in the video and all that. True. So how did you get Strongman on it?
Through one of my team members.
Okay.
Yeah, after writing the song, I thought, nah, I need Strong G on this one. And then I told one of my team members, they were like, I can get him. We talked to his manager. He was like, no, why not? The song is nice, dope. I would love to be on it. Within 2 weeks, Strongman verse was ready. We delivered. So yeah, shout out to Strongman. Atiana, thank you.
So how's the song performing so far?
So far, so good.
Great.
And I'm pushing it out there to so many people. You know, I'm new.
Yeah.
Many people don't know me as an artist. So yeah, I'm trying to push it out there, and I hope people accept it. And then they show me their love and their support. And I always, I say, and I'll keep on saying, I am not a 9-day wonder. I'm not just here, oh, Nane Champon's daughter, Jackie's sister, oh, 1 song, 2 songs, 3 songs. No, I'm here to stay.
Here to stay. I like the energy. Great. On the back of that, we'll take a quick break. When we come back, Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV continues. Welcome back. You're still watching Talkatainment on GhanaWeb TV with me, Paula Amabroni. I'm seated with Sheila Music, daughter of legendary highlife musician Owanhe Nana Echampo. Sheila, so how's it been finding your feet in the music industry?
So far, so good. I love the support I'm getting. Thanks to my dad for paving the way. Bless up Jackie for your hard work. I know some way, somehow I'm benefiting from it, sorry. So yeah, so far it's not, you wouldn't find it easy just because someone has already paved the way or something. You also need to find your own grounds. You're not, even though you're the same blood, you're not the same person. So it wouldn't be, people would be like, so yeah, okay, oh, so yeah, deal. It will take a while to convince people to accept me for who I am, my style, love me for myself. So far, so good. More room for improvement, more room to show people who I am as an artist, as Sheila. Yeah.
Great. So are you looking forward to capitalizing on your father's legacy? And also because why name Paddy? You get what I'm saying? The thing is already there.
Baba said, I
love that song too. Now that produced hits, like, you know, those people back in the day, like their song, I say it's classic, timeless, and never fades. I don't know how they do it, but you should learn from it because one here today, when we play the song, as you see, you can just sing to it. Yeah. You should.
I am.
But Sheila, I would ask, what role has your father, Nane Champon, Jackie, your sister, even your mom played in your music career?
A lot. A lot. Their support, their words of encouragement, sometimes the fundings, a lot. I can't really put a tag on it. A lot, immensely. God bless them. I'm blessed to have a family like that. Like, go me,
go you. So your mom, dad, they are in full support of the path you told.
100,000%,
1,000%. Great.
1,000%.
Great. Wow. So will Sheila say she will need an open endorsement from her father or one here Nate Champion or sister Jackie to succeed?
No. It will be amazing if I have that, or if I had have. Hey, my English teacher can fry.
Should I say it?
Okay, so it will be amazing to have that. But then, let me think about this question well. With Dabedi Pele say, did you tried his best to let people know him for the Dayu, and then meet the Dayu, the son of meet Abedi Pele's son, the Dayu. So, and the dad groomed him and all that, but then no, he rose some way, somehow by his own works. So I would love it, love it, but then I would want to build myself. I already have the foundation, so the building, I can do it myself. Let them support me. Like, go Sheila, yeah, I like that. And then the endorsement to be like, have you seen the way my daughter Sheila is building herself? Have you seen how my sister is doing things by herself? Not with my team, but then, you know, I want something like that. Not like, this is my daughter Sheila. Okay, fine. What did I bet you? What's up? But then when they go in there, then your works are not.
There's really nothing to show for.
Exactly, nothing to show for. Then, what's
so
the
you
use of
believe
that?
in building the brand now, doing the groundwork, and then at the point when they throw in the endorsement, cool, you down for it?
Cool. By that time, I know people know me for who I am.
Wow.
They have accepted my works, so it will be easier for them to even endorse me.
Great.
Endorsing a bad person, yeah, Juma will be like, oh yeah, deal, what's here no power, yeah, dear power, like we deep inside. Nah.
You don't want that. I love that energy. It's the right thinking, because you're always told to do things on our own. So once you're good, you cannot hide it. Okay,
exactly.
She's okay. Then it means the apple doesn't fall far from the
tree.
Exactly. Yeah. Now, would you be okay if we talk about the endorsements? If any of them say, okay, I've got this song, I'm writing this, because if my dad was a Wahi and he says, well, mommy, verse, I'll be glad. So is Sheila in for that?
I'll be very, 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 very happy. Very, very happy. Be like, if my dad was like, okay, this song, look at it. Oh, why not? Like, I'll be like, oh, why you wrote this song for me? And I'm singing it out to you. That'll be the intro. Yeah.
You want to crack my ribs like crazy. But then, after writing a song, you know you're a songwriter. Do you give it to your dad to take a second look at it for you?
No, all the time, because I believe in myself. I know I have it done. I can do it. So not all the time, but then sometimes you'll be like, and sometimes they be engineers. When I record, they'll be like, she like wait dear, and me do. They say like that, so not like, oh, you can, and me do. Be like, and you're the be like, oh, let's do it. Yeah. for my engineers, for my family. Sometimes my mom will be like, oh, show your mom. Obi Meka say, hey, Nadia, na obey you.
Oh, okay. So you are also particular about the fact that you don't want to say things that are maybe profane, things that will not also represent your dad well. Is that it? Or you are open to singing about almost everything?
I believe music is an art.
Okay.
And sometimes you need certain words for certain songs. How you put it is up to you. That this line, when it's baby mommy, my friends are like, Uncle is saying name. I'm like, nah, don't go there, don't think that way. I'm referring to this side. Like Onion is the way he's loving me, the way he's doing his stuff. So you should keep on doing that way. So how you put it, I could have done it in a more explicit way. So I think how you put your words. But sometimes if I need those explicit word to make a point,
you will.
I would.
Okay.
Yeah, with blessing and then permission and then so many letter writing, and then if I have to carry the busiafo, especially to my mother, and be like, if I chop, person me use the word way. A banner winty, yeah, baby, they mean to, but Michelle, I'm requiring a minute.
If I show her, baby.
Yeah.
Great. But then in the industry, music like sex sells. Sometimes when you told that line, the music too sells. It depends
I
on your
would say
audience.
sex, romance.
Romance.
It's romance, being sexual, and then being motivational, and then breaking heart. Talking about broken hearts.
You love love songs as a romance visa kind of thing.
Yeah, because sometimes you have to give the people what they want.
What they want.
They'll be like, relationship. I will not date, but then put a love song out there.
Oh, wow. You see, oh.
So, toying along that, like giving the people what they want, is cool, and then I wouldn't be going on that lane alone. You know, you have to be versatile.
Okay.
So, if I have to do motivational songs, fine.
You're down for it.
Sebio, funeral songs, RIP to all gonzos. Funeral songs, fine. Campaign songs for this, that.
Oh, you're even down for a campaign endorsement when the time comes.
When the time comes.
Great. So, what genre does Sheila? What? How would you identify it?
So far, Afrobeat, Afropop.
Afropop. Great.
Because I feel that's what the people want more now. Even the Kodisa, you feel a little bit of like, even though it's Afrobeat, it wasn't purely Afrobeat, Afropop, a little bit of some, I don't know if it's a high life, contemporary kind of this thing in there.
Okay, all right. So in the near future, maybe some years to come, should we expect a collaboration or one Sheila, Jackie?
Everything is possible with God.
Everything is possible with.
Everything is just by the way. Everything is possible. Yeah, we will love that. We love to do something like that. So yeah, in the future, people should expect that.
People should expect that. Great. So considering the achievements of your father made a name for himself. Currently, his songs are still back. And would you say that is a very big shoes to fit in or to walk in?
Okay.
Because his achievement is great.
Okay.
If your father is a one, then people are expecting that his daughter will outlive or do better than him. Are you under any form of pressure?
Not at all, because Obia shoe sizing.
Should I you vibe?
Me a size 39. I won't let size 40 or 45 pressure me. I feel Obia in there. So if my own is to be here, I won't rush or feel pressure that I should be here. And if my own is here, definitely God will take me there. So I don't feel pressured. I rather feel motivated. Like those in your family have done it. Your blood, they are doing this. You can also do it. I feel really motivated. No pressure, just inspiration.
Inspiration, great. So a lot of people will say, "Oh, Sheila, the nature post daughter. Sheila, the nature post daughter." Who is Sheila? Tell us about yourself. What you like to do, and what really is your story apart from the nature post daughter.
Okay, so Sheila Ade Champong is a normal girl normal girl who has passion for music and fashion, and she is pursuing both of them. It's not easy, but then nothing good comes easy anyway. And she's someone who loves to learn. Yeah, masam yedin kakre, but then they're normal. So sometimes maybe if you correct me, I'll be like, but then listen to my point too. I know what you're saying is right, but then you listen. Yeah, and that's a little bit hard to correct. I'm working on that. My little sister will be like, oh, yeah, I'm passing my course because me baking. I'm working on that. I'm human, so I can't have it all positive. And I love singing. I love watching football.
Okay.
Football. I'm a football fan. I don't have a favorite football team.
Yet.
I'm a player
fan. The local one.
I'm a player fan. Local one there.
Yes, hearts for you.
No, I'm a player fan. If you say, if I spot this fine guy in Hassa, I'm a Hass fan.
Okay.
If I find this classy guy in Kotoko. So I'm a player fan, but then I love football. I love watching movies, and then I love annoying my little sister,
Jackie.
no Jackie. There's another one, Ernestina.
Yeah. So how many are you in total? Or
can I skip that question?
You can skip that. Okay, great. Fine, great. So now Cassie, you're skipping that. Why would you skip that?
Yeah, I wouldn't be a 9-day wonder. No.
Any awards that you are eyeing, international or locally?
All of them. I wouldn't mind. Let's say. Okay, let me skip it. Can I cancel for me?
Darby, speak into it. Grammy, beat, whatever it is.
Even if it's best bedroom singer award, I like it. Best shower singer award, I like it. I am eyeing every award. I hope I build a brand that convinces people to nominate me for those kind of awards. So yeah, the sky is my platform. I'm interested in getting almost every prestigious award out there, including that should be a Semiko Heaven. Well done awards. I want that.
You want that? Great. Your social media handles. Where can we get your song to listen and all that? I know like that is on YouTube. The one you did with Strongman.
Yeah, the video is on YouTube and then Spotify, Apple Music, Audiomack, YouTube Music, all the digital platforms. My songs are available. The video for Like That is out with Strongman. It's on YouTube. Stream. Get the numbers up, feel the vibes, then support your girl.
Social media handles?
It's Sheila Music on Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, Twitter. Everywhere is Sheila Music. Yeah.
Sheila Music.
Yeah.
It was a pleasure sitting with you, talking with you, and listening to your music. I know that you're going to do well. I wish you the very best. And I just can't wait to say, oh, she said it. I knew she did it.
Yeah.
And you're going to find your feet once you start with the hard work.
True.
I believe that. It's just the starting point.
True.
So thank you very much for coming.
Thank you very much for having me.
Okay, great. So I did this with Sheila Echampong. She's an Afro-pop and Afrobeat musician, daughter of legendary highlife musician Owanhene Echampong. It was nice doing this with you. We'll be back with the next episode of Talkotainment. Thanks for watching.
Her sad story is she has 3 kids. The husband left her. She sold a car, bought the land, and now she doesn't even have a quarter of that land.
I was born in Moshi Zongo. in Kumasi, and I attended Foundation of Jesus Preparatory School in Kumasi, and also Bokrom MAJHS in Kumasi, and then I attended Kumasi Academy also in Kumasi before I came to University of Ghana for my first degree in psychology, and subsequently for my law degree, and then went to the Ghana School of Law, and then I'm back on the road thinking about my LLM, and by the grace of God hopefully start a PhD program. All that I want you to take from all these things I'm mentioning is that I never started big. I didn't even start as the most intelligent person in my school. I took baby steps, starting with my passion. At your age, maybe you found something interesting at school, something that comes to you so easily, something that you believe if you pursue it, you can use it to effect change in society one day. When I was younger, I was a born advocate. I was a talkative. I didn't know anything about communication, but my mom had a chop bar in Kumasi, and I started working at the chop bar at age 8. So I talked to everybody and everybody. I was very social growing up. So they just gave me a nickname, lawyer, because everything that you want explanation for, if you call Fatih, I have answers for everything and everything. And I know there are some sisters or daughters here who will start talking and they say, oh, you shut up. You, everything, you have answers to it. This girl is a talkative. Oh, this class, she's always talking. It's good to express yourself. And maybe it is even going to lead you to a career. I can see some of you laughing, so I can even pinpoint the talkatives in the class from your facial expressions. So I picked my passion from there. And also a caterer, now I own an industrial kitchen. I do mass production on the side. Also because I worked in a chop bar. And even after I became a minister, I said, okay, it's not always about me. Sometimes it should be about us. What other things can I do to create opportunity and value and employ other people so that they can also put food on their table and on their family's table? So I was like, you know what, let me go back to my chop bar notes and get to working. So on that journey of becoming a lawyer and also a caterer by profession and also now a deputy minister, these are the things that have worked for me. That by the grace of God, if you pay attention and you take it from now, will work for you.
It's quite inspiring, and I'm sure a lot of people would get to understand that it's a matter of understanding, and I think a lot of people are not knowledgeable about the history and the past and all the things that happened to our families in the past. So there's a disconnect. They see everybody with an accent as foreign, and I'm sure if you tell people you're Ghanaian, they're going to have a problem with that.
They call me white. And I'm like, what did you say? I'm not white. You don't understand what we went through in America.
Yeah.
So, but my approach also is that I also recognize that the people here have suffered and they are suffering. So when they see an opportunity to make more money, it's not against me personally. It's, oh, I've got this white lady in the shop and she has money. Let me get as much money as I can get today because tomorrow I may not have business. I recognize the suffering of the Ghanaians. I approach it like this. If you give me a good price, okay, say I want 3 dresses. You want to charge me 300 cedis. You give me a good price for those 3 dresses, I'll be your customer forever. You will have a regular income. I'll come back. And I do. I serve the same people in my community. I try because I want them to have a regular income. And I said, but if you charge me a bruni, you won't see me again. And, oh, mommy, sorry. So, but I recognize, I don't take it personal. I recognize their suffering.
Yeah.
And the next day they may not have a customer. So they try to get as much as they can get for that one day. So it's about recognizing the suffering. Like you said, everything's not perfect in Ghana, and nothing's perfect anywhere. But any way that we can reach them and approach them, and like she says, their attitude changes and they understand. I was also surprised that many Ghanaians don't know Black history.
Yes.
They've never been to the castles.
It's not taught in schools that much.
No.
Not at all. Yeah.
And they've never been to the castles. And when I came, I started taking Ghanaians to the castles. That these are your ancestors too. All of us ended up in this boat.
Yeah.
And this is how, all of this came about. So it's a matter of educating and compassion.
Yeah.
And we will build again.
Ma abamu mpanyifo nse so omutia me ochikrom na naje ya mo akujampa metoso mienu me ne me mpanyifo ne madehye ye pese yehu enhihye kra aban no ebo mining loss ho ebrama mining bidi ye adwuma no oma yehu se bia eyasede se eji ebetwa peti edi awusei atu ye krom ha ne ekeka ho bibia aban enka ho hwe anase yenhu ensusaso bia papa bia efiri mu ba de ene ya mene ma de se efiri sa bredi kono yensu ebetu ye ho eyasem bisa ana mene me man me community ye bisa aban ene AGF me hu ye galamsey for illegal miners ana mbetu amena ubehu no modwane ko a omo nkata so ebetumi adi ekuro no anya no de AGA atumi abetwa pit atu ho a sesi a me bedi akonwen me hwehwa enkwala ene mpanyina omayira wo saa bia ho enipa du ana ayira aye hwehwe oma yenhu omo endi sesi no AGA no obetwa pit no obetwa no obeye galamsey anase mining ankasa na company ti se AGA obeye anti waja saa mnawe edi ato eho amadehye ekwa yamabiem sesi amdemani fama nkwala ene mpanyimfo we kowrema oma yebebo esoni akohwehwe ayehu no pit we da ho na hwan na etimi adi animu akoto ekodo squatom enti mesre se AGA beye galamsey mesra ban omyehu so amaya galamsey nso na ye mining ankasa no beye ya aban no maye nyede yehu na pit na da ho no enipa du ana sesi ya hwehwe oma yenhu o so mo da pit
said the pity and when you are only park or to my echo. Oh, see, by found some by 4 years in me. 4 years in me.
I said, I'm not down there. I'm
not there. Papa, you're me catch champagne for say yes, slow or one be we are more Meccatam so my one when you be been so my will be at my as I say, I am mobile said yes, I know a day pow into a straw moment we are mobile. So long with the cabby baha, ever to near maybe ha. I am a dementia cry. It's yes, straw, you only had in Yampe. Yampe cry, and Sadia, or the man to scope of your new mother. Yania etia sram de yedi no omo fama ye de mema nyina omo ko school awie omo nya adwuma nye ye sisi aso galam se bia ni ba bia etia sra ban no wanhwe no fa ye nto yie ma no asem no me da asem
menu akwabradu enso na ye ho na ye afu ho edi dako ye kwa afu ye hwehwe na menu ai sa ye hu no so omo po school ananka omo ba kan ho e wafu na nya ya de ya ba fie.
say, which has rightly caught the attention of our country and indeed occasioned a big national concern, which really is highly welcomed and giving an impetus to all that we are seeking to do. Ladies and gentlemen, you recall that on 20th July this year, I mounted the same podium at the Media Press series to give an update on the efforts of government to manage the natural resources, the lands and natural resources of our country. And at that press briefing, I outlined some of the measures we are taking to come to grips with the issue of illegal small-scale mining. Today, the fundamental reason why we are having this press interaction and the thrust of my presentation is going to be on the renewed effort, military operation by the Ghana Armed Forces, which is christened Operation Hall 2. Ideally, the senior members of the Ghana Armed Forces should have joined me for this press briefing, but they are very busy in the field, in the bushes and river bodies of our country, and therefore, understandably, they have to continue with the work they are doing to be able to come to a firm conclusion on whatever they are engaged in. I think in due course, hopefully at the next press briefing, next update, they will be here to give us the technical nuances of the work they are engaged in. I'll do my best to give you a synopsis of what they are doing so far. But before I do so, permit me to outline some of the measures we have put in place to deal with the matter to do with illegal small-scale mining, which are all still being implemented. As you know, we have declared river bodies as red zones, and therefore mining is not allowed in the river bodies of our country. We've suspended recognizance and prospecting activities in forest reserves, except in exceptional circumstances. We've placed a ban on the manufacture, sale, and use of champagne, which is the notorious, very destructive equipment which is used for mining on the river bodies of our country. The procurement of speedboats to patrol the river bodies of our country has been done. The recruitment of river guards to support the protection of the river bodies of our country is very much on course. The introduction of mercury-free gold catcher, which is the equipment which is used to extract gold from the ore without the use of mercury, and which is the internationally accepted equipment for responsible small-scale mining, which has regard for the environment. The establishment of 83 small-scale mining committees in all mining districts in the country. And I should say that this is truly remarkable and indeed phenomenal. This is the first time we've been able to inaugurate these small-scale mining committees across the country, and they've all been established, chaired by MMDCs, with representation from all the stakeholders at the local level, the police, the chiefs, the assembly people, and all of them have been put together and inaugurated across all the mining districts of our country. We are aggressively revamping community mining schemes across the country, because we've come to the firm conclusion that one of the tools we should deploy in order to be able to regulate this industry of small-scale mining is the community mining scheme. And when I say community mining scheme, I'm talking about a community mining scheme which has regard to the environment and which adheres to the strict protocols of environmental preservation. And those are the community mining schemes we are rolling out, and we are really moving forward with them. They are supposed to be owned by the communities. They are supposed to have sick bays, for example. They are supposed to have changing rooms. They are supposed to have an environmental officer on site who will ensure that the operations of the mining scheme adheres to the protocols of concurrent reclamation and revegetation. And so far, I should say that the community mining schemes we have launched largely are adhering to these protocols. So we've done that. And also we've introduced the National Alternative Employment and Livelihood Program to provide alternative sources of livelihood for those involved in these illegalities, which now I'm happy to report is engaged a whopping 80,000 people in alternative livelihood schemes. And I think that is truly remarkable, and that effort is an effort that we intend to ramp up, and we intend to expand and make sure that we provide as much alternative livelihood and employment for these young men and women who are involved in illegal mining, so that it doesn't become so attractive to get involved in illegal mining. I did indicate at the press briefing that the Operation Halt 2 will continue, and that it will deploy it as a measure to support all the efforts we are making. Because as I've said many times, law enforcement continues to be one of the major pillars on which we will win this battle against illegal small-scale mining. Yes, the reforms are very important, which is some of the things I've been enumerating, and those are matters that we are spending a lot of resources, a lot of time, a lot of energy in making sure that we reform the sector, the licensing regime, and everything to do with small-scale mining. That is being done. But whilst we are doing that, you also have to recognize and appreciate, and as it's become evident lately, that there will still be recalcitrant people and people who will be determined, because of the monies involved in illegal small-scale mining, to continue with their activities, with their nation-wrecking activities of illegal small-scale mining. And to that extent, we have to continuously make sure that the law enforcement regime is fit for purpose and up to scratch, which is why Operation Halt has been launched again, and the soldiers are out there as we speak. I will be giving you an update on that, how that is going. But members of the press, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I should point out, and I think the president is pointed that out, and I have not seized the opportunity to continue to point that out, that this war, this fight, will be won through the collective effort of all of us. All of us will have responsibilities. All of us have duties. I certainly have a huge duty as the minister. I don't shirk it at all, and I'm not oblivious of that. I am fully awake to my duty and responsibility as the minister responsible for this sector. So is it that the president has a duty, and it's not lost on him at all. But I believe that a lot of stakeholders will also have duties. The traditional rulers of our country definitely will have duties. Major stakeholders at the local level, political leadership, civil society organization, media people like you, citizens, all of us will have responsibilities to come together to be able to come to grips with the issue of small-scale mining in our country. And if you permit me, let me just refer you to an American stalwart, Edda Lesham, who is reputed to have said, and I quote her, that until every individual feels personally responsible for the careful planning and the preservation of natural resources, the inexorable destruction will go on, end quote. And history is abound with that. Anywhere you have natural resources, anywhere in the world, whether it's in America, in Australia, in Canada, in South Africa, when the community does not come together, so is it with a lot of crimes. When the community does not come together, it becomes difficult for government to be able to make any progress on that. And I want to repeat and do so with emphasis. That in no way suggests that government is passing responsibility or government is shirking responsibility. It is the government's responsibility to deal with illegal small-scale mining, just as it has to deal with all the major issues in our country. But in doing so, we will require the support and cooperation of major stakeholders in the country, which is why on 5th October 2020, the president found it necessary to engage the National House of Chiefs and to invite them and to call upon them to continue to support government in its effort in clamping down on illegal small-scale mining. There are a lot of stories about, the disconnect between chiefs, the traditional rulers, and political leadership and security services operators, and which does not augur well for the efforts we are making. A lot of streamlining is being done. I mean, for example, at that meeting, a major issue was put on the table by the National House of Chiefs, which the president found it necessary to make consequential orders in order for us to resolve that particular issue. You have the situation where the law, the constitution, vests all the minerals of our country in the president in their natural state to be held in trust for the Ghanaian people. And the president is delegated the powers to manage the mineral resources of our country to his Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. So if you look at it in simple terms, the person who has the final say in terms of who gets a license or a concession is the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources. But here we are talking about the involvement of traditional rulers, and yet they don't seem to have any active, direct, central role to play in the processes leading to the grant of concessions. And in many cases, as they told us at the National House of Chiefs, they are seated in their traditional areas only to find people with licenses to mine in their communities when they did not make any input, when they were not consulted, when they were not involved in the grant of the licenses. And yet, we are asking them to help us fight illegal small-scale mining. So the president is directed that henceforth, no mining concession or license should be granted unless the paramount chief of that particular jurisdiction is formally consulted, on record, is formally consulted, so that his views and input will be brought to bear. So is it that no mining concession should be granted until and unless the regional minister or the metropolitan, municipal, or district chief executive is formally consulted. So the processes that the Minerals Commission goes through to eventually make a recommendation to me for the grant of a license is being altered dramatically. And that will mean that the chiefs will now form a central part of the processes leading to the grant of concessions. We believe that will help. And that should really help in us moving forward with this fight. Yes, I think education is going to be very important, sensitization is going to be very important, and the ministry is spending a lot of resources, energy and effort to put together a campaign, a national campaign, a public campaign to sensitize people about the adverse implications or consequences of illegal small-scale mining. And we'll count on you, media people. It's well and good to talk about Galamsey and where it is happening and take pictures, and in many cases, pictures of degraded lands for decades. I mean, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years degraded lands. It's all well and good. I made this point. I want to repeat it. When I became minister, I assumed office on the 5th of March. I was sworn in on the 5th of March. And by April, I took an aerial tour of the 6 regions of southern Ghana. I went to Central, I went to Western, I went to Eastern, I went to Ashanti, and I went to Bono. And it was an area tour of all the river bodies and most of the landscapes of southern Ghana. I came to the conclusion after the tour that much of southern Ghana's landscape is being devastated. That was a month after I took office as minister. And in some of the places, you take a tour. In some of the places, when you look at some of the excavated land, the experts will tell you that to excavate to that depth, it will take you sometimes 20 years to be able to excavate to that depth. So this devastation, it's been devastation which is happening for many years. The pundits are running commentary on illegal small-scale mining, and the experts who are fair to the facts will tell you how we've gotten to where we are from the 1980s when we sought to legalize small-scale mining in our country through PNDC law, and then all through the 1990s when concessions were being granted and they break down in regulations and all of that. So it will require a lot of education, which is that it is good enough and it's commendable to point out small-scale mining, illegal small-scale mining operations, and even show pictures which obviously will be dramatic and which will scandalize ordinary Ghanaians who are mostly not in mining communities. Rightly so. I mean, if you are shown a picture of Eastern region, hectares of forest land being degraded with pit and all sorts of devastation, it will naturally invoke passions in you, and it will be scandalous, and it's well and good, it's welcomed. But the flip side of it is also for the media, whilst you're exposing these things and whilst you are telling these stories, to also educate people and take it upon yourself to sensitize the communities on the adverse consequences of illegal small-scale mining, the rise in kidney diseases, for example, in mining districts of our country, Buruli ulcers, skin cancers, and the rest. I think media houses will do the country, our nation, all of us a lot of good if you brought these to the attention of community. So we are respectfully craving your indulgence to help us in that regard, and I think that it will really work. I think one of the main pillars on which we intend to win this battle, one of the main policies we are prosecuting in coming to grips with this menace of illegal small-scale mining, is prosecution and securing convictions in Ghanaian courts. That is absolutely important, particularly as it relates to two categories of people. And I can't share all the details here because these are security matters and some of them may be sensitive. But we are making an effort in these two major categories, and that I can share with you. One are the foreigners who are funding this enterprise, and two are generally what I call the barons, the kingpins, who have the wherewithal, who have the money, and who sit in the comforts of their homes to fuel or to fund these activities. One of the things is the fact that an understanding of this small-scale mining industry and cartel helps every one of us. Because when you go out there, you arrest these, excuse my language, I mean, with the greatest of respect, these desperate, tired young men in their communities who look left and right and can't find anything, and therefore will think that this is the best way to go, even though it is not to be encouraged, it is to be condemned and is to be dealt with. Yes, it's one step forward. But I think the biggest step is, as we say in our local parlance, when you cut off the head of the snake, you finish the snake. So if you're able to get hold of the kingpins and get hold of the barons and the foreigners who are funding these activities, then a lot of your work is done, which is why the Attorney General's collaboration is absolutely important. That's why I'm working closely with the Attorney General to pay particular attention to the issue of prosecution. Law enforcement is one thing, which is that the soldiers are out there arresting people, burning excavators, seizing excavators. But the other side, the foreigner who is able to buy 300 excavators and keeps them for rentals, for small-scale mining, if you pick him up and you seize his 300 excavators, take it from me, the backbone of that mining cartel in that particular jurisdiction may just be broken, and you will not have small-scale mining there again at that scale. We are pursuing that strongly, and that is why the prosecution of this notorious lady who's generated a lot of controversy in our country, Aisha One, is absolutely important. 2 days ago on Tuesday, I was in court with the Attorney General, and I've taken it upon myself to appear in court on every sitting until the conclusion of the case, because I'm an interested party as the Minister responsible for mines, and I want to be there and to send the message out there as to government unflinching commitment and seriousness to the prosecution of this lady, and that prosecution is begun. It is the Aisha One plus 4 others. I think we are going back to court on the 24th of this month. The Attorney General is to be commended because he's been working on this matter expeditiously and in a very spirited manner. He himself is representing the Republic in this matter. That is normally not the case. Normally the Attorney General, you find him in Supreme Court on big constitutional arguments to do with the country. But he's taking it upon himself to be there, and we're going to continue on that. And also other people that we can fish out of the loop and make an example of them. The indication we have is that when you begin to prosecute the foreigners, you begin to convict them in your country, the courts of your country, and give them hefty deterrent punishment. word goes out there, and then it becomes a disincentive for them to come in the numbers that they do come. So, ladies and gentlemen, I should say that the prosecution bit is a major one. Just yesterday or so, 2 Nigerians were convicted and sentenced to 20 years imprisonment. From 2017 to date, we have prosecuted and convicted and sentenced 187 illegal miners in Eastern Region alone. 280 accused persons are standing trial as we speak. We want to do more. We want to continue with the prosecutions. But my joy will be when we begin to go after the kingpins themselves and begin to fish out the kingpins, the barons, the financiers, and prosecute them. I think that is one of the ways we can break the back of this illicit industry. Permit me to just outline under the Minerals and Mining Amendment Act 2019, Act 995, the punishment for foreigners engaged in illegal small-scale mining is 20 years imprisonment plus a fine of not less than 1.2 million Ghana cedis, plus deportation after the serving of the sentence. So as you can see, it is very punitive. And for Ghanaians, the minimum punishment is 15 years imprisonment and a fine of 120,000 Ghana cedis. Now, we had to amend Act 703 sometime in 2020 with Act 995 because it had become evident to the President and his cabinet that the law that existed under Act 703 was not punitive enough. First of all, it gave a discretion to the judge to either impose a custodial sentence or a fine. And in many cases, you find the judges imposing fines. And for people who are engaged in illegal small-scale mining and the amounts of money involved, fines are nothing for them. You burn 5 excavators, the following day they bring another 5. It should tell you that fines will not work. And that is why we promulgated Act 995, which amended Act 703 to give these very punitive sentences and also oust the discretion of a judge in imposing a fine. The judge is required by law mandatorily to impose a custodial sentence in the case of a foreigner of not less than 20 years plus a fine, and in the case of a Ghanaian of not less than 15 years plus a fine. And I think that will do us a lot of good. If the old law existed, Madam Aisha Wan probably would just be given a fine, and that would be enough for her. So this is where we are. And there again, I'll call on the media to try and publicize it and get the Ghanaian people to know about the punitive consequences and the dire consequences of making a decision to be involved in illegal small-scale mining. Ladies and gentlemen, permit me to give you a quick brief on the current Operation Halt, which began 2 days ago. Now, first of all, a lot of thinking has gone through the current phase of Operation Halt. As you know, we have had Operation Vanguard, we had Operation Halt 2 for about a year or so. There was a break, and on the instructions of the President, another Operation Halt 2 is being launched, and it was launched 2 days ago. The first characteristic of this operation is that it was well thought through. A lot of thinking went into it. A lot of crossing the T's and dotting the I's was done, and in many cases when understandably civil society and other Ghanaians were clamoring for action, that the President should act. He has the soldiers and so on and so forth. I mean, in public service you cannot respond to anything. But the truth of the matter was, that was a phase of planning. We needed to plan properly and make sure that whatever action we take is an action that is well thought through. And in almost all the strategy sessions we had, the President chaired them himself because of the importance he attaches to this illegal small-scale mining issue. And so the first thing is the planning. The second one is that, you know, we just want to make sure that this is sustainable. So the issue of funding, logistics, finance, and the rest do not arise. And on the instructions of the President, we have escrowed sufficient funding and logistics to support this operation, and which will mean that as they have moved, we will not be backed down, or we will not have to stop at some stage because of funding, because of logistics. This was part of the planning. So the money is escrowed and the logistics have all been provided for so that the soldiers can do their work and do their work with ease. The other character of this operation is that it's going to be sustainable and it's going to be relentless. It's not going to be 3 months, we are out, or 6 months, then we break. It's going to go on until we get to a satisfactory situation with respect to illegal small-scale mining. So it's going to, I won't give too much details, but it's just going to be on and on and on. Because some of the intelligence we've gathered is that these recalcitrant, stubborn, small-scale miners, when you move in, the language is that, well, we've seen this before. They just come in, a month or two, and then they leave, and they will come back. The decision has been taken by the president that this operation is going to go on for as long as it should, until such time that we get to a satisfactory situation. They began the operation on all the 3 sectors of our country: the Central Command, the Northern Command, and the Middle Belt Command. So Southern Command, sorry, the Southern Command, the Central Command, and the Northern Command. Simultaneously, the operation is ongoing. As we speak, the soldiers are still in the field and working. I intend to visit them tomorrow. They are very active out there. They so far have arrested not less than 11 excavators. The instructions they have is that they use their military judgment in dealing with excavators, so that if it becomes necessary that the excavators be decommissioned, the excavators will be decommissioned. And if it becomes necessary that the excavators be moved to a police station for safekeeping, they will do so. Those decisions will not be determined by politicians. The soldiers, who are professionals, who are security officers in the field, will make those determinations on a case-by-case basis. There is another significant characteristic of this particular operation which I think I should share with you, which is that we have provided the Military High Command a comprehensive list of all licensed, lawful, small-scale mining operations across the country. So even before they moved, we formally lodged with the Minister for Defense for onward submission to the Military High Command all licensed, lawful, small-scale mining operations across the country. And therefore, when the soldiers, as they are in the field, they have the record of licensed small-scale miners, and they are able to tell that this particular operation is not licensed, it's not lawful, and therefore it's galamsey, and they will then be able to act against them. There are chief inspectors of mines who are embedded with them. There are criminal investigations operatives who are embedded with them. The criminal investigation operatives are supposed to ensure that evidence is collected as the operation unfolds for purposes of prosecution. The chief inspector of mines is with them to ensure that even licensed small-scale mining operations, whom within the context of their license or within the context of their concession having been granted, is conducting their operation in a manner which degrades the environment, they will also be brought to book. So this is the expansive nature of this particular operation. There is another very fundamental introduction into this particular operation, which I think I should share with you. So the soldiers have these lists, this comprehensive list of licensed small-scale mining operations across the country. So a politician is not allowed to intervene. A politician, and I say a politician, not let me say only a politician, nobody is allowed to intervene. So I as the minister, I'm not allowed to intervene. I'm not allowed to call the Military High Command to say this concession, please don't go to this concession or go to that concession. No, that discretion is not given to anybody.
They are to use their own professional security expert judgment to take on this matter. And they will be responsible and accountable to the Minister for Defense, the President, and ultimately the Ghanaian people. So if, touch wood, things go wrong in the course of the operations, the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources, to a large extent, will not be held accountable. It is the Military High Command which will be held accountable, because nobody, not a minister, not a politician, not a religious leader, not a chief, is allowed to call the commanders in the field to say, do this or do that. That would be unwelcome, unethical interference. I certainly will not do that, and I want to believe that all actors in the body politic of our country will desist from that, because that has also been some of the problems, and that's some of the complaints that the military people came up with all manner of people, not just politicians, all manner of people, influential people in our society, intervening on behalf of illegal mining people, and we don't want that to happen again. So this is the other major decision we've taken in respect of this operation, and the soldiers will have to proceed and deal with the issues without fear or favor. And so when there are situations where, like it happened in some cases, there's uproar about somebody is being touched and there's noise and the rest, all of us should just understand that I don't take responsibility, and I don't come to the defense of anybody. The soldiers are doing their work, and that is it. And for them, the instructions they have is that they are to be blind to all manner of considerations, political considerations, status, what have you. If the mining operation is unlawful, if the mining operation should be closed down, they have the full authority of the president to do so. So, finally, we have policies, existing policies on how we manage our earth-moving equipment in Ghana, particularly as it relates to excavators, and we are all very familiar with the destructive nature of excavators, and indeed the pundits have contended that is the introduction of excavators into our small-scale mining sector, which is created all these problems we have because of how destructive they are. We will be giving several of these updates to the country, and at the next update, myself and the Minister for Local Government will be outlining additional measures as they relate to how we manage excavators and other earth-moving equipment in our country. I think I have a few pictures to show you on the work that is going on in the field as we speak now. The soldiers are out there in the field, and they are going to be there for a while. And as I say, they will be there on a very sustained basis. We are not talking about months, we are talking about years, until such time that we become satisfied with the small-scale mining situation in our country. Yeah, so there you are in some cases, the report I have is that they've decommissioned some of the excavators. Some people say burning. We like to call it decommissioning, and to make sure that the excavator can no longer be used for illegal mining. Yeah, so these are excavators, they are throwing away. Yeah, okay. So, distinguished members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, let me just conclude by reiterating, as I've done many, many times, that our commitment to regulate small-scale mining in our country is total and unflinching. We will continue to do so transparently and with enormous integrity. We will do so without any discrimination whatsoever, and I have the backing of the President in this regard, that we should proceed relentlessly and totally blind to the status of anybody involved in illegal small-scale mining. Yes, across the world, wherever you have an extractive industry, you are bound to have illegalities, and those kinds of illegalities tend to be complicated, they tend to be endemic, because at the end of the day, what we are dealing with is money, and people will stop at anything in pursuing their goals of getting money. So it's going to be a tough fight, but the Ghanaian people should be rest assured that we are fully committed to this fight, and we are never going to relent in our efforts. And I'm very confident that if all of us work together in good faith, take out partisan politics out of this, and see this as a national canker, national issue as it truly is, and we pull our ways together, we definitely will be able to protect our environment and protect our country, protect our forests, protect our landscape, protect our water bodies for ourselves and our children and future generations. So I thank you very much. And with this, I thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for the elaborate presentation. If you just joined us, we are live on GTV and Metro TV. If you are on Facebook, we are streaming at Ministry of Information, at Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and also myjoyonline.com. So, ladies and gentlemen, you heard the Honorable Minister. If you didn't pick anything at all, let me run you through these 5 points that the Minister mentioned. That through the ministry has procured speedboats and also recruited some river guards to protect our water bodies. That the ministry has purchased and encouraged the use of mercury-free gold processing equipment. They have also developed some community mining schemes. That the ministry is taking the issue of prosecution very seriously. And for the first time, if you saw the Minister for Lands and Natural Resources and also the Attorney General in court, it should tell you that they are really serious about prosecuting perpetrators. Also, that there is a presidential directive that no mining concession should be granted unless there is prior consultation with the paramount chief, the regional ministers, and also the MMDCEs. So thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I will now take your questions. If you have a question, you show by hand, mention your name and media house, and then proceed to ask your question. Okay, so we'll take the first three.
Okay, so I'm Henry, I work with Metro TV. I want to ask the minister if he is not worried about the fact that some MPP stalwarts are the ones who are defending people like Aisha Wan and the 4 others who are now standing trial for their participation in illegal mining in the country. Even though we know that per our democracy, people or everyone deserves a fair trial. But Ghanaians, due to the nature of this case, this is a case that has a lot of public interest. A lot of Ghanaians are interested in it. Some people are even saying that people like the Blair and Associates firm and also that of Nkrabia Ifa that they are choosing Galamsey money over the fight against illegal mining because they will be paid with the Galamsey money that has been made by people like Aisha Wan and the others who are standing trial. So I would want to know from the minister if he is not worried about that.
Thank you, Henry. Okay, John.
Yeah, thank you. My name is John Awuni. I represent Kesben. It has been alleged that the attack on the Dompem chief, Dompem Pepesa chief, and the butchering of his bodyguard had something to do with allegations he made about the Honorable Deputy Minister helping or aiding in the illegal mining business. So I want to know if indeed such allegation has something to, or that carries some kind of weight. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question.
Yeah, thank you. My name is Ataminsa from GNA. My first question is regarding the directive by the President that before mining concessions are granted, paramount chiefs, regional ministers, and then MMD should be consulted. I want to find out whether this directive will be backed by any executive instrument? And when is this directive taking effect? Then 2, recently the Minister of Lands issued a statement regarding mining in Tano Nimri Forest Reserve in the Western region. And we heard Mr. Bernard Busiakun, alias Untumi, owns this company, this mining, a quantum mining company that is undertaking this mining activities. And just 2 days ago, the Deputy Minister of Lands went there and some equipment were destroyed. We want to find out if the ministry has taken any measures to prosecute him. Then my last question. Mostly, as he rightly said, members of the mining inspectors in the various districts are members of the mining committees. The district mining committees that have been set, 83 of them, the mining inspectors are members of those committees. But we observe that this illegal mining is ongoing in their district. So we wonder what sort of work these mining inspectors are doing to halt it. I want to find out whether these 280 people who are standing trial, any of these mining inspectors are also among those being tried.
Thank you for the question. Please, let's keep the questions brief so that others will get the opportunity to ask. So we'll take the 4th one and then we'll take your questions. Okay.
My name is Shalom. I work with the Finder newspaper. The minister talked about an escrow account which has been set up for the Operation Hall 2. How much money is being set aside for that? You also said that the military has been handed a comprehensive list of legitimate small-scale mining companies, and that you are not allowed, you or anybody is not allowed to intervene in how they choose to operate. But we've had instances in the past where some have said that they have legitimate licenses, yet they have been targeted. For instance, in the case of the MPP regional executive whose excavators were bent, Kejimfua, for instance. So in that instance where there's a clash of these two legitimate, let me quote that, interests, aren't you running away from responsibility?
Okay, so we've taken 2 questions.
How do you convince people in these communities who have not felt the wealth that we've drawn from their communities for the last 6-7 decades to join you in this fight? For instance, if I Google Obuasi right now and I Google Johannesburg, there's a sharp difference in the pictures I will see. So how do you convince people in these impoverished communities, despite the wealth we've drawn from them for that last 7 or so decades, that they should join you in this fight?
Okay, thank you for the question. We'll take the last question from the back.
My name is Joseph Armstrong. I work with TV3. Just some few questions, Honourable Minister.
If we can limit it to 2
so that your colleagues will get to ask
very well, that's okay. So I'll limit it to 2, but then just so I'll be very fast at this. So the first question is, how many illegal miners have been tried and sentenced this year, and also includes how many excavators have been seized this year alone? Now, my second question is, we've been trying to fight illegal mining beyond Accra. I mean, protection of our water bodies beyond Accra. But here in Accra, we have a lot of river bodies such as the Peshin Lagoon, the Sakumo Lagoon, the Bebu Lagoon, other things that have all been enclosed. Some have been totally destroyed. When are we going to pay attention also to some of the river bodies we have here in the capital city? And then the last question is, body cams have been introduced in the fight against illegal mining. We've tried all the others. If we couldn't use a speedboat, we couldn't use Operation Halt, how on earth are we able to use body cams in fighting illegal mining?
Okay, so that will be the last question for this round. We'll come back to you and pick more questions. But before I invite Honorable Minister, I would like to acknowledge the presence of Honorable George Anda, former Member of Parliament for Awutu Senya West. Also, Dr. Luis Carlos Sewadonko is with us, and I can also see Mr. Richard Ahiagba with us. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yes, so Mr. Henry from Metro TV is interested in how MPP stalwarts are representing Aisha Wan. For the record, Aisha Wan in court is represented by the Honorable Nkrabia Efadete, the Blay and Associates, which is a law firm owned by the former national chairman of the MPP, Honorable Freddie Blay, is representing 4 other accused persons who have been accused of selling mining concessions to Aisha Wan. So those are the facts. I think it's important that we are fair to the facts. The first point I'd like to make on that matter is that, as you know, at the heart of our criminal justice system and constitutional order, the right to representation is key, is cardinal. And if you don't have representation, it then defeats the age-old concept of fair trial. And without representation, you cannot have fair trial. Number 2, the case in court is a case of Republic versus Aisha Wan and 4 others. And therefore, the Republic itself is an adversary in that criminal proceeding. So wouldn't it be absolutely preposterous to suggest that the Republic, who is an adversary in criminal proceedings, should determine the lawyers for accused persons? So to that extent, the Republic, government, the state, will definitely not have a say in who is a legal representative for the accused persons. Thirdly, lawyers, just as I am, make their own decisions as to which cases they should take on and which cases they should not take on. I know lawyers who never take cases on chieftaincy matters. I know lawyers who don't take cases on narcotics. I know lawyers who will not take a case against somebody who is his friend. And I worked at Kulindi at law for almost 6 years, and I saw so many cases come up, and the cases are turned down on many grounds. But I cannot make judgment for the former national chairman of my party, an experienced elderly man like that. I'm sure he obviously knows what he's doing. I can't question his judgment. But as I say, it's a matter which is entirely out of the remit and control of government. Government cannot choose lawyers for people they have charged and are prosecuted in court. If you and somebody are fighting, how can you go and get the shield and the sword for him? He will not take it. So that is what it is, yes. The other question that is always asked, am I concerned about that situation? Yes, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because it has a way of fueling conspiracy theories, and whether rightly or wrongly or grounded or not grounded, it will fuel conspiracy theories. But it's a matter we have to live with, because that's a reality. We don't have control over it. What we have to do is to continue to prosecute these accused persons in a very spirited manner, and hopefully secure convictions and secure the severest of punishment to them. And that will dispel all the conspiracy theories that are being bandied around as to MPP and its government colluding to free these people and so on and so forth. I can assure you, the president and his government are fully committed to prosecute any and everybody who is involved in illegal small-scale mining, and without fear or favor. Aisha Wan is not an exception. When it began, ladies and gentlemen of the press, we also have to begin to pose some very important questions. When it began, the suggestion was that nothing will be done to this woman. She will not even be prosecuted. She's so connected. She has, excuse my language, she has sex tapes with ministers, with big government officials. She's connected all the way to the very top. That was the initial narrative. We all have to recall that. And the government cannot do anything. Here we are. The lady has been arrested. She's been charged with the severest of offenses.
The Attorney General is prayed before the court successfully to secure a remand until the conclusion of the case. That is totally unprecedented. It normally doesn't happen. The court will normally remand an accused person for a period of time And then on each occasion, the lawyer for the accused persons will reapply for bail. And the judge is allowed to grant bail. On this occasion, at the instance of the Attorney General, the accused person is being remanded until the conclusion of the case. Even if the case was to travel for 5 years, Aisha 1 will be in prison custody for 5 years. Now, of course, I mean, we can't fault the political and public discourse in our country. It's part of a democratic society. It's been shifted a bit. That, yes, you've arrested, you prefer charges, you are prosecuted here, but it's a sham of a prosecution. It's supposed to be a facade, a charade. A small screen is just put together to deceive the people, because your national chairman himself is defending them. You asked him to go and defend him. I'm just waiting, by the grace of God, I hope, and I'm not making any prejudicial contributions to this. I'm hoping that when a conviction is secured and the maximum sentence is applied, we'll wait to hear what these other people will say again. I'm sure they will find something else to say. Anyway, so John Awuni of Kesbin asked the question about dumping Pepper Chief, correct? Pepper Chief and allegations against the deputy minister, isn't it? So yes, I think that the matters to do with the dumping Pepper Chief and the gory pictures we've all seen, they should be investigated. The police have to investigate it. It's as simple as that. In a democratic world, when these things happen, just as it is for all other crimes, the police has to investigate them and bring out the facts and the evidence, and then we'll deal with that. But that's the way I see it, because even from where I sit, I've heard conflicting reports. Some say it was as a result of chieftaincy dispute. Some also seem to make the suggestion you've made. Some even say that it was a motor accident, So you have all kinds of claims. But when these things happen, the right thing to do is to investigate. So let's hold on for the police to conclude with their investigations. Yeah. Yes, the deputy minister, that is a straightforward matter. The rule of this business is evidence, because Awuni, I hope you agree with me that here I am with this microphone speaking live on national TV. I could just make a very damning allegation against you that you are this and that and that. It cannot in itself without more hold. And I think we should all be interested in that. Unfortunately, political people, those of us who venture into public life and venture into policy positions, we are so vulnerable and we get punched all the time and we become helpless, because any allegation against a politician, because of the heightened suspicion, and sometimes I should say rightly, the heightened suspicion and the cynicism of associated with politicians, when allegations are made, it's almost like wildfire. Oh yeah, it must be true. But in this business, the fundamental test is evidence. And from what I heard, I just heard an allegation. I mean, I was even looking out for example, an additional statement which will say concession A, concession B, operation A, operation C. Those are operations being run by the deputy minister. Then with that, you are even getting somewhere to begin to ask questions. But to just say that Abu Jinapo is involved in Galamsey, Odamo, that for me is quite problematic, of course. The deputy minister and the Western Regional Minister have taken this matter up and they are suing in court for damages. And you cannot have a better platform to adduce evidence than in court. And so let's wait and see what will happen in court. I mean, I'm sure this chief is a defendant. Whatever evidence he has to put it on the table. And of course, if he has evidence, anybody who has evidence against me of doing wrong, involved in wrongdoing, or my deputy minister, or the president, or anybody, nobody's above the law. The law will come heavily on the person. But I think it's important that we are careful also at not just smearing and damaging people's reputation without a basis. If there's a basis, we'll deal with it. I don't know if it's proper to say this, but the people work into midnight, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and there's a lot of hassle. traveling the country, all the risk associated with it, throw your whole self into it. And sometimes it's a bit daunting when you are bashed the way you are bashed. But I know the Deputy Minister is a strong man. He will deal with it. Okay, so that's what I can say about that. The rule is evidence. If we get the evidence, we'll act on it. Mr. Goodwill Arthur of GNA asked the question about executive instrument for chief's involvement. You don't need an executive instrument. It's a ministerial fiat. It's a ministerial directive, because the power, the legal authority is vested in the Minister for Land, who is delegating some of these powers and giving ministerial directives as to how licenses has to be processed. And let me please make a strong, quick point. The consultation is not consent, because it cannot be consent. Consent will flout the provisions of the Constitution, because the Constitution itself vests the power in the President, who is delegated it to his minister. So you can't be seeking consent to exercise your constitutional power. It is consultation, just so that we are on the same page with the chiefs. And in many cases, some of the inputs the chiefs bring are very useful. So, and when does it take effect? Immediate effect. I've written to the Minerals Commission CEO, and therefore from the time I wrote him, which is about a week ago, all processes leading to the grant of licenses, leases, mineral rights are supposed to be done in informal consultation with the chiefs. Because in many cases, the chiefs too are consulted, and they say they are not consulted. So what we want is that you write to the chief will write to you with his views before you move forward. Yes, wound to me and prosecution. So a little background will help. As you know, or as you may know, on 15 June 2011, the then government granted Akunta mining in 135.87 square kilometers in Sam Robo recognizance license, which was to expire on 14 June 2012. When the recognizance license expired, he was granted a prospecting license over the same area of land on 31st December 2012. So the significant point is that this controversy of Akunta mining, the genesis of it was as far back as 15 June 2011, and then it was re-granted on 31st December 2012 to expire on 30th December 2014. And of course, the law talks about splitting the concession and the rest. And then on 23rd July 2022, after the company had paid mineral right fees and ground rent, applied for mining leases. But the point of it is that the mining leases which were granted in 2022 were not mining leases in respect of the I always struggle with this name, this Numre Tano Numre, yes, Tano Numre Forest Reserve. These processes which led to the grant of mining leases in respect of 3 concessions did not relate to Tano Numre Forest Reserve. The one which relates to Tano Numre Forest Reserve was an application which was ongoing, which had been left just with the minister's approval. They had gone through an elaborate process from Forestry Commission to Minerals Commission to Gazette to going on to the portal, the online portal, and even paying fees. And what was left was for the minister, myself, to grant the mining lease. And whatever operations they would have mounted there would be lawful, would be legal. I had not determined that application yet. And the reports were that some activities, alleged activities, were taking place in the forest reserve. And I use the alleged with emphasis. Now, the Forestry Commission, which has the legal mandate for the preservation of forest reserves in Ghana, is currently conducting operational and legal audits and investigations into this particular forest reserve. And I don't mean just the allegations relating to Akunta, the entire forest reserve. Thankfully and happily, the report I've received is that the Forestry Commission is been able to clear the forest reserve of any activities. In fact, yesterday, my deputy minister flew over the forest reserve with a helicopter to make sure that there are no activities in the forest reserve. And the forest reserve is now safeguarded so that people cannot go in anymore. And so is it for other forest reserves. In fact, tomorrow, my deputy minister Benito is meeting all the regional managers and district managers of Forestry Commission in Kumasi to map out a strategy to ensure that all forest reserves in Ghana continue to be protected. So that is that. We have to wait for the report of the Forestry Commission. So is it that the special prosecutor is also looking into other aspects of this matter. So at this stage, I think it will be premature to begin to talk about prosecution. We need to wait and get the facts, because don't forget that this company also has a completely different view of this matter. They have a whole, they've written to me, and they've written to me with all kinds of documents and all kinds of claims in their petition to me. So I like to do things in accordance with due process and do so methodically, and therefore I will crave your indulgence and do crave the indulgence of all interested parties that it is important that we await the report of the Forestry Commission and to some extent the report of the special prosecutor. The totality of those is what will inform the next course of action. I appreciate the sensation that is brought, because the man involved is the regional chairman of MPP and all of that. It in itself is sensational, so I understand. But that will not mean that we should jettison the age-old principle of due process. Yes, so that is that for Chairman to me. And then Solomon finally is asking about how much money, military operations and their money. I'm not too sure that it would be proper to be disclosing those kinds of things at a press conference. So I'm sorry, I can't do that. Yes, license targeted, extra gold and the rest. Well, the extra gold matter has been dealt with. And if you want further details, you can approach me. We don't we don't want excesses in the military operation. That's why we put all of these measures in place to ensure that we do not have excesses. You are concerned about Johannesburg and Obuasi, and it's a very interesting thing that people talk about. But the truth of the matter is that the issue of Obuasi and Johannesburg is deeper than people normally put it. In the classic difference between Johannesburg and Obuasi is that over a long period of time, systematically, our policies did not permit places like Obuasi and other mining towns to develop, because the fundamental difference between the mining architecture of Johannesburg and the mining architecture of our country was that the value was retained in Johannesburg, and it was done so years ago. Rand Refinery was established in 1901, more than 100 years ago, and the shareholders of Rand Refinery are the mining companies themselves, and the shareholders, the owners of the mining operations in Johannesburg, are South Africans. So the money gets retained in South Africa, and that's how come Johannesburg got developed. It's as simple as that. That's what happened. And it is because for decades, since 1957, we did not put in place those kinds of policies. We had an arrangement where foreigners come in, they take up the concession, they give us 10%, they pay royalties, they pay corporate tax, and that is all we get. The money that comes out of the mining gets out of our country. It is now that we are gradually, systematically putting the building blocks in place to retain the value of our mining industry in Ghana, such as the Minerals Income Investment Fund, which itself is investing and acquiring interest in mining operations in our country, just as the Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation, which is taken by law mandatorily 30% of all mining operations in bauxite operations in Ghana. Ghana Bauxite Company sold its shares not too long ago. The Chinese sold their shares. Government insisted that the shares be sold to a Ghanaian. So for the first time, the shares of Ghana Bauxite Company is being held by a Ghanaian entrepreneur, and Ghana Integrated Aluminium Development Corporation holds 30% of that. The gold purchase program of Bank of Ghana, all of it is geared at retaining the value of our mining industry here in Ghana. We've just built one of the biggest refineries in Ghana, gold refineries in Ghana. The president will be commissioning it in the course of this year, and ultimately the plan is to get that refinery a London Bullion Market Association certification. Those are the gamut of measures, including local content, moving the local content list from 11 to 45, so that for now, 45 goods and services and items can only be procured by Ghanaians. These are the measures you put in place to lithium. The president is instructed that the full value chain of lithium development should be here in Ghana. We are not going to allow even a single component of the value chain to be exported. These are the measures you put in to get the money in your country for you to have a Boasi like Johannesburg or Takwa like Johannesburg. It cannot be just rhetoric. And it is a matter of years of policy that should have been enacted, which was not enacted, and which is being enacted today. Goldfields today, at the time of, say, Sam Jonah and Co. and the rest, was largely run on the basis of foreigners. No conscious effort to indigenize, domesticate those mines and the operations. So these are our realities. Yes, if we put the politics aside and we face the issues as they are, we'll move forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. We will take the last set of questions. Yes, I've noted that, so we will add Armstrong's questions to the last set of questions, which has to do with the number of people tried since last year and also the number of excavators that have been seized. Okay, so we will take the last set of questions, but I'll give priority to those who have not had the opportunity to ask any questions. So Mr. Lanza, Nana Poku, and I saw someone over there. Okay, Agnes, okay. So we'll take 5 questions, and please keep them brief. I can also see Honorable Collins, also Amankwa, former MP for Menchia North constituency. Thank you for joining us, sir.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Musa Lansa with GH1 TV. We talk so much about Operation Halt, but I personally know that there are other things that government is doing to deal with illegal mining, but the minister did not touch on that. For instance, landscape restoration, the project on landscape restoration and small-scale mining. Is it possible he highlights that a bit for us? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon, Honourable Minister. I want to find out whether Ghana cannot adopt some best practices elsewhere. My name is Nana Poku from Daily Searchlight, Nana Poku. Like you did say, South Africa, Australia, Canada, they had similar problems, but they have been able to manage them. I learned in South Africa, small-scale mining is being properly managed in such a way that they don't have the kind of problems we're having here. What can we do as a nation to copy from them so that we can also fix our problem in the right direction? And then, about 2-3 months ago, I came to your office and inaugurated small-scale mining committee or board or whatever. And you said you have signed almost all applications on table since you assumed power as the Minister of Lands and Natural Resources. I was a bit scared.
Nana, please, can you rephrase your question? What did you
the
say
second one?
Signed?
The second one?
Yes.
He said he has signed all applications for small-scale mining since he assumed office on his table. I don't know whether it means that.
What's your source?
There was a press conference. I went there. We was inaugurating a board, small-scale miners or whatever. I don't know special, but I was there. And so I was a bit scared because I was thinking that in the midst of this commotion and confusion, things will be done with some kind of care, because we have a problem on hands. And therefore, if applications are on the table, maybe you take your time and maybe trying to solve the problem will limit some of these things. Because if you have some animals in the bush, we have sent some sheep to the bush, they have come back. You can't send another one there, you cannot add on. So I was thinking that maybe you will slow down in signing some of these applications, because we are going to add more problem for the problem we have now. And then my last question.
Can you keep it at 2 questions so that your colleagues will also...
Honourable Minister, we have had some measures in the past. We are introducing new ones. Then what's the guarantee that if these new ones do not succeed or yield the results we want, what will be the next step to take? Thank you.
Okay, thank you for the question. So we'll take from Agnes and then the last one.
My name is Agnes. I report for the Chronicle. So if I heard right, you said based on issues that happened in Operation Hot 1. So a decision has been taken that no one should interfere in the Hot 2. And for that matter, the military high command is the one to be held responsible should anybody interfere. I'd like to know if that would be fair on the side of the military, because you in your house wouldn't know that anybody has called the military high command to say that, hey, don't touch this mining concession or don't do that. So I'd like to know if that would be fair on the side of the military. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. We'll take the fourth one.
I'm Ebenezer Kofi Amponsa with the Daily Guide. Now, Honorable made mention of decommissioning, what we say in our own words, burning the excavators. Now, during Operation 1, we realized that a lot of them were burnt, as he put it in his own words, decommissioning. Now, it failed to yield the desired result. Is that the best approach the ministry is adapting?
Okay, thank you for the question. So we invite Honorable Minister for his responses. And I would like to remind you that if you just tuned in, you are watching this live on this press briefing live on GTV, Metro TV, on Facebook. We are streaming at Ministry of Information, Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, and MyJoy Online.
Yes, so thank you very much. Mr. Musa Lanza, I'm correct, he wants to know about landscape restoration and small-scale mining. So it's a program between the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, that of Environment, Science, Innovation and Technology, and the World Bank. I think the amount involved is almost $100 million, correct? $103 million. And it's a multi-sectorial program where the funds are being allocated on the basis of assessment to these two ministries and their agencies. Now, Dr. John Krugu, who is the coordinator of the components to do with the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, has been doing some extraordinary work. I mean, tremendous work. He's taking this matter really forward. The thrust of the program is to regulate small-scale mining. So funds are going to be made available for us to engage in reclamation, which is that some of these mined out lands will be reclaimed and revegetated, building capacity and training for small-scale miners, and even most importantly, in my view, is having the capacity to conduct geological investigations to be able to block out concessions for small-scale miners. Because as you know, one of the real problems with illegal small-scale mining is because they don't conduct geological investigations. So they are like nomads, if you want. Try and error. So they excavate 1 hectare, they don't find even an ounce of gold, but they've destroyed the land. Then they move on, excavate another hectare, they don't find gold, then they go on and on and on and on. But if you're able to conduct geological investigations at the instance of the state and block out concessions and be satisfied that this concession is mineralized, it has gold in there, and then you relinquish it to small-scale miners on community mining basis, then you go a long way to resolving the issue. And that exercise is ongoing. The capacity building of district mining committees will start within 2 weeks. The Precious Minerals Marketing Company is in the process to work with Dr. Krugu's outfit to begin what we call traceability, so that we're able to trace the gold that is produced and make sure that the gold is not tainted with illegality before PMMC will buy. So all of those measures are going on with respect to the Ghana small-scale mining and landscape restoration program. It's such a long name, actually. Nana Poku of Daily Searchlight is talking about South Africa. The question about how is it that South Africa has been able to resolve small-scale mining, illegal small-scale mining in South Africa. Unfortunately, Nana Poku, I'm afraid I have to point it out, they haven't been able to resolve it. The South African small-scale mining, illegal small-scale mining situation, I wouldn't say it's worse than ours, but take your time to check it out. The situation in South Africa. They call it Zamazama. What we call Galamsey, they call it Zamazama. And just 2 weeks ago, there was a documentary. Which was aired on South African Broadcasting Corporation, SABC, which talked about how the South African government is becoming concerned with the introduction of weaponry and threat of death to public officers and competitor miners in the illegal small-scale mining industry in South Africa. Look, I was in Australia, and I don't make these points to rationalize or justify what is happening in Ghana. I make them to hopefully let our population understand the complexity of this matter and the need for all of us to pull together to deal with it. I was in Australia, and I met my counterpart minister in Australia. His biggest concern was illegal small-scale mining. They call them prospectors. Yeah, so wherever you have extractive industry, you have these difficulties. Whether in the petrochemical industry, the mining industry, it's an age-old difficulty. But as I say, we will put in our best foot forward and be able to deal with this matter. And then you talk about taking my time to sign concessions, Nana. My direct answer to you is that I do take my time in signing concessions. I truly do. It's always difficult to talk about yourself, but I will invite you to conduct a bit of investigations as to how I go about these things. On the contrary, I get bashed, I get accused of not signing these concessions. There are thousands and thousands of them piled up in my office. Whereas in the past, they were just signed like that, as of course. I don't take that discretion lightly at all. I always have to be fully satisfied that this is something that I should sign. The matter that you brought up, the issue of the Small-Scale Miners Association, what happened? What happened was that there's a small-scale mining association in Ghana. I'm sure you know that. And they are responsible for the responsible small-scale miners, the people who are into small-scale mining responsibly. That's their association. Because I don't sign the concession, I'm not in the habit of signing the concession, it became such a big problem. And they began to agitate that I'm not signing their concessions for them. And that is the reason why illegal small-scale mining is on the ascendancy. Because if you don't give us the licenses, then in their view, even though I disagree with them, the only option left for us is to go out there and engage in illegal small-scale mining. And therefore, you should grant us our concessions so that we can lawfully be involved in this mining activity. So I put a system in place, a very rigorous system, to vet all the applications. It started from the Minerals Commission, which are the dedicated team to vet the applications. We got to the ministry. My deputy minister, Honorable Duka, and his outfit vetted the applications, and I was made to be satisfied that the 95 concessions are concessions which have been brought by the Small-Scale Miners Association, that these are for their members who are going to be involved in legitimate small-scale mining, responsible small-scale mining. I insisted, because I don't want to be accused of not taking my time to sign concessions, I insisted that it should be done publicly and it should be done before the press. So we brought the press and I signed all of them in the presence of the press, handed them over to them in the presence of the press. So nobody says that Jinapo is gone and clandestinely signed 95 small-scale mining concessions for himself. So that's what happened. Yeah, so it was, trust me, it was done prudently. We always have to remember that gold, the mining sector, particularly gold, contributes 40% of our foreign exchange earnings and contributes 10% of our GDP. And the small-scale mining sector contributes 40% of gold output. So there's a real balancing act here that we have to do, that we have to engage in, as to how we regulate this matter. Agnes of Chronicle, the interference. I don't quite understand the contours of the question, except for me to say that what we are saying is the policy makers are responsible for making policy, which is that we are going to get rid of excavators from forest reserves and stop mining on river bodies and so on and so forth. Once the policy is made, it's the military people or the security people who devise the strategy and implement the strategy. At the point of implementation, the policy maker has no role again. He has a role at the point of making the policy. But when the policy is being implemented, you can then now go and say, handcuff this person, don't handcuff that person. No, that will not be correct. And if any military officer is called by anybody, I expect that the person should say, I'm sorry, sir, I can't take this instruction because this is not your mandate. This is my mandate. Let me do my work. So this is all that is about. Yes. So, yeah, I think that's all the question. There was a question on excavators. How many are they? Yeah, so all of that is being put together. As you know, excavators are being seized on a daily basis. And at some stage, when we come for another update, we will update the country on the state of excavators. So let me thank all of you most sincerely and to continue to call for your support and to say that this is going to be a collective effort for us to be able to resolve this matter which is threatening the survival of our country, and be rest assured that whatever we have to do at the Ministry of Lands and Natural Resources, we will do so with utmost integrity, with transparency, and with all the strength we can marshal from our being. It's going to be a cocktail of measures that we are going to have to implement. And by the grace of God and with your support, we'll do so. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for making time for this very important exercise. You know, Minister concluded in a way that I don't think it is necessary to add anything. So thank you all for joining us. Good afternoon.
Her sad story is she has 3 kids. The husband left her. She sold a car, bought the land, and now she doesn't even have a quarter of that land where she will lay her head.
Litigations leading to violent clashes, land issues in Ghana over the past few years have taken a different turn. In the Greater Accra municipality, it is worse, with multiple sales of land and other forms of litigations. Today, we are in Amomoley in the GhanaWeb municipality, where several landowners are on the verge of losing their lands to incidents of multiple land sales. We speak to them today on Say It Loud. My name is George A.C. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. Today we are in the GhanaWeb municipality, Amomoley to be precise, and I'm joined by 3 gentlemen who have lost their lands or are on the verge of losing their lands to this issue of multiple land sales. I have joining me Mr.
Edward Nanti.
And then say your name.
Reverend Jonathan Upon.
Your name, sir?
William Odoy.
Welcome to Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV, and we would like to start off with how we got here in each of your situation. Mr. Edward, please tell us, how did you get into this situation?
Actually, for some time now, Okay, I received a call from one of my caretakers. I actually had a poultry farm on this said land that we are disputing on. I had a poultry farm, I had 2 structures, buildings, I had a fish pond. Then I also had 2 containers erected right in front of the land. But the land was purchased by one of my brothers, that is Mr. William Odoi, who is also here. Okay, and we've been farming on the land, we've been doing poultry. I had a call from my caretaker that one Mr. Oshipi, New Oshipi, came with some group of people to pick the land. I confronted him and he was like, they've given the land to somebody. Meanwhile, they are the same people who gave us the land. When I say they are the same people, we bought the land from a chief, but because a chief don't move to lands, okay, to show you where you are, he has his boys on the land. Okay, so they are the same people we met and they gave us the place. We actually bought 2 plots, and when we were not, we weren't available, they actually sold one and called and told us they were going to do a replacement. That hasn't come, and this is the second time they come to take the second land which we are operating on. So I confronted him and they left. I had a call again a few days later and I came back to meet him, that same Mr. Oshipi, with another person. And I tried to explain to whoever that person was that the place belonged to me. Okay, and on the 3rd time there was a different group who told me they actually heard there's a land for sale there and they've come to check. Then later I realized they called me. I gave my number to them. I made them understand it's for me. They called me back and told me that the one who actually wants to buy the land, okay, from Oshipi, that group, is on the land. Okay. So I was happy to go meet him.
Not to cut you off, but because of time, we need to brief about it. So the issue is you bought your land from some people. Who are which jurisdiction are they from?
They are from the Ablikuma
traditional council,
yeah, the traditional palace, that is Nilabi Mensah's palace. Okay. But unfortunately Nilabi Mensah is dead now, and after his death, that is when this issue started. Okay.
But do you have documentations on this land?
Yes, we have everything, and it's even under registration. Okay, that's the level we are now. It's even under registration. Okay. Yeah.
So what has happened to the land now? Like you said, they have come to
they came to demolish everything we had on the land. So we reported the issue to the police station, and the police hasn't taken any action. Talking of the Amasamai police station,
we'll come to the police bits. But what is happening on the land at this moment?
They are building. They erected a wall, and they come there on Sundays to build. Okay, we've tackled every jurisdiction we have to go to for things to be brought to book, but they are still, as I speak to you now, they are there building.
Okay, then let me speak to Reverend and find out his situation. Reverend, how about you? How did you get here?
Okay, as I said, my name is Reverend Jonathan Opong of the United Pentecostal Church. Amomoley is one of the branch churches of the United Pentecostal Church in Ghana here, and I happen to be the branch pastor. Around April, we were there and we realized, I had a call that some people have broke through our wall and they've entered in and they are walking around. So what happened was I had to call one of my deacons to find out what was going on. So he went there, and happened that truly what I heard was true. They've broken the wall and they have come to pick, that is, one plot out of the whole land, and they've started erecting wall. So we send the matter to Pokwasi police station, and we had the soldiers coming in to stop them. After which then we realized that they are still what we call constructing. Recently we realized they have now building what we call security post. When they came, we had a structure on the land. They have cleared out the structure and also broke through But I also believe right thing that according to Ghana law, if somebody be on the land for at least 12 years, you have no right to come and just break through and come and take possession. So I am appealing to authorities to help us in that direction to get us back our land.
Okay. Talking about appealing to authorities, we know this is Amomoley and there's a chief here who will speak to you about how far you've gotten to in getting your issues addressed. But let me speak to Mr. Willie as well. Mr. Willie, how has this whole issue of multiple land sales and land grabbing essentially, how has it affected you?
Like he complained, I'm going through the same thing. As we speak, they are on my land. Now as we sit, they are on my land. A land I purchased way back in, I think, 2002. Way back, and occupied till now. Somebody has come, cleared everything on the land, and is developing. I wonder, this is our country, Ghana. What is going on? It's been reported to the police. The police are in the know. They have done nothing. And I just wonder how our country is going. What is going on? Somebody just wakes up and breaks into somebody's, like he complained. A church, they go there, they break the wall. And I wonder what is happening to our country. Come on. Let's wake up. We are Ghanaians. Let's just wake up. I am suffering the same thing. My land is being developed by somebody who doesn't have documentation. He hasn't presented anything. He thinks that, yes, this land he must sell. So he sold to somebody and it needs to be developed. And he's developing. I wonder. I mean, well, then if this goes on, then I need to take somebody's land and also develop it. That is what is. We are getting into the animal kingdom. That is what we are getting to now. It's a country with constitution. Come on, let's wake up. And you see, there are people sitting down and watching this go on because it is not them. So yes, it is fine. They should move on.
Okay. You talk about the fact that there's a constitution and there's a law. So we'll speak about how you've tried to get these issues resolved. Pastor, how about for you, how have you tried to get this issue resolved using the law?
Okay, as a matter of fact, when the matter happened, we came to see the chief, Komi, and he's working around the clock to help the situation.
But for now, are you able to go to the land, Mr. Willie? I'll ask you, are you able to access the land? Because, I mean, we've come and you are talking about land. Ordinarily, we would have to go and see the land. But are you able to go to the land?
No. The authority that has taken over the land, that authority is ruling the land. That is the only problem. I have a land, I have my documentation, and I can't go to the land.
So right now, as we sit here, if you get up right now and you say you are going to the land, what do you expect to happen?
We can go there so the cameras can record. You can see what happens there. I have reported to the central. I have gone to the headquarters. I have reported to Amasaman, to Pokwase, and then the police station. Where's the place? Yes, the police station there. There's a police station almost close to the land. I have reported there. I have done all that is needed to do when you talk about authority. Nobody seems to be able to do nothing. Somebody has woken up. He calls himself Ushipi. I wonder which Ushipi it is, and I wonder which chief is carrying that Ushipi as his lord. I wonder. He wakes up and has authority to take somebody's land and sell. And there are chiefs in Ghana.
Okay, that's Mr. Willie. But Zanti, for you getting this issue resolved, or even before we come to that, how much is this costing you in terms of finance, in terms of drain on your stress and all that? How much is this costing you?
I wouldn't quote anything less than 800,000 cedis. Yeah, because comparing what we did then, the amount we used then to today, it will even be over that. When you wake up in the morning, you are just so traumatized to the extent that you can't find your way around anything you're doing. You get it? You have to go to the police station. You have to be thinking of who to speak to, who is going to listen to you, who is going to move with you, and it's all finance. I'll be honest, what I'm saying. It's just weighing me down. That's the honest truth. It's just weighing me down.
Let me ask Reverend, for you as a man of God, you preach peace, and obviously this kind of things goes way contrary to the peace that you preach. Looking at how the issue of land sales and land dispute is growing in this country, what do you envisage is going to happen in the future if, as a country, we are not able to deal with this matter?
As a country, if we don't deal with this matter properly, then very soon we are going to end up into the animal kingdom, where anybody that has strength can just pounce on anybody. Then obviously there's going to be war. Why? Now, if I come for your land and you also think you have a way to come for somebody's land, then it begins to move that way. Then there's not going to be peace among us. And when there is no peace, there can't be development. Then obviously the country is shifting into another third world war. And obviously this will not be a very good place for us to live. And that is why when it happened, I told my members they should hold on. Let's take it through the appropriate channel. We could have done same by going to break it down, but then I believe in peace, and that is why today we've waited to this time for you coming in to hear us.
I asked Mr. Edward about how it is affecting him in terms of finances and all that. How is this issue affecting you and your church?
Same. As a matter of fact, people believe church has money, but it's not all church. We have money though, but then if money is to be raised, envisaging we are doing project and thing, and later on for something to happen, and now you are channeling your money in fighting something you already have. Obviously, it looks like you are going back. You cannot make progress in ministry. So this is affecting the church, myself, and the organization as a whole.
So Willie, you are at a point where you feel like your land is almost lost. How far are you willing to go to get back your land?
I wish I could answer this. I have already explored every available service, because I have gone to every other police station, reported. I have done it all, accused everybody, visited every chief's palace, done every of the press conferences, done, and one OCP has that authority. I just wonder, expenses, I don't even want to go there. Will you spend as much as everything, and still OCP is standing on the land? He is authority. He doesn't respect anything. He doesn't see anybody. Please, this is our country. I would just plead with everybody else. If we say we have a law, let it work. Let the law just work. Let's all respect ourselves and do the right thing. Because if we don't do that, today it is me. You don't know about you tomorrow. Because if you also talk about this and it doesn't work, then it means that somebody can do it to you. And we should just then be ready. Because somebody is also watching and will do the same thing to the next person. Me, if somebody does it to me and nothing is done, I am ready. I would also do it to somebody. I will do it to somebody. Yes.
We are wrapping up. So, if you are to say your last words, what will be your last words?
Okay, honestly, I'll begin this way as I sit now. That's what is running into my mind. To also organize myself, get some group of people who knows the story, I mean some macho men, and also come to the land and, you know, battle up with them. Okay, that is what is running through my mind now, because the pain is too much. I don't even sleep. Talking to my people, I'll just call on the government. I mean the security administration. Make them understand that this is what is happening in Amomoley, Canada Junction, and I'm not the only person. You know, a lot of people in the area knows me to be a broadcast journalist, and when this issue started, I've had more than 20 people walking to my house to tell me, so what am I doing about it? Am I not organizing a press conference? Am I not saying anything about it? You get it?
All these 20 people you are talking about have also suffered this.
Yes, somebody, I can testify of a woman, more than that woman. It's about 25 people. But with this woman, her sad stories, she has 3 kids. The husband left her. She sold a car, bought the land, and now she doesn't even have a quarter of that land where she will lay her head. I have their contacts. There's another sad story of another lady whose husband sent money. They bought 2 plots, built on one and using one for farming just in front of the house. They came and walled it. You understand? And I can go on and on. There is this man who bought it around 2009 that way. Filled this land, it was a valley, filled it, bought 2,000 blocks on the land, fenced it, and now it's been broken into and they are developing. And he has also gone to the police station just as we've done. You see? So they resorted to coming to see me so we could organize a press conference against these people. We've gone wherever we have to go. So it's more like somebody just taking you for a ride. Okay? Some of us are also coming from places. But just that because we respect the law, we are mute. But as I speak to you now, that is what is running through my mind.
So the issue of land grabbing, multiple land sales is happening, and here in Amomoley, in the Ghana municipality, this is the situation for a lot of land owners here who are almost about losing their lands. They allege that this is being undertaken by some people from the Ablekuma Traditional Council. But then we are going to try to find out from the custodian of the land here, the chief of Amomoley, Nikome himself, why this is happening under his watch. We'll be right back after this break. Welcome back from the break. The show is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AEC. I am currently in the palace of Amomoley, the Amomoley chief, Nikome II, and I speak to him about the concerns raised by some of these landowners and residents of his jurisdiction. Ni, welcome.
Thank you, my lord.
I would first of all begin with a very sensitive question. Do you do double land sales as the chief of Amomoley?
Not at all, and I really don't like doing such things. Yes.
Has the situation of some people in your jurisdiction being pushed away or being evicted from their lands come to your attention?
Yes, that is the problem at stake now. Land being acquired by dwellers way back since in the 19 something or that has now been reselling by some group of people claiming they come from Ablekuma. But meanwhile, this place is called Amomoley. And as Ghana people, we know where our clans are from. So I knew that I come from an Asne, and where I am is an Asne land. So I'm wondering why the Ablekuma people who are not part of the Asnes but are Sempe people will come to Amomoley Ayawaso to come and claim land that it belongs to them. Meanwhile, they knew that the land does not fall in their jurisdiction at all. So this has brought so many disturbances within the area, and we as a people, we cannot take the law into our hands. So we took some of these people to court, and the court is yet to determine or adjudicate upon the case. But we filed an injunction so that there will be peace in the neighborhood. After the case is done, then whoever wins the verdict will go for his land. But these people are going around, entering into people's house, churches, and industries to retake their land, especially the churches. You know, they don't work on weekdays. So when the people see that a certain church is here, there's a portion of land lying by the church, and Mondays the church people doesn't come to church, then they enter and then they start working on it. You report this to the police and everywhere, but nothing will be done about it. And as I knew that matters are in a court, I must wait for the verdict of the court. But as I'm saying, what they are doing is very, very risky, because somebody who doesn't have the heart to wait till the verdict of the court and you have entered into his house, he might end up bringing violence and killing people and all that. And we knew that these people, they know the land doesn't belong to them, so they have prepared themselves with their arms and all that. In the night, they will start shooting all over this town and then be working on a certain lands, so that would deter anybody from coming to question them about whatever they are doing.
You are a traditional leader. You are part of the Greater Accra Traditional Council. For years now, if I'm not wrong, the Greater Accra municipality or region has become notoriously known for these issues of double land sales and all that. How did we get here?
In fact, the poverty in Africa is affecting our brains and our everything. That because of somebody's deliberate, something that is not lawful, is not right, he will go and do it. Because as I'm saying, they sell the lands to other people, and those other people, they too, they have eyes to see that somebody's house is lying on the land, but yet still they still buy. You go there and stop them with the police, they will show them every document that when you are working is for somebody, but still the person will continue to work. So I don't only blame the chiefs, but I blame the buyers too, because you have to make your feasibility search on the land before you acquire it. If not, after somebody confronts you on your land, you must be careful to find out what is the matter. But people in their mind, oh, I have to be strong, I have to be strong. Oh, then they are doing it. If I ask my people to go and stop them right now, they might end up killing somebody, and that they will mention my town's name and my name. So with that, I plead with the stake authorities, with the stakeholders, with our police and national securities to intervene into these matters. Always when something is going on in Ghana, people want disaster to happen before they take it serious. We've been writing petitions and petitions to the police, to the police headquarters, to everywhere, but nothing has been done about this very issue, and we can't take the law into our hands. But we know that Ghana law works unless they don't want to. Either than that, the langas are not stronger than the police. The langas are not equipped than the police. But you go to the police and later you see nothing going on. So we are worried. In fact, we are worried. Me as a chief, moving from my house to town, I have to be careful because there are some people around aiming to kill me, thinking that after I die, they can be able to take the land because I have taken them to court. And all this, we don't have to wait till something happens before we intervene. So I am pleading to the leaders of this country to do something about this our issue.
So for Ni Komi, the second of Amomoley, he awaits the verdict which comes in 2 days and hopes that that will bring an end to the continuous issue of double land sales that some residents in his jurisdiction are suffering. But then all across the capital of the country and some parts of the country, this is a very an issue that has become very rampant, and it is hoped that authorities will step in and make sure that the right things and the right laws are applied. This has been another episode of Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV with me, George AC, and until we meet for our next episode, it's bye for now.
Ma abamu mpanyifo nse so omutia me ochikrom na naje ya mo akujampa metoso mienu me ne mpanyifo ne madehye ye pese ye hu enhyehyɛ kra aban no ebo mining loss ho ebrama mining bidi ye adwuma no oma ye hu se bia eyasede se egi ebetwa peti edi awusei atu ye krom ha ne keka ho bibia aban enka ho hwe anase yenhu ensusaso bia papa bia efiri mu ba de ene mene made se efiri sa bredi kono yensu ye betu ye ho eyasem bisa ana mene me man me community ye bisa aban ene AGF me hu ye galamse for illegal miners ana mbetu amena ubehu no modwane ko a o nkata so ebetumi adi ekuro no enya no e de AG atumi abetwa pit atuho a sesi a mebedi akonyan mehwehwe a enkwala ene mpanyina o mayira wo saa bia ho enipa du ana ayira aye hwehwe o ma yenhu o mo enti sesi no egie no obetwa pit no obetwa no obeye galamse anasa mine ankasa na company ti se egie obeye anti waja saa mnawe edi ato eho amadehye ekwa yamabiem desi am de mani fama nkwala ene mpanyimfo we kowrema oma ye bebo esone akohwehwe ayehu no pit we da ho na hwan na etimi adi animu akoto ekodo squatom enti mesre se egie beye galamsa mesra ban omyehu so amaye galamsa nso na ye mine ankasa no beye ya aban no maye nyede yehu na pit na da ho no enipa du ana sesi ya hwehwe o ma yenhu o so mo da
musadi ya page mititi ya nwonya de ya woni pa akora betuma ekom
ebrebe no see
oh see beye famsam ka beye 4 years ni 4 years ni
ese amana na da ho na de a ehamo
amana ne de ha ya papa ya da ya mpanyifo da bia mo de ho asam bele
me ka kire mpanyifo se yesle wo mo behu ya mo no mmeka ta amana ne so mayen no mo nya bibi nso mayen wo bi ete man si asase so ne aye mo bo se de sa no ode pa o nti yesre wo mo mehu ya mo bo so lo mo de ka bi ba ha e be twetwe niam bi wa ha aya na me de menti ase kura eti yesre wo mo di o mo ni edi ni yempe
de sukoko fie nu maba ye ni abre papa ye ni abre eti esra mo de ye di nu omu fama ye mena nyina omo ko school awie omu nya adwuma nye ye sisi aso galam se bia ni ba bia eti esra ban no wo hwe no fa ye ntu yie ma no asem no me da asem
menua kwabradu enso na ye ho na ye afu ho eti da ko ye ko afu mu ye hwehwe na menua isa ye hu no so omu po school ananka o mabeka ho e wafu na nya hede ya ba fie nanso ye nua po school a ye nua nim so obaba ba kan ho ye hwere nanim a ye nua no amba enti ye ba krom e ma odi kro e boda wuro e fere kro to ni nyina e ma ye koy ye nya ye ko hwe ye tie hu gu wura ni e hwehwe ye nua hwehwe no senka se bi aboa bi kra na ache na se bi anka be hu ni funu ana se be hu ni ne ho akwa bi ho ewura mu ho ya hwe a be si sa mini me nua ni firi mu no 3 years ni ya hwe na ye hu no enti me de me susu se sa mana na o ma betu ato ho no eno e na me nua no akotom na kwan a ejiefo no omode ye fa so no nukureni omuni ani ni ye kete kura fi se ekuroi enoma bebre na ekoso aside da amana no kura eda ho no omo chemicals omode wohuro omo gold no omode chemicals no wohuro gold ni wi a omode fa nsu kasie bi a eda krum ha ye fe na najime enso ni yira na afa ye mfudo ase efa mfudie na ase a etimi se koko a ese koko ni nyina entosu aburo na abedua na ni nyina ase sese yensu a yanum nyina no enso no asai ema obi a yeti akurase yanum vortic wanso nanado so dia betu anim se Ukraine Russia war no nti ama esi a yetu bibia na wo hwe akurase yeti na yesan to nso vortic ena anom na akurase yeti nfa so be pa yenya.
The Zongo of yesterday, we didn't have lots of, graduates, even people with PhD and masters, we didn't have them, but now we have.
Welcome to the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. This is your most informative socio-political and personality interview show online. We bring you facts and updates on issues that matter to you. My name is Ismail Akwe. In this edition, we are going to discuss Zongo communities and how Zongo used to be or has been synonymous with violence, yet politicians always troop to that community and knock on their doors during elections for votes. A Zongo of yesterday, the Zongo of today. Our guest is a gem from the Zongo, and he leads a lot of intervention programs to improve the community. We'll speak more with him right after this break. This is the Lowdown. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Lakwe, and our guest is here. Our guest is Mr. Mahmoud Jaja. He's the CEO of Zongo Vision Hub and also as real Zongo Gem. Welcome, Mahmoud.
Thank you very much.
It's great to have you here.
Good to see you, brother.
Yes. And I refer to you as a Zongo Gem.
Yes.
And I understand there are so many people who are doing a lot of things in the Zongo community.
Yeah.
How did you get to the level you got to? Is it through education, through influence? Is it through friends, or it was out of personal, following personal dreams and visions?
Yeah, thank you very much for this opportunity. The Zongo community is a very complicated, if you like, I would say, animal, in the sense that there are so many things happening in the Zongo community. Alhamdulillah, some of us have had the opportunity of, if you like, education, and then from the family we are coming from, a bit influential. And the fact that as young people, we continue to read and expose ourselves to happenings elsewhere beyond our community, we realize that the kind of education we have and experience and exposure that we have, there's the need to bring to bear some form of transformation in the Zongo community. That is why we are still committed to, we believe strongly, in my case, I believe strongly, passionately, that the Zongos can be transformed.
Does that mean with education, people from Zongo can make it, and also those or the others who are not successful cannot or will not have an excuse to say they didn't make it?
Exactly. Education is the easiest way to transform a society, because once you are educated, your options are many. You'll be able to do so many things. So with the level of education that you have, education is supposed to, you know, like give you a new perspective about issues, how to even the way you live in your society. So it's important that's why this time around we have a lot of young people from the Zongo communities, you know, pursuing higher education. And I always tell them that, look, let your education reflect in the way you live your society. So education is the easiest way, but I always use 3 things. I believe strongly if we are to focus on these 3 things, we'll be able to transform the Zongo community within the shortest possible time. One is education. We need to educate more of our young people. 2 is sports. Sports is big business, and sports is one of the easiest way we can get more young people out of poverty. And then 3 is technology. Technology is like a miracle, and that is where my focus is, because among these 3 things, education, sports, technology is the easiest, which can make a lot of impact. So if we can focus on education, sports, and technology, we can transform the Zongo community within the shortest possible time.
In my intro, I said the Zongo of yesterday, is it the Zongo of today?
No.
And we'll talk about that, but let's go to the foundation.
Yes.
There's this perception that Zongos are Muslim communities, and a lot of people question why politicians, why leaders in the country would want to go to the Zongo communities whenever they are discussing youth development.
Yeah.
Is Zongo a Muslim community?
Technically, yes. Technically, yes, because one of the features of a Zongo community, we can use 2 things. The language, which is the Hausa language, which has become the lingua franca of the people of the Zongo community. And then 2 is religion, Islam. But now you cannot say that, because there are majority of the people in Zongo communities are Muslims, but we have non-Muslims in the Zongo community. But once you have a lot of people speaking Hausa, and then the religion is also Islam, because the formation of the Zongo community itself was as a result of these Hausa traders from northern Nigeria, you know, moving. So the word itself is Zongo, a bit corrupted to Zongo. You know, Zongo is like a temporary camp for these traders to settle. So they didn't intend to stay permanently. But, you know, with the passage of time, you know, one thing led to another, and then some of them, you know, intermarry and then stayed. So it's basically because of their religion and the language, Hausa and Islam, so it's influenced. So the migration of most northerners, I'm a northerner, but I was born and brought in Zongo community. I'm from Bole, Gunja. So a lot of northerners also migrated to the south. So one language that was like able to bring all of them together is the Hausa language. So you see a Frafra, a Dagati, a Gunja, a Dagomba, all of us speaking Hausa, because that is the link. So that's why the Zongo community is more like seen as Islam and then also Hausa. But we have other non-Muslims.
Indeed, a 2018 report by the defunct Ministry of Inner City and Zongo Development said there are about 1,080 Zongo communities across the 16 regions of Ghana, and all these communities together make up 4.6 million inhabitants. Would anyone have the right or some kind of, would they have any justification to say there is a bit of bias towards the Zongo communities, because when funds are being put together, there's a fund for Zongo development, and then inner city is separated from Zongo? Would anyone have any justification to say that?
Yes, you know, the Zongos historically have been marginalized, you know, because even the colonial governments didn't see the Zongos as the real indigenes, because they were trade caravans, you know, moving. So they were not even factored into national planning. So that's how come some of the Zongos still lack social amenities. So in contemporary times, politicians have realized that the Zongos have become like a political base. You cannot do without the Zongos. And because of the, the population density of the Zongos, have huge, population. So politicians want to capitalize. Now, before you capitalize on something like this, there's the need for you to bring out programs, come out with something. So that's why the current government, the New Patriotic Party, thought that they should come out with something, because they don't have good image due to some historical reasons as well, the Aliens Compliance Act and so on and so forth. So they decided to establish the Ministry of Inner City and Zongo Development. I strongly believe in affirmative action because we didn't start on a level playing field. So there's the need for us to have some form of push. So the ministry, the establishment of the ministry was, for me, the intention was good. Although people say it's political, yeah, of course, a politician needs something, to stand on. So the intention was good, but the implementation was flawed. Absolutely, it was flawed.
So you support the end of the ministry?
I don't support the end. Like I said, the intention was good, and you cannot establish. Look, it will take more than 40 or 50 years to change the Zongo community. So you cannot establish a ministry within 2 or 3 years to expect to see changes. That will not happen. But what the ministry failed to do was broader consultation. They should have taken the politics out of it, engage stakeholders, people who understand the Zongo very well. Because the Zongo, like I mentioned in my intro, is a complicated animal. You cannot sit somewhere in the ministries and decide for the Zongo community. I was actively involved. I engaged all the ministers of the defunct Zongo ministry. But the way we implemented it was too much political. That's why even the president didn't see the need for it to be continued, because it's lost, its soul at some point.
It's important to discuss what you do, and I know you led IYD. You're one of the founders or the founder of it. That's the
Initiative for Youth Development.
Initiative for Youth Development, but the focus was on the Zongo community.
Exactly.
Yes. So with IYD, I know you realized some challenges from the communities that were real issues that could bring a long-term change in the Zongo development. Can you take us through some of these challenges that you found?
IYD, Initiative for Youth Development, like I said, because of my background, I realized that there's the need for us to do something about, especially young people in the Zongo community. So I started IYD. And you cannot build something on nothing. There's the need for you to have the data. Even the data the ministry is giving, about 1,000-something Zongo community, is still contested because you can't, So IYD was basically to collect data about Zongo community. So we started moving around the country. Because when we talk of Zongo community, usually because we are in Accra, we tend to focus on Nima, Mamobi, it goes beyond that. So we went to the regions to collect data. And one thing we are also missing out is there's sustainable development goals, which is a global, ambitions or agenda to eradicate poverty and other, goals. So I thought that if we bring young people in the Zongo communities together, we have our peculiar challenges. So once we move around, we engage with youth groups, we engage with various stakeholders to understand the exact problem that we want to tackle, so that inshallah by 2030, when the whole world is talking about, the end of poverty or even the reduction of poverty, the people of the Zongo community can also say that because of this and that we did during this period, we're able to, eradicate. So that's why we started IYD, and we came out with something that we also call the Zongo Youth Agenda, so that we want to engage stakeholders, so that we tell them that, look, in your efforts to transform the Zongo communities, we want you to focus on these areas, because these are the aspirations of young people. When we went around, these are the things that they need, attention to be paid on. So we started that. So it was as a result of IYD that we came out with Zongovation Hub. So Zongovation Hub started actually as a project under IYD, because we realized that technology is the tool. that we can use to accelerate our development.
We'll talk about Zongovation Hub later, but I want us to dive into the issues that you gathered. So the challenges we are talking about here, IYD unearthed a lot of the challenges, and these were coming from people from the Zongo, the youth. And I want us to dive into that and see what exactly were they asking for. Were they asking for bread and butter, or what were they asking for indeed?
Yeah, so depending on the location, you know, the Zongo communities, we have the urban Zongos and then we have the rural Zongos. So for instance, when we're in Sunyani and then also in Wenchi, some of the things they were asking for are different from what the young people in Nima or Mamobi will be asking for. For instance, in these, let me use the word rural Zongos, they are more interested in support for agriculture because some of them are already in cooperative organizations, so they just need some, you know, some support to be able to expand their agric. And then some of them are also looking for scholarships, you know, to pursue higher education. But generally, we identified education, you know, because we believe that although there's free, compulsory, universal basic education, to succeed in the 21st century, it goes beyond basic education. You need to acquire higher education, you need skills. And some of these are expensive. So institutions like the Zongo Development Fund can focus their attention on giving scholarships and then supporting young people to pursue higher education in specific areas. So for instance, we are looking at engineering, we are looking at technology, we are looking at medicine. You know, we still need more lawyers in the Zongo communities, you know, doctors, you know, these are the areas that we are looking at. So education and then skills, you know, not everybody can go to the university or the polytechnic. And if you look at the Zongo community, even the genesis of the Zongo community started as a result of trading. So there are a lot of businesses, young people with businesses. They need capital, they need support to be able to expand their businesses. So these are some of the areas that we are looking at: education, skills, you know, acquisition, you know, funding for young entrepreneurs. Especially you look at beyond Accra, the rural Zongos, they need money to, you know, to support their agri. Some of them have started. It's not as if they just need the money to start something new. They've already started. They just need to expand what they are doing. And this will even, you know, create jobs because they will need more hands to support them to be able to, you know, take their businesses forward.
It will be interesting to know what the macho men in the Zongo communities would want. Are they also looking for jobs?
Unfortunately, we didn't interact with the macho men, you know, but the macho men already are more or less like they are engaged. We are focused on young people who are coming up because we believe that the future of the Zongo community depends on what young people are doing now. So our focus is on young people in the Zongo community. We didn't consider the macho men.
I'm sure the macho men are engaged by politicians already.
They are engaged by politicians. They are bodyguards, unfortunately. Some of them are land guards as well, you know. But we believe that, you know, in changing a society, you don't need everybody to become change maker. You just need few. So the few change makers can change the rest. So we are focused on people that we think they are still young, that we can still, you know, help transform, you know, their career path. So we are not focusing on the macho men, the langars. We are not. A time will come, their services will not be needed. You know, So we are not focusing on them.
Historically, a lot of people in the Zongo communities moved from other places to where they are. Colonialism brought a lot of people who came as servicemen to Accra. Some moved to Kumasi and other places. Even people came from Nigeria to settle in Ghana to form the Zongo communities. Right now we are having something, I don't want to call it brain drain, but it could be a human flight of a lot of the resources, the human resource in the Zongo communities who are moving to other places in Africa, even other places in Ghana. And I don't know if that is a problem or it is an achievement or a success. I would want you to answer this after this break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akoy. We'll be right back after this. Welcome back from the break. This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe, and our guest is Mahmoud Jaja. He's the CEO of Zongo Vision Hub. We're discussing Zongo and how interesting the Zongo community is, the diversity, and also the Zongo of yesterday. Is it the same as Zongo of today? This is a very important question. And you are taking us through this with the challenges of now. And if we want to juxtapose that with the challenges of before, in the past, maybe it's about food. And we know food is poverty. There's still poverty. However, there's some improvement in terms of enlightenment, in terms of education, in terms of technology and science. And you are one of the people who have brought these things to the people directly with the Zongo Vision Hub. Now, I asked a question before we went on break on the human flight factor for the Zongo communities. Is the Zongo community losing his brightest, strongest and also talented human resource to other communities and also to other countries?
Yes, unfortunately, yes. It's a major problem in the Zongo community. Because of the structure of the Zongo community, once someone is a bit, let's say, moved from the lower class to the middle class or upper class, they wouldn't want to live in the Zongo community. No middle class or upper class would want to raise their family within the Zongo community because there are so many challenges within. So people tend to move out of the community. So it's a major challenge. But we can address it in the sense that if the society or the community invests in young people, even if you move out of the community, you will still come back to give back to the community. So you don't need to be staying or living in Zongo community to give back to Zongo community. Once you get the opportunity to live outside the community or abroad, whatever experiences you gather, you can bring it back to the community. Some of us have had to move at some point, but we still, have our projects and programs in the community. If you want to build world-class leaders from the Zongo community, you cannot build local champions. They cannot grow within the Zongo community and become world-class leaders. So even the software developers that we are training, we are giving them exposure to go out, to go and learn more, meet with some of the brightest minds, and then come back to give to the society. So unless we have, if you like, a program where we can get some of these young people to come back to give to the society, Zongo community, we will still have some of these challenges. It is natural, human factor. Once you move from one level of to another level, you want to have like a comfortable life with your family.
So you don't see it as a deficit, you see it as an advantage?
It is an advantage if we manage it well. Okay, if we manage it well. It's just like, Africa as a whole is, facing this problem of brain drain, especially when it comes to software developers. But you need the experience from outside. You cannot stay in your small locality and become a world champion. You need to go out. But the point is, once you move out and you gain experience, the exposure, the resources, come back and give it to the society, give back to the society. So for now we can see it as a disadvantage, but if managed properly, you can turn it into an advantage.
You said something about how people don't have access to some resources and moving out, they just move on with their lives. But whose responsibility is it to develop the Zongo for people in there to say, yes, I've been given enough? Whose responsibility? Is it the state or is the people?
Developing a community or a society is a shared responsibility. Like I said, historically, even from the colonial days, when the colonial authorities were designing development programs, the Zongos were left out because they were seen as aliens. So they didn't enjoy, social amenities, even hospitals, schools, and all this. These are responsibilities of the state, So it's difficult for you to thrive when the environment is not conducive. It's difficult for you to even get education, healthcare, and so on and so forth. So it is now the responsibility of government to partner with other private sector players to develop some of these critical infrastructures. As a private citizen, you have your limits on what you can do. So the government must look at the housing structure. Let's take Nima and Mamobi for instance. The way we are living or staying in Nima Mamobi is not how we are supposed. Look, we are in the heart of Accra. The housing, problem where people don't even have toilets. Even the public toilets that we have is not enough to take care. This is 21st century. Every household must have its private toilet. So the government must come in to support some of these things. So the private citizen alone cannot transform. Government alone cannot. So it has to be shared responsibility, both government. That's why when Honorable Atachia was the Minister for Works and Housing, he even proposed that there's going to be some, housing, program for NEMA, So they've acknowledged the fact that they need to step in, because
it came with a heavy backlash actually.
Exactly, because people in the first place, people didn't believe it, and we didn't see anything. So you need to work with private sector players. NEMA Mamobi is, look, one of the challenges that we have, and I think we need to look at critically. Hernando de Soto, this Peruvian economist, wrote this book about the mystery of capital. Why capitalism, became successful in the West but not in developing countries. It's because we don't have titles to lands. Look at where NEMA is situated. We are sitting on, if you like, a gold mine. Okay, but because most of the people there do not have titles to their land, so you have assets, you have possession, but you don't have documents to show, and you need some of these assets to be able to acquire capital to expand whatever you are doing. So where we are sitting is something that the government can look at it. Let's get title to everybody. There are people, a lot of people are owning their properties but no title. Let's get title to these lands. Let's use it, okay, as collateral to get capital and investment to transform the society.
If a survey is done right now in NEMA and the people are asked, would you agree to move out of NEMA to, let's say, Dodowa, and the NEMA will be developed and probably return? Do you think more than 50% of the people will raise their hands and agree to
They
it?
don't need to move to Dodowa because of historical, reasons. They don't, the people of NEMA or Zongo would not trust politicians to leave NEMA and move. They will not. You don't need to move them. There are people who have shown interest, and even private individuals are changing, they are transforming their local, residences into even apartments. Okay, so start with those who are willing to transform. Let's see some, examples of what you are trying to do. We don't expect you to do it at a large scale. Start small. Let's see what you are doing, and then gradually using the local people, because the people have stakeholders that they can trust, the chiefs, the imams, they can trust. Use them, but the politician will not be trusted, because politicians, successive governments have made so much promises and we don't see anything. So it will be difficult for a politician to be trusted on this
and
line.
Indeed, individuals are doing a lot for the Zongo communities. Even with the same NEMA enclave, we have a lot of individuals who are doing a lot, like the Afro-Arab CEO who has built a park.
Exactly.
A lot of parks are being lost in the community.
Let me come in. You see, an entrepreneur like Alhaji Salam, chairman of Afro-Arab, he's one person that needs government support, because one, he has a microfinance. When a lot of microfinance institutions were being collapsed because of so many reasons, their licenses being withdrawn, Afro-Arab was able to stand, and is providing lots of employment, lots of support to our market women especially. Now, this is a young man from the Zongo who is trying to do this, and he has built this institution over 10 years. He needs support, more injection of capital to be able to expand, give more young people the resources to be able to, because government alone cannot create jobs. We need to train more young entrepreneurs. So if somebody is doing something, is doing very well, we need to support him. So we need to identify people like Alhaji Abdul Salam. A lot of them are in the community. They are struggling on their own. He was able to build AstroTurf just behind his microfinance institution, and that place is being used for community activities. So somebody like this, when you give him more, he will do more. So we need, the government and other stakeholders to come in, because they will have that, the resources, the massive resources to inject in some of these things to be able to at least reduce the high unemployment rate, especially graduate unemployment rate. Because in the past, like you mentioned, the Zongo of yesterday we didn't have lots of, you know, graduates, even people with PhD and masters, you know, we didn't have them, but now we have. We have lots of, even my mates, some of them are PhD holders and masters, they are lecturers, they are doctors, they are, you know, all of, we have every, you know, every profession, you can get it in Zongo, but now they need the jobs, they need them, they need to use their skills. We need the support, intervention of the state to be able to, you know, maximize some of these potentials.
And the support is what you are offering with the Zongovation Hub. Which year was it formed?
Zongovation Hub was formed in 2018. Like I mentioned, it started as a project under IYD. You know, in my previous work, I was with the Ghana Embassy in Riyadh. So we cover UAE. So I was in Dubai when the ruler of Dubai launched the 1 Million Arab Coders Initiative. What their leaders are doing for them is to provide them with the opportunity, the platform, to be able to maximize their talents and potential. So because I've lived in the Arabs, I don't see any special traits in the Arabs. They are not more than us in terms of, you know, talents or, you know. So I thought that if their rulers can give them this platform, they want to create 1 million Arab coders, because that is where the world is going. Software, the software is eating the world, literally, because everything runs on software, and you need young people to become the software developers. So if the Arabs are doing, why can't we do it? Sakawa started from the Zongo community. In fact, it's a Hausa word, Sakawa. So if these young people who started Sakawa did not have any formal training in this internet, you know, fraud or cyber fraud, if you give them the opportunity, you know, they have their laptop, you create the environment, the ecosystem for them, they'll be able to use that, because software developers are one of the highest, you know, paid, you know, professionals in the world. And with software development, you are not restricted to your local community. You can work globally. Whatever a software developer in Silicon Valley, California is doing, if you are in Nima or Mamobi with your laptop and internet, you can as well do it. So we started Zongovation Hub. Our focus is that, look, for you to become competitive, you need competitive advantage. You cannot be competitive if there's no any competitive advantage. So we want technology to become our competitive advantage. When you want to become a lawyer, it can take you 4 years, 6 years, or doctor 6 years, 7 years. But if you want to become a software developer, with dedication and commitment and hard work, within 3 months you can start doing something. You can start building websites or mobile application. So if someone is going to university for 4 years and you start within 6 months, you can become a software developer. And there are so many platforms where you can become a freelancer, build applications for people. Look, in India, Bangalore, most of these applications built by US and international organizations are built by software developers in Bangalore, somewhere in a slum with just his laptop. We can do that in the Zongo community. Young people don't have the resources to buy laptops or data, internet, you know. That's why Zongovation Hub, we created the space for them. Come to Zongovation Hub. You want to become a software developer. We have the platform, we have the internet, we have the laptops for you to be able to, you know, realize your dream. That's why we have the Zongo Coders program. We believe that strongly, and we are pushing by 2030, the Zongo should be able to produce more software developers than any parts of the country.
Are you really from the Zongo?
Yes.
Well, this is very interesting, because if you are from the Zongo and you can do this, and you have all this vision, and you are putting it into practice,
yes,
everybody else can do things.
Exactly. That is the point. You see, technology has made almost everybody equal. It has democratized success. If you look, a Zongo person can become mention any profession, a doctor, a lawyer, anything. They need the platform. You know, they need a platform, because the challenges of the Zongo community, there are people that we provide food, transportation, because even for a person to leave their house to come for, you know, training, you know, you need to support them. That is why we engage with stakeholders. We will raise the resources and make sure that we make it available to them. We tell them every day that, look, you can do it. And that's why we want those who have become successful from the Zongo community to keep coming back. Let's see. Look, you were from the Zongo. You were born and bred from the Zongo. If you're able to do this, then your brother or sister can as well do it.
Is the plan working?
That so far it's working.
It's working. We'll talk about some of your successes right after this break. This is a lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We'll be right back. Welcome back from the break. This is the lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. My name is Ismail Akwe. Our guest is Mahmoud Jaja. He's the CEO of Zongovation Hub. We're having an interesting conversation on Zongo development and how the Zongo has no excuse to say it can't develop and it can't be better. So you are helping the Zongo to be better with Zongovation Hub. We're talking about what you're doing with the Zongo Coders program and also other programs that you're working on. How successful is it since 2018 when you started?
Yeah, so like I mentioned before the break, so far so good. It's not working the way we expected it to work because it takes two to tango. We provide a platform, the opportunity, but you need young, committed people to be able to go through the program. When we started with about 160 young people, trainees at a go. Along the line, we realized that some were dropping off. So we decided to tweak the program. So now we have full-time programmers that if you know that this is what you want to do in life, then you are going to dedicate yourself for 6 months to go through the program. And since we started, we're able to get young programmers. We are also in partnership with the Ghana Tech Lab through the Base Innovation Program sponsored by the MasterCard Foundation and the World Bank. So we're able to train young people in software development, which is mobile app development, website development, and then recently we did data science and analytics program. Some of them are working in other software development companies. Some of them are freelancers. Currently, we are putting together the Zongo Developers Forum. The Zongo Developer Forum is bringing all developers from the Zongo community together on the same platform. We want to create something like Andela. Andela is a platform where you go and then you see software developers, verified ones with world-class skills. So we want to create something for the Zongo community, not just our trainees, but any software developer in the Zongo community. So if you go to that platform, you see the skills they have, because we realize that we train them and everybody is doing their own thing, and it's difficult for us to bring them together. So through this platform, we are bringing all of them together. So far, about 100 people have applied.
Okay.
About 80% of them are like our former, students who are doing their own thing. So they're coming together on that platform.
So you're going to link them to jobs.
So we are exactly, that's what we're going to do. We are creating a website to put them on the website with their skills and everything. So for instance, if GhanaWeb is looking for developers to develop a particular application, you go there, you look at their skills and then you pick them. They can be freelance or they can just come and support GhanaWeb. So that is what we are bringing them together.
Is there one for Ghana? I mean, the country maybe.
For Ghana, no. I'm not aware of. So I know of private initiatives, like I mentioned, Andela. Andela is one such. It's a global company. Yeah, but our focus is we don't have one for Ghana, but we are trying to create one for the Zongo community, because we believe that we've trained enough. So far, we've trained more than 200 software developers from Zongovation Hub with the little resources that we have.
Yes.
So we want to bring them together. Like I mentioned earlier, software is eating the world. Everything is going to run on application, and young people are the ones who are going to develop this application. Look, there's a Google report, Google and McKinsey, I think, came out with this Africa Developer Report, that the entire Africa, we have about 700,000 software developers. The state of California alone has more than 700,000. So if the state of California alone has more than 700,000 developers, and the entire Africa, the developers in Ghana is not even up to 20,000. Kenya, Nigeria, Egypt, South Africa are the leading countries with software developers. there's the need for us to develop, because the African digital economy is going to be massive, and software developers are the ones who are going to turn this economy around. So that's why we are thinking ahead. We make sure that, look, let's create an advantage in this area. Once we've started training these young people, let's create a platform for them, not just in Ghana, across Africa or across the world. If anyone is looking for software developers in Africa, you go to the platform, you see our young people who have the skills. Because if somebody can build application through, let's say, Python, computer programming, or JavaScript, if you go there, you see their skills. When it comes to software development, it's not about your certificate.
Yes.
What have you built with your skills and knowledge?
So you don't take people in based on their certificates?
Not at all. If you can read and write, if you can, because young kids as young as 5-6 years are learning programming. Even in Kenya now, programming is part of the curriculum. Okay, so we don't need any certification. Once you can read and write, you can learn to become a programmer. You can start from HTML, CSS, JavaScript, move. If you want to build powerful applications with Python programming languages, you can move. And data science. Now, almost everything is also being moved by data science, machine learning, artificial intelligence. How are we preparing the next generation of leaders in this space? That is our focus. Artificial intelligence? Yes, we just finished data science and analytics program with the Ghana Tech Lab. They are going through incubation. We are teaching them, because these are the technology of the future. You know, facial recognition, all this security, you know, that is, we are establishing that lab where young people can have that full package of technology.
I'm sure those listening would be wondering, maybe they are not from Zongo. Can they also come on? You don't have to show. Is there any card you ask for to show that the person is really from Zongo?
So for us, the definition of Zongo by Zongovation Hub is anybody who is disadvantaged.
Okay.
Whether Muslim or Christian, once you are disadvantaged, you are not from the East Lagons, you are not from the cantonments, where they have resources to be able to go through some of these programs, because it's expensive to become a data scientist or a machine learning engineer. But if you are from a disadvantaged society, because the Zongo belongs to anybody who lives in the Zongo, you can walk in. I can say about 50% of our students are non-Muslims. You know, it's open to any disadvantaged person.
And it's free.
And it's free. Because we don't want you to have an excuse. Because when you start to take money, these people are from, you know, deprived backgrounds. So how do you expect them to get the money to pay for a 6-month program? And like I mentioned, there are people that we feed. There are people that are coming from far places that we have to provide, you know, transportation. You know, so what we do is we engage with stakeholders, you know, the government, the private sector, raise the resources, the funding to support these young people.
You don't need a laptop. You don't need to pay.
We have our we have our ICT lab fully equipped with computers. We have laptops. Recently, we're giving laptops by Ghana Tech Lab through the partnership that we have with them, and even the Ministry of Telecommunication and Digitalization through the Ghana Fund for Digital, you know, Information Technology. They provided us with some computers. So we are still, you know, getting support, because for individual in the Zongo community, it may be difficult for you to even acquire a laptop. In the first place, people would not even, some of them is difficult for them because of the lack of credibility, you know. But as an institution, we're able to get these resources, bring it. We have our place. Everything is free. You have internet, you have computers, you have everything.
Where can we find the Zongovation Hub?
Zongovation Hub is near the National Mosque at Kanda. We share the same building with the Community Youth Cultural Center. So those who are familiar with 37 Military Hospital, just behind the hospital, there's this basketball court. That's where Zongovation Hub is.
So they can just walk in and then you show them the programs.
So usually what we do is we advertise our programs. Currently we are running the Zongo Coders program. They are about to finish. So it means we are coming out with a new program, especially for secondary school leavers. They are going to be in the house. So we are coming out with a program to engage them. And then we're also doing an incubation program for data science and analytics program. We also have the Zongo Shark Tank, you know, because we realize that not everybody can become a technology entrepreneur or professional. There are people with ideas that they want to start their own businesses. So Zongo Shark Tank, you come and pitch your ideas in front of judges, panel of judges, and then if you are fortunate enough to answer their questions and you are selected, we give you 10,000 Ghana cedis grants, free money, to implement your ideas. That is one of the things we need to do to build the ecosystem. We need to give young people free money in quotes to test their ideas, because the likes of Silicon Valley and London, this is how they started, with this support from venture capitals. So that's what Zongo Shark Tank is doing. And we also give you technical support, because you need accounting support, you need, you know, legal support to be able to run some of these businesses. So currently these are the programs we are running.
So the other issue is, how do you follow these people who have graduated from your programs to see if indeed they are practicing what they've been taught, or they are just at home?
So that is why we recently launched the Zongo Data Lab project. We have an in-house data scientist at Zongo Vision Hub. The Zongo Data Lab is collecting data about Zongo communities. We want everything, because we are data driven. Everybody that passes through the organization will have data on the person, and we'll know what the person is doing. When we started, because we didn't have a data scientist, we were able to miss some of these things. But since last year, we started collecting data. So once you come into our space, it's going to be a long-term partnership, because we want to see you succeed, and we want to create a platform, because we also have opportunities from companies that are looking for young people to do internship. So once you are within that Zongo Vision Hub network, we'll be able to link you up. So we monitor their progress. If they have challenges, they come to us. The space is open for every young person.
Besides Accra, is Zongo Vision Hub anywhere else in Ghana?
Unfortunately, for now, we are based in Accra, but the target is, you know, all national, all Zongos. But our space is only in Accra. We are thinking of getting a new space in Kumasi very soon, but it all boils down to resources. Once we are able to, yes, exactly. Once we get the resources, we're able to. We have online programs, but like I mentioned, the challenges, you know, people don't have laptops, they don't have internet. So even if you have an online program, it's difficult for them, you know. So that's why we want the space, the physical space where they can walk into. So we are looking at expanding, but for now we are based in Accra.
With all these beautiful ideas and also beautiful projects that you've already implemented for some years now, how do you see the Zongo in the next 10 years?
So in the next 10 years, or we can even break it down to next 8 years, which is by 2030, the end of the Sustainable Development Goals, we want to see a lot of improvement. On our part, we want to focus on human resource. You know, there are, if you go on social media, almost every month you see one Zongo boy or girl, you know, excelling in their own field, their chosen endeavor. So by 2030, inshallah, we want to see more young people doing so well. But more important and critically, we want them to come back and give back to the society. So at Zongo Vision Hub, we tell you that we are training you for free. We want you to go out there to succeed. But when you succeed, come back and give back to the society. Either it can be through Zongo Vision Hub, or it can be through other means, because Zongo Vision Hub alone cannot solve all our problems. We need so many organizations to be able to help solve. So we want, by 2030, inshallah, we want to see a lot of young people doing so well. But more importantly, we want the Zongo communities to become the tech hub of Africa, where if you are looking for somebody to develop your app or your website or build any, you know, software, you know, system, you look to the Zongos. Because over the years, the image, you know, has not been good. We want that to change.
There's always that ripple effect where when you train one person from a poor family, if the person becomes successful, the rest of the generation benefits. Because the person now has an insight into what works and what doesn't work, how to get out of poverty. And then he feeds a lot more.
The light you see is the light you appreciate. You know, when Kudus scored, Mohamed Kudus,
the Black Stars
player from Nima, playing for Ajax against Liverpool, when he scored a goal, there was a video, I saw it on GhanaWeb, where young footballers from Right to Dream Academy were watching the football. Mohamed Kudus passed through Right to Dream Academy. He went through the ranks, and now he's an international star. So when he scored the goal, they were so excited and they were happy. So they were motivated. this was a guy born and bred in a Zongo community, went through Right to Dream Academy, playing at the like the highest level of international football, scoring. So it gives them that motivation. You know, in Talent Code, there's a book called Talent Code. There was a research about why Brazil, you know, was producing a lot of football. It's the environment. You know, they see young Brazilians excelling at the international level. So if we are able to create software developers, world-class software developers from the Zongo community, to show the younger ones that, look, this guy was born and bred here. You know, we were with him. Look at where he is. He's building this for Google, for Microsoft, for Facebook. You can do it. It motivates them. It pushes them to be able to do something.
Now, about that, do we have a lot of Zongo people who have made it up there, and a lot of young people should look up to them?
So we are getting there. For now, I don't have the statistics. I don't have the data. But like I mentioned, by 2030, inshallah, 8 years from now, we should have world-class developers working with some of these international companies. That is why, from your previous question about brain drain, if you are building world-class developers, you don't want them to remain in the same community. They need to go to the Googles, the Facebook, the Twitter, you know, shoulder to shoulder with some of these world-class developers, and then we can use them as an example, you know, to show to the younger ones that, look, this guy was born here, look at where he is, you can do it. So I believe that inshallah by 2030 we'll get there. We'll have a lot of them, inshallah.
Away from development, which other areas is the Zongo community doing so well in terms of the youth and those who are helping give back? If you can mention a few who are doing so well in the communities.
So for individuals, there are individuals who are doing so well. There's Zongo Inspiration Team, you know, which is even currently running a quiz competition in the community. You know, like I mentioned, education. These young people are given the platform that they see this science and maths quiz on TV, and they started from this, you know, ZIT's program. So they aim high. They want to always push. So these organizations are giving them the platform. So ZIT, led by Alhaji Rabi Umode, they are doing very well in terms of education, because now after the program they give scholarships. So these young people are always aiming high. They want to get there. There's Achievers Ghana. Achievers Ghana is also from Mamubi, where especially they are focusing on girls. You know, we also had a program about girls, because in the Zongo community, because it's more or less like a conservative society, women are usually, you know, they don't get the push. You know. So Achievers Ghana, for instance, Amadou Mohammed and his team, they are trying to get young people, you know, so they also have young people even in IoT, Internet of Things, you know, coders and all this. They are doing extremely well. So there are other individuals who are also, you know, pushing hard. You know, we have Ijara is also pushing hard, and then even Success Book Club, Mazi Okoro and his team, you know, they were through Success Book Club. A lot of young people are now even studying abroad. Some of them are doing their masters, some of them are doing their PhD program because of the environment that they have. You know, we compete, you know, with each other. That, look, I want to get here, I want to get there. Almost, you know, half of members of Success Book Club are now into various programs. So these are young people who are doing well. But although we are doing well, the sad part is that all these are in Accra. You know, all these are in Accra. So I always get the question, when are you moving out of Accra? When are you moving out of Accra? And I keep telling them, it's the resources. The young people in Accra are doing this by themselves. We are pushing. Those of you from the other regions, do with the little that you have. You know, we can't feed everybody. And like Mother Teresa said, if you can't feed 100 people, just feed one person. Okay? But the others can also do something. That's why we need the intervention of institutions like the Zongo Development Fund, because they have the resources and they can scale some of these initiatives. At least we have proven that giving additional resources, we can scale these programs up. So we need them to come in to expand the programs.
Definitely, the Zongo of yesterday is not the Zongo of today.
Absolutely not.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Hope to see you again with some more successes in the Zongovation Hub.
Thank you very much.
This is the Lowdown on GhanaWeb TV. We had a very interesting and exciting discussion on the Zongo development agenda. My name is Ismail Akwe. Watch us every Monday on all of GhanaWeb's digital channels. Be safe. However, in Ghana, we also have the whole Obroni war. They see everybody with an accent as an Obroni, and you're not Obroni, and you also get higher prices, and that's like the opposite when you're in America and all of that. So you have to negotiate and bargain. How do you deal with that?
My family. My family takes care of me. So instead of me being the one that goes out there, my son, my brother, my cousin, they go. And for instance, I had a situation where I needed some wood for my garden, and the young lady that I went to who was handling the wood, I brought one of my students with me who is Kadawa, who is a student at the University of Ghana, and also my son, I call him my son, Francis. And so as I'm in the shop, the way that the woman is speaking to me, she's speaking to me very roughly. But I don't feel it. But they do. And Francis is, oh, mommy, I don't like how she's talking to you. And Kwadama was standing there like, no, I don't like her attitude either. She's speaking to you very roughly. My thing is, I don't see it, I don't feel it. So as the woman is speaking to me, she's asking me questions like, who are you, where are you from? And I told her that I'm one of the ones that was sold to the whites, that my brothers and sisters sold us to the Americans. And the call came for us to be able to come back home. And we're home now. So I would have been here and known my language. I wouldn't be the Obroni if I just hadn't been sold away. So I'm back now. And I'm asking my brothers and my sisters to have mercy on me as I come home and want to do the work for my people. And that completely changed the whole atmosphere. When the woman understood that I was one of the ones that was taken and sold and came back, it made a difference. It was, please let me help you. How can I help you, madam? I'm so sorry. Please. And I told her I would love to know, what tribe I'm from. But where I come from, that was stripped away. Language, tribe. And they can't, my brother and sister can't believe that when we came to the United States and slavery, as we were taken in slavery, that we didn't, our identity is taken, our language is taken. We are completely and totally broken down with nothing. And we have to build ourselves back up with the help of ourselves. And so once that was relayed, and she was older, just a little bit older than me, that completely broke everything. And then Kwadama was like, very good, Miss Hope. And Francis, yes. The understanding came. So the way that I approach it is I want them to understand that I am you. Because you hear something different doesn't mean that I'm different. I'm the same as you. In fact, I've done my DNA and I'm just as Ghanaian as you are. But don't hold it back from me or treat me differently, because I was sold away and taken away from my country, and because I'm coming back. And this is the reason why our love for the country is here. This is our people. It's funny, if we had been Tanzanian, then maybe we would be in Tanzania right now. But we're Ghanaian, and so our resources, our expertise, is to come back home and to build up our people here. Because again, we understand what has happened to us.
How long did it take you to create the Villain and Elbow Was?
We've been working on this like for over a year.
Over a year.
Yeah,
Okay.
we've been recording songs, dumping them, recording, dumping, till the body came out itself. You understand?
How many songs did you have to cut to get the final 14?
Lots.
If you could put a number to it, like 50?
Not 50, so like maybe 30.
30 songs.
Yeah.
So there are 30 songs that are waiting for another album.
Not waiting for another album. We will make new songs for that album. You understand me? Yeah. We will see how we get it for you guys to listen to them. Because I've been trying to, trust me. There are lots of songs that you guys need to like listen to. You understand me? So I'll find a way to get it for you guys.
So the name, The Villain I Never Was, do you consider yourself a villain in some way?
Yeah, you know, myself, I be my own villain and the villain in people's story and stuff. Yeah. But when I sit and settle, like be at peace with myself, I realize I'm not the villain.
Well,
yeah, I've been trying to survive and trying to be out here. Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks for joining us. It's eForum on GhanaWeb TV. The name is Abrantipa. And today, the first time I heard of her, Neo Chame Kwame Yomso, Bolagatanga girl. When I listened to it, forgive me, I'm a Ochame Kwame fan. Yeah, you can't blame me. Bra Kwame. When I listened to the song, I listened to the vocals. And then she went on to, she stayed a coup. Not what you are thinking about. To vocal performer Mugabe. At the VGMs, Abiana is my guest. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
How are you doing?
I'm blessed. Oh, first of all, before you become piano, I had said
Papa.
And I want to say that my condolences to everyone here.
Thank you.
Death is part of life, but we hope that things will get better, and then God will use some kind of strength to give us so that we can be able to live this moment and not fall for.
Thank you very much. Thank you. How does it feel like being the one to have done the coup? Female vocal performer of the year.
I would say that it came as a surprise to me. Not that I didn't deserve it, no, because I've been working throughout, but like I was surprised and I was humbled. And then it showed me that if you work hard, people will see what you've done and then they'll reward it. Sometimes the system cannot be rigged. What belongs to you belongs to you. Yeah.
Does that make you feel you are better than the people that you
For me,
beat?
it's
especially the Efia.
Oh, well, Efia was not nominated that day.
Okay.
It was Efe Grace and then Sina Soul. The song, most of the time, people don't know the song in context, like that is being contended on, is Adunle. So they are judging based on the vocal performance of that song in relation to other songs presented.
Okay.
So that's what.
And that's an industry award.
Yes.
And most times people, they confuse it with the popular ones, and they tend to even judge it with how popular the song is, or the vocalist in question is. So after winning the award, what have you been doing?
A lot. Right after the awards, that was like 2021, and then it was in the middle. So I lost my mom right after. So after I lost my mom, I just went for a brief like halt in everything. I buried her on the September 4th, and then I had to launch my album in November 6th. So right after I launched my album, then in December, December the busy time for artists. We played some gigs, and then January, February, March, I went to Swaziland, Eswatini. I had a tour there, and then I came back. So after I came back, I signed off my label, and then my new single, That Is Shika, came in September.
I see. Tell us about your tour. How did it go? Where did you perform? How was the response?
So this tour, it was a night with Abiana at Swaziland, that's Eswatini. So there's a place called House on Fire. So to my amazement, like they used my name, like I'd come fresh in the system. But for people to even go and look me up and say, I'll pay this amount of money to come and watch someone from Ghana sing, then I realized that there is something very special about me. I know they will do it with other people and fail, but there's something special about me. So it made me come to the realization that there is much more for me to do when it comes to performing live. Because up from when I started my performance to the end of the performance, I realized that the people were standing like on their feet. Whilst it's not even done here, like you could perform and people will be looking at you and they'll be like, the song, we don't know it too, we don't know it too. But when I went there, it was like a different approach. So it made me know that I have to like spread my tentacles wide, maybe look at touring different African countries.
There's this perception that with the kind of song that you do, you don't get that reception you get out there when you are performing here. Because here people would want to dance, you understand what I mean? Is that the case for you? Is that what you witness there in these countries?
For me, people have different approach to what music and how they relate to music. I think for here in Ghana, it's like the culture of not appreciating our own thing. So it's when you go out there, people like really want to see what's up with this person. So me going out there, I think, and if you look at my album, I have danceable songs. It's not as if I do very slow songs. I mean, I do layers. Then I came with Bononi. Bononi was quite up-tempo. Then I have Star, which is also very up-tempo. So I have danceable songs in my album. So for me, even in Ghana, when I play shows and they don't dance, for me, I know it's the usual thing. It's the usual thing. They don't really appreciate the great thing that is here. But for someone, they'll wait till your name has blown up out there. Then, oh, okay, we just know it.
I see. Let me still stay on that. You said they wait till your name has blown up there.
Yeah.
Like I mentioned, I got to know Abiana when I listened to Bolgatanga Girl. Before that, where were you?
Oh, that's a long story. Long story. So before that, I was in the live band. So I was playing live band with the high school band. But my first ever band that I played was the Afro Harmony Band. And the Afro Harmony Band was right after a competition. Like I went to audition for a competition. They didn't pick me. So the band realized that I was a great singer. So they were like, why don't you join us to be the backing vocalist for the band? And I came to join the Afro Harmony. Then I graduated to the high school band. And there I found the label after 6 years.
I see. So the people that didn't pick you, now when they see you, what do they say?
Oh, even the people that won the competitions throughout the times that I had auditioned for shows, they are not even
which shows were that?
Mentor, and what do we call it? Vodafone Icon. Yeah, most of them. I can't even find the winners anywhere. I can't find the winners anywhere.
Which years were?
I don't quite remember because I've been through a lot of them. I can't quite remember, but I remember that right after secondary school I was contesting. I don't quite remember.
I see. Which school was that?
St. John's Grammar.
Okay. So with the reality shows that have been happening, if you sit back and look at the way things are being organized, are we getting it right?
For now, you can see that people really are passionate. First, people just wanted to do it for me. I saw it that people just wanted the fame. They didn't actually weren't even ready to do the job as an artist. But now I'm seeing winners win, and then they still continue their music journey. I think Kwame Eugene was one of. So all of them, you could see that the trend now, when people realize they want to do music and do it, like take it up professionally, they go to the right channels to get it. When they get it, they stay. They stay. So now the trend is quite different. People don't go in for the fame. I know there are people that push their children. Go and do this, go and do this. Oh, you come on TV, that kind of thing. They are just for the short stardom. But like, that people are now, they know that they want to do music. That means they've been pursuing it for a while now. So if they find this platforms, they don't just give it to chance. They just give it everything that they want, and then they stay.
Female collaboration. Are you all for it? You see, there's this conversation that's been happening. We see the guys do collaborations among themselves. Hardly do we see the females do collaborations.
See, let me be frank with you. You see, I'm a woman.
Yeah.
I always like, you look out there. Look out there. Let's take our eyes off Ghana and take it out there. Have you realized that mostly when the men and the women do collaborations, it works better because there's some synergy that works. Like Nelly, I love you, and do you understand?
Yeah.
It happened.
Kelly Rowland.
Yeah, it hits everywhere. So it's not like I'm not up or I don't want to collaborate with anyone. If the time comes and then I feel like, oh, I have this song and I really want to have this girl on it, or I want to do something with this person, I think I'll approach that person. But now, for now, I think management and me as well, I think we've not thought about that. But there are some few collaborations that are coming up though.
Which management are you signed on to?
Oh, I'm not signed on to. I'm an indie artist, so I have people that work with me. They love me so much, and then we work together.
Does it surprise you that no record label is coming for you, or they've come and you don't like the offer?
Yes, I've had some requests of some record label right after I signed. Like, I wanted to do things on my own.
Is there a reason?
Not so much of.
You don't want to be entangled in any.
No. It's. I really, you see, I'm that kind of person that I like to try a lot of things. So if I want to try a lot of things, and plus I want to do things on my own and make sure I am accountable to my own self. Not in future I'll just be there and be like, oh, so this person didn't help me, that kind of thing. I just want to take things up like, this is my destiny. I must fight for my destiny. So it's just like that.
If you just join us, we are having an interaction with Abiana. A lot of the time I hear some people say that the media is about negativity, the media doesn't seek the welfare of the creative arts. We are always focused on negatives. What's your impression about the media? What has been your experience with us?
You know the reason why I have no blue.
What be the reason?
The reason that there's no dirt on me.
The reason is
there's no dirt on me.
There's no dirt on you. Okay.
Senkasisia. Mashifom.
Easy.
Na me pa. Na me panta. This time it's everywhere. They are talking the sensational singer falls, don't wearing pants and I won't cap and put draws. And I put it out there. It's something that I don't know, but the Ghanaian media is kind of tilted like strongly toward the negative side. Immediately there's something negative. You see all the media house. I think it's something that some of them, like I think it's something that like some of them thrive on for the clickbaits, for them to click their. So it's part of the system.
Is it not because of humans the way we are that we gravitate towards negativity?
Let me say there may be then the whole let me say They're all Ghana people. But then we love negative news more than them. It's even there. Look at funerals. Look at how well decorated funerals are.
Yeah.
In respect to even birthdays. So it's something that we all do. So it's just a normal thing. But I will not say everyone. There's some genuine news outlets out there, genuine media outlets out there that's put out good things.
If you were to grade or rate the level of support that you've had from the media, what would that be?
60-40.
60-40. Okay. You think they can do more to push the Abiana brand?
They can do more. As in respect that there are the proportion of women in the industry are small, and even for the fact that I'm a great talent and I can sell Ghana to the world, they should support that.
Okay. So if you were to list the kind of things that you would want the media to do for Abiana,
I would love them to, like, intentionally play my songs from morning to evening. I know it's not possible. I'm being biased over here. But like they should make the intention to play my songs, and then ask like that. Sometimes you don't. I know that my people also will have to come in with news and stuff that you will publish it and stuff. So I think we should be welcoming to news and stuff, because day in day out there are things that I would love to read. Like I have a concert coming in. I would love you that's coming on the 15th of October. That's like next week, Saturday. So I'd love the media to be quite like give and take. I should give you news, you should give me news, that kind of thing.
We'll be there to cover your concert.
I'll be so glad.
I'll be there for if not for nothing at all, to see you perform, and the fact that it's going to be a live band.
Yes.
Because for me, I like live band.
You've not seen me perform live band.
I see you on TV. I've not seen you like person. Yes, it's nice. Always on TV.
I'll be glad to see you.
Yes, I'll be there. I'll be there. So let's talk about that event. So what are you organizing? Which day? And then where is it happening?
So it's Abiana Live. And Abiana Live is a concert where I play with a live band, and I get to play a collection of all my songs that I've played. Maybe you get your favorite song from that Lemlilala album will be played, and as well as my new song Shika will also be played live. So it's just a concert. If you're going to a musical concert, what do you expect? There are lots of surprises as well. So I just want to keep the surprise to myself. So when you come there, it's a surprise. That's
it's happening on 15th.
The 15th of October at the Zen Gardens.
Zen Gardens.
Yes.
So are we going to see Abiana organize this event yearly? Is it going to be an annual event?
Of course. I want to perform every time. Who me say like I've deprived my fans of these. Because when I was doing the live band, I used to perform like once every month, and people look forward to come to see me play. But since I went solo, I've not done anything on my own like this. So it's a start. We're hoping to keep it gidigba.
Yeah. You are the only one who perform on that day?
No, there are lots of.
Or it's also part of the surprises?
Yeah, you see that.
The number of the people who come.
You cry, you're coming to perform.
Me?
Yes.
You
cry, you're coming to perform. That's why I say it's a surprise. You cry, you're coming to
But don't be surprised if I surprise you and Kasa on stage.
Yeah.
Like this one will be unscripted. I'll do with your manager. You'll be on stage, then I'll grab the mic.
Chai.
They will do something for them now.
That is it.
Easy.
That is it.
Romeo, let me hear you. Abiana has a concert, and you've also followed the conversation that we've had. Yes.
Yeah, I think the fact that she went to Swatini and people loved her, it's better. You know, the Ghanaian mindset is such that, like, come for the chrome there, and I and shed engineering, they just a 2 coin. Akosaya Robe, Fufani has sent to coin in the chest and compare. It's just to wait that we don't appreciate our own. But when it's coming from outside, then we try to applaud. People come here on our stages and they perform songs that we don't know, but we cheer them. But when our own people are performing, and good songs too, but because they are not their favorite artists. But you see, I don't belong to the school of thought where I have a favorite artist. I have a favorite, like, I should have a favorite human being. I should have a favorite song. Once the song is good, it should be good. You get it. So we need to show that love and support to our artists. It doesn't break them. It urges them all to produce a better songs. But then when they are not getting good reception, and if you don't get a chance to travel out, then they fizzle out. Because that's what she's doing. She feels the feedback is not encouraging. The next time we call performance,
yeah,
you're coiling. But when even the Europeans, even when the song is bad, the kind of cheers you get, you go back and you see that no, you don't have to disappoint these people. So you need to augment your level. So before you realize the person will be coming back stronger. This is a far brand. Like, it's rare, when you have good talent, good voice. There are people who are thriving on the scandalous label around them, not the talents. And some people are also highlighting or focusing on their carved bodies, not because they have talents. And those are the ones we are rather focused on. But the ones with real talent, she's doing good. I met Ifia back in school. Ifia didn't have time for school, but she had the talent. Her last production, her final year, she directed a British play, and she did good. You get it? Now, when she fully entered the music industry, the kind of support she received, it has stabilized her. They used to be a team. Sort of, they went apart, and then Ifia is still surviving.
My director tells me someone directed it for Ifia. Yeah.
Don't mind him. It was one of the toughest British plays.
Okay.
Seriously.
All right.
I think Life Begins at 40. That's the title. Look for that British play. Serious. So if we don't have that large number of ladies with such real talents, and she happens to be like young, vibrant, beautiful, and I think if Sonny is in Ghana, if they're looking for talent, Abiana will be on the list. So if we have such talents, and our concert organizers, I think they should focus on artists who are real with live band. I remember Akwabo's maiden launch in terms of when he was coming to the spotlight. I booked him for Miss Ghana finale, and the deal was that he was not going to mime. If you're going to pay him even 100,000 Ghana cedis to mime, he would rather charge 15,000 cedis and play live band, because he's not going to compromise his brand. So if we actually use that kind of measure, we will get to know the real talents and those who are working based on studio techniques. And this is a raw, natural talent. I think Abiana deserves a push. And the fact that we say the more scandalous, the more sales, should not affect fine talents as Abiana. And that's our conservative nature as Ghanaians. And you may but any favorite artist in tea, promoting you. And I say, Nipa no man is canty, promoting. Meanwhile, we are all ambassadors of tourism. And we are selling this country, especially through the arts. And music is one of the key elements. I always talk about this. So I think Abiana dear. So Ghana for mu nyefi kram maya with the mum pushy Abiana. Because mutu as anka musician to me naturalize my crew fu frank you lose you an artist in United States the footballers be and naturalize my other countries. No. Let's be careful because it to get to a point. People, Black Sheriff recently, Nigerians were fighting and saying he's Nigerian. They want him. And I saw a lot of reports on him when he didn't win the BET award. Negatives, they are more published.
But Black Sheriff content there.
No, but we try. We like promoting negativity. Some of them say, "Anka biana concert we, oko Eswatini nanka ya capture and I make it ways. And now we, anka oko na sebi, eko ba say some ABA, OGB, NAC anka mube ye." Mube trendy. So Abiana involved in some OG and Oko performing is a what treaty Nkrofoko Chile manifest Eko Chile Ubi ko Portugal Eko performing like let's understand that we break barriers but we make it look say it's just some few people who are making it across the borders but Abrantepa honestly speaking say because I make us say na won media people.
Musa question for say. When Abiana was talking about what the media can do to to push her brand. She said, "Omo really flesh any nema na ebe pushing." Now those are things that people do to put themselves out for conversations. And I understand that everyone has a brand positioning. That's not her. So the way Abiana is, neatly dressed, her vocal is her power and all that. What can she do to put herself up for conversations?
Okay.
So that even when we are talking about, you know, the boobs, the ass, all the things that she mentioned, she will still be a topic for discussion.
Okay. Okay, Abrantepa, you see, she has to do nothing. Just be herself, do the real thing she's doing. You see, Ghanaians are hypocrites. Excuse my language, but Ghanaians are so for a porn, but they don't want to discuss sex in the open. You get it?
Wait, there was also
online. Ube number. Mr. Uji as of phone, a phone sira, a be dinko for her. So, and a video of phones call repairers. So, like, yeah, hypocrite. Yet, yeah, for people carve their bodies to, and then they expose, and then whether talent or no talent, we promote them. But those who are living like that decent life, it's not be obianing a lifestyle, mom. But you see, if you're promoting decency, if you believe in decency, promote it in the right manner. But men pretend they say you are promoting decency in one breath. But when it comes to talent promotion, you are promoting certain things which are off the table in terms of decency. So Abiana has to do nothing. She should just be here, do the best within her ability. What you say? Don't push yourself in any scandal just for it to be discussed. And then at the end of the day, what happens? You see, she has a better chance because of these nominations, with negatives, for in terms of UN ambassador be for some projects, and she's clean. She'll get the she'll get the nod. So you don't necessarily have to push yourself to have that negative brand. Don't do it because they are doing it. Talent, a voice, and not and I say, Utona Wakabino, and I say, so on your my bleachy. Or natural color, neutrality, artificial being so. This woman, this African woman, winning Grammy. Angelique Kidjo. Oh, Janity, like she's herself. Or two Ninyum war, Beni Kasemu, Untiasie. But because the music is good, you will love it. So why should she do something different? The biases of the media should be lowered.
If you have a question to ask her, what would that question be?
I'll ask her, sir, would she love to do maybe a good song with a controversial artist?
Okay.
When it comes to artists, for me, it's not about the controversy. It's about how good the person is. If the artist is good and he can vibe to my vibe and we can produce a great record, I think it surpasses what controversies are. Yeah, for me it's that.
I asked that question. No matter how controversial Shatawale may appear to be, he ended up on the table with Beyonce.
Yeah.
You get it? Yeah. So I was just looking at, and she answered it in the right manner. It's about the talent, but we are focused on people's characters and their appearances, and we try to push their talents under the table. What you say? And then another question would be
last question.
Yeah, last question would be. Would you do a miming show?
No, I've done that before and I didn't go well with me. I think that's not my strength. So I'll go straight with the live, either with the guitar. If you can afford a guitar, yeah, I can do that, and that will be my strength.
Okay.
I think she's ready for the Grammys.
Hey! Oh no. Right. So you mentioned an album.
Yeah, I released an album like last year.
Okay.
So the recent one that I'm promoting now is Shika Sane Shika. So Shika is my latest song, first of the year, and it's on every digital platform. If you're watching me, just take your phones and go to where you stream music, find Abiana, A-B-I-A-N-A, or Shika, S-H-I-K-A. And then if you are watching me, so if you've not followed me, go and follow me right now. I'm not joking about it. I say follow me. I'm lying. Follow me, okay? So Abiana Music on every digital, every social media handles. Abiana Music, A-B-I-A-N-A, Music, M-U-S-I-C. So it's together. Abiana Music.
Give us a line of Shika, and I'll ask you my final question.
Okay, I say money, they call me for my brain. For my brain, I owe somebody where I have to pay. I have to pay. You be firstborn, you know how it feels every day. For session, mommy, no time to play, mommy to no day. As I dey road, I dey go. Sometimes you lose all control. No be today, no pain, no gain. Things no go change. As I dey road, I dey go. Sometimes you lose all control. No be today, no pain, no gain. Things no go change. If I no give it my all, shikasane. Akechami shikasane. Akechami oh shikasane Akechami shikasane ade.
Me, I don't know how to dance. Romeo is that? Yeah, that's a very nice song. Nice song. If someone is watching you, the person wants to be a great vocalist like Abiana, what should the person do?
You see, I beg, you cannot be like Abiana. You can be like yourself.
Okay.
That's the only thing that will keep you in the industry, you being yourself. So you find your strength and then elevate the strength, minimize the weaknesses, and then you'll be okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for coming. If there is anything that you want to add before we wrap up.
Anything. My concert, 15th of October, that is on Saturday. I'd love to see you there, see everyone there. Yeah.
I don't usually make concerts, but Abrantepa, I bet.
Oh, me, I go once it's live band.
I'll be there.
The one whom you was say, hey, on be my and them. That one there, you know, will see me.
Oh.
Like that one, I go day house.
Okay.
You know, live band, I want to sit. You know, some Mubeno red wine.
How much is the ticket?
Yeah, 50 Ghana, just 50 Ghana.
We have it.
You know, Perry is laughing behind the camera. This camera, the one behind this one.
I'd love to see everyone here.
Yeah, I'll be there. I'll be there. Yeah. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for having me.
And we wish you the very best. This is your home. Whenever you have any project, just walk in, and we see how best we'll support you.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure.
Right. So that's it. That's our conversation with Abiana. She's having a concert on 15th of October at Zen Gardens. Zen Gardens or Laboni, right?
Laboni.
Yes, Zen Gardens at Laboni. Tickets going out for 50 cedis. And so go there. If you love live band, if you love Abiana, if you love good music, go and enjoy yourself. Na Charlie. Or cham come in the car. Be this guy. 2 bottles. And more nice. So my name is Benefo Boaben Abrantepa. Thank you for watching.
Forum.
I see this Black Sheriff album like Bradford's by Muka.
There's a song in there for everybody.
Black Sheriff, if he is to stay true to his native by maintaining the choice of high life melodies he plays on the kind of beat he gets, he is going to be unbeatable.
Even with my woofers in my room, when I'm playing this album, and even with other sounds, my speakers know they cry for me like they expect.
The people love him. He is a sensation of the movement. To the people and the public, I will rate him like 10 over 10. But technically, and as a critic, I will give him 5 over 10.
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
On March 29, 2022, the Black Stars of Ghana sealed qualification to the 2022 World Cup at the expense of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. We are at the headquarters of the Ghana Football Association to speak to a man who was with the team throughout their journey. Henry Asante Chum, the Communications Director of the Ghana Football Association, is my guest on Sports Check. And we are going to talk about the 2 games against Nigeria as well as the draw for the 2022 World Cup. Ghana have been pitted against Uruguay, South Korea, and Portugal. We'll be previewing those games, his opinion, and other issues on this edition of Sports Check. My name is Perez Ezwakwa, and once we come back from this break, we start the conversation. Welcome back from the break. My guest today is Henry Asante Chum of the Ghana Football Association. Henry, first of all, congrats to you and the FA for qualifying to the World Cup.
Thank you.
After the AFCON, we also were up, it was a performance that everyone was proud of. There was a lot of pressure on the Ghana Football Association, especially the president, to qualify us for the World Cup. How big of an achievement is it for you guys to seal qualification to Qatar?
Well, thank you once again. I think it's the dream of every leader of this football family to make it to the World Cup. You realize that, yes, in the past we've struggled until 2006 when we qualified for our first World Cup in Germany. It didn't end there. We made it to the South Africa 2010 World Cup, and we made history by becoming the 3rd African country to make it to the quarterfinals. We were hoping to improve on that record in Brazil in 2014. Things didn't go well. So in 2018, again, we couldn't make it at all to Russia. So there was always the need for us to put in measures to bounce back and to get back to where we belong and to be counted among the top 32 teams across the globe. I'm sure that many Ghanaians had doubts on the back of our performance at the Cup of Nations in Cameroon, but we had belief and we kept faith in the setup that we put in place. You remember that immediately after the AFCON, Milovan Rajvac was relieved of his post as coach of the team, and the Executive Council took a firm decision on the back of pressure from the public and other quarters that we needed a particular candidate, or for that matter, a particular person to take over the reins of the team. But the Executive Council felt Otoado was the right man. We took a decision to engage his club or his employers, which for me, Dortmund were very professional in dealing with the FA. The FA president, Tony Baffo, and the technical director traveled to Germany to engage Dortmund on a number of occasions. Eventually, we landed our man. And I think that when you look back and you look back at that decision, that moment when the ESCO took that decision, and today, and you reflect and you analyze, there is only one thing that you'll be proud of, and that is the fact that that decision has yielded the needed dividend. And today, we are in Qatar to play at the 2022 World Cup.
Of course, there is some vindication for the FA with their decision to stick with the tour, because there was a lot of pressure to go for Chris Hughton. Some even criticized the structure of the technical setup. So it's a huge achievement for the FA, the council, and your very self and everyone here, for sticking to your grants and qualifying us. But 1 month into the decision to appoint Otoado, what did you guys see? I've heard the FA president say 2 minutes into his meeting with him, he got convinced that Otoado was the right man for the job, and the other coaches as well. 1 month into the decision to appoint Otoado, because it was, quote unquote, against the wish of the public, if I should say it that way.
Well, we had worked with Otoado when he came in as an assistant coach during the era of Milovan Rajvac. He played a major role in putting the team together, in assembling the squad, and in helping his former boss, Milovan Rajvac. Otto played 4 matches when he was assistant coach. When we beat Zimbabwe 3-1 in Cape Coast, he was the assistant coach. We went to Harare to win 1-0. We played Ethiopia in Johannesburg in South Africa. 1-1 it ended, and then we played South Africa here in Cape Coast, and we won 1-0, for which reason we qualified to the playoff zone. So we saw something unique in him, his attention to detail, his attitude to work, and the fact that he was committed to excellence, made us believe that in that short time interval, if there was somebody who qualified to do the job, we couldn't have looked beyond Otto Addo. But today, when those people look back, I'm sure they will take back their words.
You mentioned time, and it's one thing that we didn't have prior to those games because we came off a very poor AFCON. We ran changes in the technical department. Otto Addo barely had 6 weeks, and Nigeria were playing good. I mean, based on what they displayed at the AFCON, what did Otto Addo and the technical team do? Because for me, I think the victory was down to the coaches we had. So what did they do within the period to turn the tide in our favor?
They worked very hard. They worked tirelessly. They showed leadership and they showed competence. There was leadership amongst the 4 coaches. And let me not take out Richard Kingston, who was already around.
Sure.
And there was competence that was on display. I mean, once the appointment became official, we decided to, keep to our policy and our plan by not releasing a lot of information to the public. We knew they were working behind the scenes. We knew they were meeting physically and also on Zoom, looking at tactics, watching videos, looking at deployments, watching videos of our team, looking at the strength of the Black Stars and also that of the Super Eagles of Nigeria. They had to put, together a unique plan for the 2 games within that 6-week period, and it wasn't easy. I remember in one of the meetings that the president had with the technical team and the management committee, he mentioned that if there is God, then that God will reward them in the 2 matches, because we couldn't imagine the amount of investment that went into the preparation of the team, the amount of work that went into studying the opponent, into watching videos, individual videos of every single player of the Nigerians. And it is not something they were doing individually. They all come together, sit together, watch videos, analyze and share ideas. And that commitment is what we saw on the pitch.
You have followed the game a lot on decades of journalism experience. The second half of that game for me was interesting because it's one thing a coach realizing that we need changes, and it's another thing a coach having the guts and having the temerity to say, let me do it now. That for me, those decisions change the tide and ensure that. What does that say about Otto Addo and his technical team? How impressed from a journalistic perspective?
Well, they're on top of their job. That's how I'll describe it. I was on the bench with them through and through. Every second, the decisions they were making between Otto and George Boateng and Didi Dramani, they always conferred to look at what could be the trump card for the team. Immediately after the blast of the whistle for the end of the first half, they had a mini conference on the pitch before going to the dressing room, and that was when they took the decision. I was standing behind them, and I heard everything they discussed. So at that moment, they decided to switch to back 5 and 5 back anytime we defend, and then 5 in the middle whenever we have possession. So you realize that they brought on Andy Yadom, he replaced Ishahaku. Then they shifted Dennis Odoi to the left to add to Gideon Mensah. So whenever Emmanuel Dennis has possession, he had 2 players going in for a tackle. And then they brought on Elisha Owusu for Baba Idrisu. It's because Elisha is comfortable on the ball. And so once Elisha picks possession, Daniel Kofiche will move into space and he will lay a pass to him. And that's why Kofiche also came on for Jordan Ayew. And then in the last 10 minutes of the game, Afenajan had wear and tear because he was always jumping and going in for the hard tackles and running around, picking possession. So they also took him out and brought on Kwesi Ocherith. And at some point, we needed somebody who would go in for tackles and destroy their attack once they build from behind. And Kudus does not have that ability. So Kudus is flamboyant on the ball, and then his shooting accuracy is also great. But at that moment, you didn't need his caliber on the pitch, so there was a need to bring in a different player. So they took off Mohamed Kudus.
Kudos to the technical team for qualifying us to the World Cup. But we won. Our players were They had their shirts, or some of them were celebrating. Then all of a sudden, chaos broke. You were in the stadium. I mean, tell us your experience.
It was frightening at some point. It was frightening when, you know, the Abuja Stadium is similar to the Baba Sports Stadium. The only difference is that the inner perimeter in Kumasi is a metal, so it's difficult to break through. And again, you cannot scale it easily. The length of the inner perimeter in Abuja is quite shorter than that of the Baba Sports Stadium. So they ended up scaling that inner perimeter to come onto the pitch. Now, immediately after the blast of the final whistle, yes, our players were jubilating. Then we moved to the end where the Ghanaian supporters were to respond to the cheers. Then that was when the security coordinator for the game told us to all come to the middle or the center of the pitch, because that was when they started hurling bottles and other objects at the team. So we all moved straight to the center circle, and we converged there for a few minutes. Then the man started counting us down that we should look at him and we should follow his instructions. At that time, some of the fans had started coming onto the pitch. They were scaling the inner perimeter to come onto the pitch, and it began to look scary. It was quite scary. So we followed the instructions of the security coordinator, and he started counting down from 1 to 5. And immediately when he mentioned 5, he asked all of us to rush through the tunnel. So we all rushed into the tunnel together. I think the last player was Thomas Partey, and I think one of the fans hit him with a bottle at his right shoulder. But at that time, we had all moved into the tunnel. So as soon as we moved into the tunnel, we were ushered through to our dressing room. From the tunnel to our dressing room is about 150 meters. But from the dressing room to the pitch is about 2 minutes walk. So as soon as we entered the dressing room, we locked the dressing room for security reasons. Sure. And that was when the jubilation started in the dressing room. So we did not even have any knowledge of what was happening outside in terms of the vandalization and all the destruction and all that on the pitch until we finished and started seeing videos of the incident on social media.
But I read somewhere they had an experience, one of the Nigerian players, we were going to congratulate him or console him, whatever, then he took it wrongly and it turned into some scuffle.
Shehu Abdullahi he's not my friend anyway, because but in Kumasi, when they were training, I was there and we had a chat, and same in Nigeria, and I like his style of play. So when the referee blew his whistle for the end of proceedings and we started our jubilation, I saw him, shedding tears. He was crestfallen, and as a good sportsman, I felt there was a need to just approach him and to console him, pat him on the back. So I approached him. I went to him. His head was down, and he was weeping actually, because it wasn't a good moment for them. So I tapped him and said, Shehu, better luck next time. I wish you the best of luck. I'm sure that your team is strong enough to bounce back in 4 years' time. I don't know how he took it. Maybe he misunderstood what I said. So he got up and rushed on me. But because I didn't want to create a scene, I immediately left the scene. And so my players, I think Gideon Mensah and Mantari Kamahini and Andy Adam tried to restrain him. And they did that. And later I saw Kudus as well joining the three of them. But that time I had left the scene. I was long gone, I was long gone. But it's one of those things. It happens. I cannot blame him. It was tough to take. Hard to take that moment of despair and disappointment. So I can understand, but it is not something that I went there to tease him or to make him feel bad. I only went there to show goodwill by wishing him well for the future.
I don't know what I say. It's a funny experience or it's a strange one, but I mean, either way, I think it reflects how hurt the Nigerians were, because they didn't expect that.
Yeah.
I think that based on our performance at the outcome, based on the result they had here, they thought they were gone. And
home and dry.
And especially a 1-1 draw was difficult to take. I'm sure that reaction is a perfect reflection of that. But we are going for a break. Once we come back, we'll continue. We've qualified. The draw has been done. What's next for the Black Stars? Welcome back from the break. My name is Perez Ezuapa, and it's Sports Chef. We've been speaking to Henry Asante-Chum of the Ghana Football Association. He's been telling us about his experience in Abuja, Nigeria. But now we switch focus to the draw. We've been drawn against Portugal, Uruguay, and South Korea. There are some familiar folks in there. Overall, what do you make of the draw? Did we have a fair draw, or it's a difficult one?
I think it's an interesting mix. Uruguay, 2-time champions. Uruguay, they have a history with Ghana. I remember in 2006, before we played at the World Cup in Germany, we played South Korea. That team had Ji-Sung Park and co. We beat them by 3-1 in one of the friendly matches in Edinburgh, in Scotland. So yes, our history with South Korea dates back to those days. Recently, the Black Meteors were in Japan and Korea as well for friendly matches. Unfortunately, we were loaded in those 2 friendly matches. But that notwithstanding, I think they are a strong team from the Asian belt. They lost only 1 game during the qualifiers. They have an experienced side as well. They have a young manager who is pushing to make a name for himself. In their team, they are a blend of experienced players and upcoming players, but they play for some of the top teams across the globe in the German Bundesliga. Baba Idrisu plays with one of them in Real Mallorca in the Spanish La Liga, and then they also have Tottenham Hotspur's Son Heung-min, who is the senior most player in the setup. So the Koreans are a very strong side. Portugal, of course, Bernardo Silva, Pepe, Cristiano Ronaldo, Fernandez, among others, a very experienced team as well. At least in the last 2 European Championships, they've won 1, and they won it at the expense of host nation France in the previous encounter. So they also have a history with Ghana. You remember we met them in the 2014 World Cup, where they beat us by 2-1 in that tournament. But we are also a force. Speaking of which, in 2006, we were the lowly ranked team in our group, but we made it to the second round. Same in 2010. Serbia, we won against Serbia, we drew against Australia, and then we lost to Germany, and we were able to progress to the next round, which we beat USA and also made it to the quarterfinal, where we lost to Uruguay on penalties. So we are a force.
Right after the draw, Ghanaians started speculating that the desire to avenge what happened in 2010 should be a motivating factor for the Black Stars to when they come up against Uruguay. Would that not be a bit of pressure on the team?
Well, fortunately, we will play Portugal and Korea before we play Uruguay. So by that time, I'm sure we would know our fate in the group stages. I do not think that is going to bring any pressure whatsoever on the team. I believe.
But do we think it's the right time for us to revenge for what happened in 2010, or it's a normal game?
I'm sure that you're going to also be under pressure. I'm sure Luis Suarez himself will be under pressure because he is one of the few players who is still in the team who played in that tournament in 2010. So they will also be under pressure. They will be thinking of, wow, it's a completely new setup from Ghana, because the only player who is still around from the teams that we presented at these 2 competitions against Nigeria is Andre Ayew. Jonathan Mensah was in the team, but I don't know if he will make it to the World Cup. So it is only the captain who was part of that team. We have a completely new team at this moment. Players who haven't played at the World Cup ever before, who will be, playing against the Uruguayan. So, in as much as we would want to avenge, they will also go out there thinking of putting up a good show against a giant from the African continent. So we will not be overawed. I'm sure we'll be prepared for the stage. I'm sure we'll be battle ready, and we'll give them a good fight.
My last on the World Cup though, how confident are you of our chances of making it after all the group stage? The president has told us to go and make an impact. How confident are you of our chances based on the team and the competition we're going to face in Group H?
When it comes to playing at the World Cup, we are not a minnow. Maybe the only area where one may argue is the fact that this team is completely new, but it doesn't change anything. I don't believe that Thomas Partey is a minnow in football.
Sure.
Charging from what he does at Arsenal week in, week out, and what he was doing previously at Atletico Madrid. Alexander Djiku plays against Neymar and Messi in the French League 1. So why would he falter at the World Cup? Because he is making his debut at the World Cup. We believe in these players. We know we have a competent squad. We know we have what it takes to make a huge impression, and a good one at the world stage. We have always encouraged our players that the best and the greatest opportunity ever is to rub shoulders among the top teams in the world. And it couldn't have been any better playing against Portugal, playing against South Korea, playing against Uruguay. We will be battle ready for Qatar 2022.
So we wrap up with discussions on the Blasters, but let's count a few personal issues also. But even before we get to the World Cup, there is a major decision to be taken. That's the coaching. They had just the Nigeria game, then afterwards a major decision was going to be taken. What is happening with regards to the future of Coach Etuado and the other members of the technical team?
Okay, so their appointment was for the 2 matches. Let's not forget that before we appointed them as interim coaches, we engaged their employers. We spoke to Dortmund, we spoke to Aston Villa, and then we spoke to Norgeland and Right to Dream for them to release Didi, Otto, and George. Chris was unattached, so it was a matter of dealing with him and his lawyers to get a deal done. So now that the 2 games are over, I think we need to go back to the table and speak to the employers of these 3 coaches. The Executive Council is yet to meet to take a firm decision, but whatever it is in terms of the future or the technical direction of the team will be duly communicated once the Executive Council firms it up. You first of all need to speak to the coaches and find out if they are raring and ready to go. Once that is done, then you need to engage their employers and ask for their release for the World Cup. Fortunately, the European calendar, or for that matter, the various leagues would have ended at that time, so it will not be too big a task for their release. But by virtue of respecting our relationship and respecting the agreement we had with them, we need to go back to them and speak to them. And once that is done and we have that agreement in place, a formal announcement will be made.
So there are no truths in report that Otuado is going to leave and Chris Hilton is going to take over as the head coach?
No such decision has been taken by the Executive Council.
Now, let me take you to an interesting angle of the whole company. It's got to the future of certain players who some Ghanaians feel should be part of the team. Some feel that the players who played in the qualifiers should be rewarded with places in the tournament itself. Others also feel that the likes of Mohamed Salis, Hasno, Tarek Lamptey, and the like should be included in the squad. Now let's do each player. Let's come to Mohamed Salisu. What's the situation? What's the status of that? The engagement with him. I know the FA has been engaging with him more fairly. What's the status?
Salisu is a Ghanaian. Salisu is qualified to play for Ghana. So It has nothing to do with where he plays, but if he is in form, if he's not injured, he qualifies to play for the Black Stars. But it is always the express decision of the coach. Yes, I can confirm that in the past we've made overtures, we've approached him on a number of occasions. CK did, Milovan did, but it doesn't change anything. I don't believe that Thomas Partey is a minnow in football.
Sure.
Charging from what he does at Arsenal week in, week out, and what he was doing previously at Atletico Madrid. Alexander Djiku plays against Neymar and Messi in the French League 1. So why would he falter at the World Cup? Because he is making his debut at the World Cup. We believe in these players. We know we have a competent squad. We know we have what it takes to make a huge impression and a good one at a world stage. We have always encouraged our players that the best and the greatest opportunity ever is to rub shoulders among the top teams in the world. And it couldn't have been any better playing against Portugal, playing against South Korea, playing against Uruguay. We will be battle ready for Qatar 2022.
So we wrap up with discussions on the Black Stars, but let's count a few personal issues as well. I mean, you've crossed from mainstream journalism to more of you're in the PR space right now. How difficult or easy has it been for you navigating this crossover?
Well, obviously it's not easy, but it is what it is. You cannot change the situation. You need to respect. You need to develop the attitude of respecting people's opinions. You do not have to see them as enemies. You do not also need to describe them, quote unquote, as them and us, or they and us. In our part of the world, we seem to take offense when people are expressing their candid opinion or putting their opinions across. Now, you cannot always get or score 100% in any facet of this industry. What we have done is to be accessible. What we have done is to project our products as much as possible. What we have done is to open our doors to the media as much as possible. But in all of these, there will be criticisms, and I don't think there is any problem whatsoever.
My last question, do you think we can make top four? I'm using we because we are both Arsenal fans. Can we make top four this season?
I didn't expect this. I think I was a bit surprised when we lost to Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
I was shocked, actually. 27 minutes or so, we conceded 2 goals. And then later, 78th minute, we considered a penalty and lost by 3 goals to 0. There are 11 more matches to go. I had a chat with Thomas the very day he returned from the international break.
Okay.
And I wish my phone was here. I would have shown you the message he sent to me. He said, bro, we have 12 finals to play. 12. Those were his words. We have 12 finals to play. Unfortunately, Crystal Palace is over. It didn't end well, but there are 11 more games to play. Man United are in contention, Spurs are in contention, and Arsenal as well. We will see, but I am quite optimistic that we can make it to the top 4.
I mean, thank you very much, Henry Asante. So we've been speaking to Mr. Hart. We've wrapped up on a whole lot of conversation. This is Sports Check, and we'll come your way with another edition back home.
On E-Forum.
I see this Black Sherif album like Bradford's by Muka.
There's a song in there for everybody.
Black Sherif, if he is to stay true to his native by maintaining the choice of high life melodies he plays on the kind of beat he gets, he is going to be unbeatable.
Even with my woofers in my room, when I'm playing this album, and even with other sounds, my speakers know they cry for me like at the experts.
The people love him. He is a sensation of the movement. To the people and the public, I will rate him like 10 over 10. But technically, and as a critic, I will give him 5 over 10.
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
If she assumed a girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty, so...
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Right there. Green is the green light. A little birdie told me that most people do not obey the traffic sign of light. Yes, when your man or woman says stop by giving you the red light, you interpret it as green means go, or amber to just claim that they are indecisive. But no is a universal language that should be respected by all. This is your favorite 18+ show, Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabruni. We'll be right back after this break. Right there. Welcome back. This is Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Today is a special edition. Yes, we're going to discuss the signs. Some people say that when you're in a relationship, you might be in the relationship alone because it's not formal. There's no formal word to say, okay, we've kickstarted the relationship, but in your head, this is a relationship. And also sometimes too, when you meet up with your partner, maybe you are not in for sex, but they claim that, oh, the sign, just because you accepted an invitation to come, it means you are ready for it. How do people miss the sign? So to help me do justice to today's topic, I have with me Elliot Nuete. He's a multimedia journalist. Elliot, you're welcome.
Thank you very much.
First time on my set.
Yeah, I'm a fan of your show. I've been watching you, following you on YouTube, reading your stories on GhanaWeb, interesting guests, and I think it's a great show.
We're going to have fun.
We would.
You have to defend the men because everything lies on your shoulder.
Why not? I'll carry it proudly.
Okay, great. I'm not doing this alone with Elliot. I have with me here Stella Sogli. Stella is a journalist. Stella, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah, it looks like more of a journalist kind of thing. Yes. So we're going to educate, entertain, and then give out the information as we say we do.
Yeah, we've been hearing a lot of things on social media. There are a lot of stories, a lot of them on GhanaWeb. But sometimes there's a very thin line between yes and no. And for me, even before you ask your questions, yes is yes,
no is no. You don't have to miss
it.
Period.
End of story.
Okay, let me start with, they say ladies but let me just put that aside and let me start with our gentleman, Elliot. I want to find out, should every relationship start formally? Should this, when I say that, it means a man asking you, I want to be your boyfriend, would you be my girlfriend situation? Or maybe when we cook, you clean, you do the girlfriend or boyfriend duty, then that's it?
No. It's, personally, I think that every relationship should start formally. Because it's a formal contract. Relationships are different. Friendship can start without any formal notification, but when it comes to a love relationship, I feel it should start formally because of the characteristics that come with it. In love relationship, people would want commitment, people would want respect, people would want to be entitled and whatsoever. And you can't be entitled to someone when there is no official agreement. So to me, I feel that there should always be an official agreement between two people when they want to embark on a love relationship.
So what's your type? Are you the man who goes to a lady like, oh, I have feelings for you, I think we've been talking for a while, so let's kickstart something? Or you do the, I don't want to use the Mr. POP thing. I don't want to use that term.
Okay.
But then you just wait till things settle, or maybe the appointed time. What's your type? How do you do it? I put you on the spot. I know, right?
Well, I would say I'm both of the two types that you mentioned. I'm not the type that would go straight to a lady and say, well, I'm interested in you, I want us to start a relationship. I like to study people, because there are people who give you indication, the ladies who give indication, and
indication, that's the thing.
And you think this lady is interested in you for you to propose, and then you be bounced. I hate to be bounced. I hate to be rejected. So I would make sure that you are in for it. So if I start with probably friendship, and that is not to say if I want a love relationship with you, I'll come as a friend. No, I won't come as a friend.
You declare your intention.
Yeah, I would communicate with you. If I want to talk to you, I'll talk to you. But I would never make you understand that you are my friend. No, we are not friends. That is not what.
But have you had a lady pop up a question to you, a lady propose to you, or initiate a relationship?
I've never seen or had a lady propose to me that I love you, but the signs, like what's a spoon? Let us spoon. Let us do this.
Okay.
You get it.
Okay. Okay, great. Elliot, so if a woman, maybe in your life, it could be anyone, start assuming the girlfriend role, cooks for you, wash, clean, gives you some, good sex, warm your bed, does that automatically confer the girlfriend title on her?
No.
So we can do the cleaning, we can do the cooking, whatever, but once it's not formal, we shouldn't assume that we are your...
So guys, I wouldn't want to say every guy is opportunistic, but most people are. And it depends on the value we place on that particular lady. Okay. So I know, I have a very good friend called Murphy. Yeah, she's, what's her name? Mercy.
Shout out to Murphy.
Yeah, shout out to Murphy. I most often forget her name. I won't allow such a lady to do all that for me because I value her friendship and what she offers me. Because I know that the next moment she pulls out the girlfriend card and I said, no, we are no longer, we were not in that particular relationship, you are not my girlfriend, you are just a friend. And whatever we did was agreed, I think that person would go and I'll lose every benefit that comes with it, as well as the friendship that I cherish the most. So it depends on the value you place on the lady in question, and then the kind of relationship you want to have with the person.
No, I just want to find, like, I have ladies say that, oh, I did cook for you, good company, maybe introduce you to family and stuff like that. So in her mind, she thinks it's the green light. You get, even though maybe it's not official.
No.
So with that, if she assumes the girlfriend role, do you just confer the title on her? Or in case of anything, can she say that, of course, I performed all that duty?
No.
So
The question is, did I ask you to be my girlfriend? Did I ask you to cook for me? Did I ask you to sleep with me?
Wait, but you enjoyed it? As you said, you guys love opportunists, like, if I should borrow the word.
It's just like saying, let me just turn the tables around. It's like saying, hello, Murphy, can I meet you at the mall? Let me get you a dress. You would say yes to it. But that does not give me the right to assume I'm your boyfriend. No.
So a man can invest in a woman for all he likes.
Yeah.
If the woman has not accepted him as
a boyfriend,
her boyfriend,
there is no relationship.
So it's just
we are normal friends. Yes.
Invested.
So some people would want to draw the line. So maybe I see you are cooking for me, and I know, and I get an indication that you are doing it because you want to be my girlfriend, and I don't want that particular relationship which I ask you to stop right away. Do you get it?
Okay.
To keep the friendship that we have. But if I also want to exploit you, who doesn't like to be cooked for?
Free.
I mean, if you cook for me, it will save me money from buying outside. If you are giving me free sex, it will save me the stress of going to a club or going to a pub to go and convince a lady for 3 hours to come and sleep with and all that. Do you get it? You are giving me all that for free, and it's not like I'm even begging for it or I'm paying anything for it.
Okay.
So, and that is understandable. I assume that you like it. That is why you are doing it.
Not because
you want a relationship with me. And also in a time that we find ourselves in, I think when my daddy tells me sometimes that in her time, when a lady when a lady is cooking for you, it's either she's been sent by her family
or by her mother to do that. Not just that our and my the master. So if you allow the lady to do that, then it means that you've understood that this is where you are leading to. So if the lady summons you to any elder, you'll be held guilty.
Okay.
But in our time that we are all liberals and Z and we feel like I have the right to do what I want to do and I can do what I feel like I should do. I will assume that you feel you should cook for me. You feel that you should sleep with me. And I mean, if I'm generous, I'll give you some.
Great. I like the ending. Still, whose responsibility is to initiate the relationship? And why are Ghanaian girls reluctant? Why don't you initiate? When you like a guy, you don't give the green lights like, okay, this is it, this is a go. But you guys go round and round. Why? Why you do that?
Well, I feel like growing up with the kind of stories I hear and the setting that you grow up with, the environment, there's no way. When I was 15, 13, 14, there was no way I was going to tell any guy that I liked him. Not me. But today, 2022, at the age that I am, I'll gladly do it. And I feel like everyone should be able to. In an age where we are fighting for equality, nothing stops you from asking someone or telling the person that you like them. I mean, when you look at our cultural setting and you want to do things the cultural way or
you want to go traditional.
Yes. And even the Bible says that a man will leave his house, a woman will leave her house, and they will be together. It didn't say that the man will come for the woman from their house. So I'm sure those things were just things that we human beings created. So if you feel like you like someone, there's someone that you like, I mean, it's an open conversation that you're supposed to have. Bouncing is hard, it's painful.
It's part of life.
But, you know, I mean, after you've been bounced as a girl, it feels somewhere like, hey, hold me, you bounce me. But I also feel like there are a lot of ways that you can do it. Not necessarily throwing yourself at the person, because I hear men don't like women who are PhD. But sometimes they are enthused by the fact that you are confident, like you don't mind asking yourself. So there are so many ways to kill a cat.
But still, you are supposed to, women, our gender, we are shy and all that. How best can you go? Should you take him on a date? Should you write him a letter? Why should you take him to pop up the question?
Well, I think it's not cast in stone. You just have to be creative about it.
Okay.
I mean, yesterday I was telling my colleagues that I was just reading my email and I found out that I was flirting with someone in a mail. They're like, girl, in your mail. I mean, there are lots of ways to go about it, but it depends on who you are with. You may have been with a person for some time and you know what they like. You can get him anything, ask him how he feels about you, have the conversation. You know, sometimes asking someone how they feel about you and what they would do if they found themselves in certain situations will give you some answers. And I also, this is a tip, always listen. Like, listen with rapt attention. Listen, because they say a lot of things. A man who likes you will be giving you hints in the way that he talks, and sometimes those things are green lights for you to go on and ask the question, not the green lights for you to assume that okay, you are in something. But that green light will tell you if this is a fertile ground. Can I move on? Should I go? Yes. Should I go? So you have to listen. Pay attention to some of the things like that. Some people say, oh, I like a woman who is this, and you just realize that like you're like that kind of person, you are doing that kind of thing. Okay, I like a woman who is like this. You know that, okay, like you are fitting into the role, so it gives you the green light to go ahead and ask that, okay,
all right,
are we doing this or not?
Great. Now, friends with benefit, there are some relationship where we just know that, of course, there's no strings attached. We're just making love. We love each other's company. The sex is good. You get what I'm saying? It's not a boyfriend relationship for a man or woman. There are people who are committed relationship who are friends with benefits. There are people in marriages who are doing it. If we are being realistic, we agree that this is what's happening. Now, what will cause someone who sign up for friends with benefits kind of relationship to now opt for the real deal? Now you catch feelings.
That friends with benefits, no strings attached, and I assure
don't catch feelings.
The strings will attach.
The
strings will definitely attach. I don't want to go into details before I start.
Stella, please go.
Say things I'm not supposed to say, but the strings will attach because sex is more than just having it. Sex goes beyond, like emotions are involved. You are. The guy is literally entering.
It's an aging plan.
Yes, the guy is literally entering you, and you expect that there will be no emotional attachment or connection after that. Are you kidding? There will be. So
maybe women are the one that I hear they catch feelings, but then the men, their hearts as strong as hard as a rock.
Men do catch feelings as well.
I would agree and not agree with Stella.
Okay.
Because if a guy sleeps with a prostitute for just one time, there is no connection because of the mindset that the guy has, and this is psychologically proven.
This is
yes, that's something I agree with you partially. So if it's just about the sex, then nothing is happening.
You can hit and go.
Yes, because if you pay to have sex with the prostitute, psychologically your mindset is I'm buying sex to satisfy my immediate needs. So after that, there is no connection. But with friends with benefit, it can start just like you sleeping with a prostitute. I have an edge, because it friends with benefit because you are giving her something that she wants. And most often it is material, money, clothes, gift, whatever it may be, in exchange of sex and even attention. It's not all the time that friends with benefit is all about sex.
No, I'm talking about the one that got sex, that at the moment there's feelings attached.
So with sex, you have sex with the same person for more than 5 times, there would be a connection. Because when you have sex, the body releases certain hormones. Sorry, I forgot the name of that hormones that brings about connection and happiness. Anytime you have sex, you are relaxed, you are excited, and this is psychologically proven. So if you're having sex with one person for more than 10 times and your body is releasing that same hormones of happiness,
you're gonna catch feelings.
You would catch feelings.
Energy.
And most people, and it's also proven that most ladies give out sex for love. Okay. So although they are saying I want friends with benefits, they are hoping that whilst you are sleeping with me, it will translate into a proper relationship.
Okay.
And guys, after a period of time, would also become possessive. Are you sleeping with this guy also? Meanwhile, we're just supposed to be friends with benefits. So there would always be a string. There's that. I don't believe in friends with benefits and it will just end there.
Great. You're still watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. We'll take a quick break. When we come back, the show continues. Welcome back from that quick break. You're watching Moons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. Now today's discussion is interesting. Like, it's one that is very educated because a lot of people have been getting it wrong. How green is the green light? Some people, you just assume you are in a relationship before you realize you're in a relationship alone. You're dating yourself, and then when it's setting like that, there's disappointment and all that. So I pray and hope that you take down the suggestion and the advice coming from our guest to spice up that relationship. You get what I'm saying? Exactly. Now, moving forward, Elliot, why are most women, I don't want to say Ghanaian, it's kind of universal, but when it comes to Ghana, it's very rampant, it's a big deal. Why are they shy to ask for sex? Why can't a woman just call you and book a dick appointment? Yeah.
Well, once again, it's a cultural thing. Even our parents are afraid, I don't use the word afraid, are shy of talking about sex. Do you get it? Meanwhile, everyone knows about sex. Now, if I ask about sex or if I ask for sex from my boyfriend, how is he going to see me?
No, but I can imagine how men go. You want it, everything. Your body shows that you want it. Why don't you say, baby, I want it? Take it. Play with his mind, like, you know.
And to be very honest, a lot of guys also find it very difficult asking for sex. Like, hey, Ama, today I want you to come around. I mean, they would let us have sex. It's so awkward. I can't do that, to be very honest. I can't call a lady and say, oh, let us have sex. No.
No, maybe, like, you know, you can tease.
Good,
like, you know, tease.
So
leave the signs here and there.
Probably you can lead a person on. But to ask for it, I feel it's weird. And it's because, so it's not just a lady thing. I think it's for both sexes.
Wait, let me just chip in this, Elliot. If you are shy to ask, then what are you doing in the relationship? Because a relationship is, you are open, that person is your best friend and all that. Wait, and it means people are in boring relationships, because if you want it, you go for it.
Okay.
Unless maybe the person is not in that relationship, or you guys don't have sex in your relationship, it's different. But
I personally, I don't believe in, you know, when I was at the university, well, guys do that, but even they will suggest that, Oba may say you, but like Obana mi who say wa dream wo honoma, I be your mind, say wa dream wo, be to me akosu. But they can't say that. Let us have sex.
No, you don't have to say let us. There's 1001. Wanna make out? I wanna, you know, taste your honey pot. Okay, so that's the thing. You guys just go forward and say I wanna have sex. Like that's so
good.
Like no. Google. There are so many ways. Even the woman, the vagina. There are so many ways to term it. So if you could have like a quote. When you send it to her, she knows that, okay, it's dick appointment time. Find such things. Find a term for it. Maybe you want to go to China. I want to go shopping.
Well, I think that with that, the modern lady is able to do it. Sometimes when you follow conversations on Twitter, Instagram, is it Oloni? There's this famous lady like that, and you see them sending the cucumber emoji with some water splash. You know that this is exactly what the lady wants, and that is why I use the word modern lady. Those who are, I would describe a modern lady as someone who has been exposed to a higher level of education, has seen a particular society, a bad bitch type.
Okay. Good girl gone bad.
Such a person have come to understand that at this age and time there is something called equality. Such a person would probably be a feminist or believe in the idea that what a man can do, a woman can also do. So if a man can suggest that let us have sex, she can also suggest that let us have sex. But if you look at the proper African, is that politically correct? But if you look at the traditional woman, that person would find it very difficult to ask about sex and even to talk about sex when they are suffering. Not even when they want to have sexual pleasure, but when they are going through, when they are having a health issue relating to their sex. So whilst at the university, I was a peer counselor at the unit for testing for HIV/AIDS and what have you. And sometimes when you are coming for the test, we have to groom you, we have to prepare you for the actual test. So we'll walk you through what HIV/AIDS is, how you can contract it and all that. And you get an indication that sometimes when we are talking to ladies especially, they feel very uncomfortable about it. They feel very uncomfortable discussing their own reproductive system and why their reproductive system makes them more prone to contracting HIV than guys are. So the topic of sex locally is not something that anyone would want to talk about it. Even in our classroom, when teachers are sex, you get that it's very uncomfortable.
But ladies, please, you should start talking. If you want it, go for it. Ask it shall be given unto you.
I think it should.
But I think men should start punishing their women. If you are that type who don't want to talk about, let her deal with it. It's so obvious she wants it. The woman, if she doesn't say it, she doesn't give you the green light, because you can be charged for rape. If she comes to say, oh, I did not initiate it, we'll later talk about that. But Stella, I want to find out from you, what are the official signs for the women who don't love to openly call for the dick appointment? What are some of the official signs we draw?
Don't leave us cucumber in raining age.
No, like maybe pre and when she's with you, what are some of the signs? Because you know we are talking how green is the green light. Maybe what she's given is not given, but you are interpreting is like maybe she wants some, so I should give her.
So just like I said earlier, it's not really cast in stone because different things work for different people.
Different women.
Yes, some people don't like very explicit conversations. They want to flirt in different ways.
Let's say classy.
Yeah.
What would you want to eat tonight?
Okay. I'm on the menu.
Exactly. Like, do you care if I send you some boob pics?
Okay.
Or I'm feeling a bit tingly in my body. Do you want to press?
Okay.
Do you care for a massage? Maybe the guy says, oh, I'm so stressed at work today. Okay. Do you want a massage I can end happily? And there are hints that people drop. Like, okay. And these days you have stickers, WhatsApp stickers that can do it for you. So you can drop some, and then if you're asked if you want some, you can say yes.
I mean, I don't mind.
Yeah.
But then when the woman is with you, maybe in a room,
yeah, so when you
in
get
an apartment,
there, you get there. Well, so let me put this out. I'm in no way encouraging premarital sex.
For the record.
For the records, but for the signs that when you're around, I mean, you should know things that turn your partner on. That one is well, a lot of people say they don't know until it happens, and I think that it's a genuine case. Some people don't really know what actually turns them on. Maybe it's just some boys can see you and they're already turned on. You don't have to do anything extra. Some people like to see you in a certain type of clothing. Some people also want to see you do stuff, lie down in a certain way. But the first thing I'll say is, if you want it, let the person know. Don't just be dropping hints. What if I don't get it? Or maybe what if I had a very bad day at work, or I've done something that didn't go through, I'm in some type of stress, and you're dropping hints. And I can't even read the signs. So how am I even going to start?
Communicate.
Exactly. My point is communicate. Like, look at the person, see if it's the right time to strike.
Okay.
If not, talk about it. You know, sometimes they say sex helps you to release stress and all that. So you've seen that your partner is stressed. You can offer to make them tea, coffee, cook their favorite meal. Try to just hold them. Sometimes you're just holding the person.
And cuddle. You cuddle.
Exactly. You're just holding the person, and then it can happen.
Before you know.
Yes, it's happening. But the first of all, communicate. If you want to, just say.
Right. Now, Elliot, most men have been accused of rape. How hard is it for a man to stop? Maybe when you are inside the woman, you are in it, and she's like, no, I don't want it. Can you say you're strong enough, you are disciplined enough to say, okay, I'm taking it out?
Elliot comes to that point. I feel like that thing that girls do, like in the middle when you're telling me that you don't want it anymore, it's really not fair. Because if both of us are going to consider our feelings, I don't know if a lot of women will agree, but making a woman orgasm is a type of skill that men who are good at it are supposed to be given medals.
Men who
are good at
are able to make women come should be given medals.
Seriously, because
a lot of women are going around but they've never orgasmed, but they're having sex, like, you know.
Yes, so you are supposed to know how to do it, because a woman's body is a whole lot. Even we as women don't even understand.
So it's not like when a woman tells a man to stop in the middle of the act,
I feel like
you're not being fair.
You're not being fair because you are only considering how you are feeling at that point.
No, but I beg to differ. It can be rape. Even if I'm your wife and I tell you.
It is
rape. It is rape, because in the middle you are telling me to stop.
Which is a red light, stop.
Yes, which is very genuine. You have the right to do that. But I feel like it's not fair to the man as well, because we both signed up for this, and during the signing up, you didn't tell me that I may be bored at a point too. So when I say I don't want to do it,
a lot of men have been
stop.
charged. You know that there's been news where the man will say that you gave consent.
Yes.
But how hard is it? Because we often saying, okay, if she says stop, you have to stop.
Well, personally, I think that our constitution and then our Sexual Offences Act is very biased and is against men. Now, if you look at the definition of what rape, it includes penetration. And you know that women don't penetrate, so it makes it almost impossible for the man to be raped. If you are looking at the definition of what rape is, so per our constitution, it's safe to say that men don't get raped, which is a very big lie. And if you look at the circumstances and then the examples of what could lead to a rape, one is that you agree that we should have sex, and in the midst of having sex, you told me to stop. To stop. It's like riding on the motorway at 100 kilometers per hour, and then you just told me to stop.
Break.
At that particular moment, when I break, the chances are that I would cause accidents or somersault and all that.
And die.
So I think it is very unfair. And personally, I feel it's about time that we review that part of our constitution, that part of the Sexual Offences Act, and look at it again to be fair to
now
everyone.
Let me play the devil's advocate. Sympathy sex. A man could press you on. You say you are not in the mood, but then they are in your neck, they are dick all over you, and then let me just do the tip, I'll just rub, and all those lies that they give. It's not true. Now, if in the case where you put the woman through the whole sympathy thing, and she's like in the heat of the thing, she gives in, and then at that point she says no, it's no. I think that is a clear case of rape. If you call the VAR or whatever it is, this is a clear rape case.
Yes, and I'm a very huge advocate for consent. Like, if the person says they don't want it, no, they don't want it. But the other point I'm making about it's not being fair to the man.
It's when there's consent.
It's when there's consent.
Initially.
Like, we both agreed that, okay, we are going to do this. But there were no clear-cut details of the contract that, okay, when it gets here and I'm tired, we are supposed to stop and all of that. I think that in as much as a man, we are supposed to stop for integrity's sake, for legal reasons, and for respect. It's still not fair to the man, because at that point, what are you expecting him to do? So I feel like if you are someone, except in cases where, you know, sometimes you can get bruised during the act, maybe they hit you too hard, you are feeling a certain type of way, you are allowed to communicate. And there are men who constantly ask you, are you okay? Are you okay? Like, how should I do it? Are you feeling pains? Is this? All those things come up. So if it is one of those situations, yes, you are okay too. But you can't just say no. Okay, so if you are saying no,
but
we
cannot just say no, but it's doable. It is doable.
And I feel like for this particular one, I'm on the men's side.
Okay.
If the man says, if the lady says midway, beginning, end, if she says no, please stop.
Great. Elliot, blue balls, how real is it?
It's very real. I don't know how to explain it, but
because
it's very
most
real.
women sometimes, when it's in the case of sympathy sex, the fact that the man introduced, I might get blue balls and will hurt, they just, okay, you go ahead and do whatever you want to do.
And I want to say that is also rape. So the term sympathy sex makes it dignified, but it's also rape. Compelling someone to have sex with you. It's just like a lecturer-student relationship. The students would give in because of the status of the person, or the effects of the impact or the repercussions of what will happen if they don't give in. That is the same thing that happens with sympathy sex. Now with blue balls simply the pain that a person, especially guys, go through for keeping and preventing an ejaculation for so long. Do you know that when you are, as a guy, when you are sexually aroused, you have to ejaculate? That is the only way we ease ourselves. So if you keep that in for a while, that is what causes the blue balls, and it's very painful. sometimes I don't know if I'm describing it the right way, but you feel that your intestines are being pulled in, like it's very painful.
Yeah, making the thing horrifying.
Yeah,
The other guys
no, but it's very painful. It's very painful, and I want to touch briefly on the stop in the act thing. Now, once again, I think that the sexual offences should be looked at.
Yeah.
And
so then you add your final advice.
Yes, and then we take into consideration the context of it. Now, there are some ladies you have sex with them for a period of time, and in previous sex they say stop, and they mean don't stop.
Yeah.
Do you get it?
There are some.
So it gets to a time where they mean stop, and you assume that, oh, this lady, I know her. When she says stop, it means that maybe you should go harder. When she says stop, it means that maybe you put her in this position. When she says stop, she means that, say, be quiet, be a good girl to daddy. Do you get it? Some of those things. So sometimes our laws makes it very biased and then unfair, and punish innocent men.
You should do a petition. Let's see, we will see some people to sign. Stella, your final words.
Well, my final words, just like I've been saying from the beginning, communication is key. And no matter where you are, friends with benefits, you don't know what it is called, it's not named, a relationship, whatever it is, communicate. That is the place where you can find the greenest of the green lights. If you want a green light, ask. If they give it to you, fine. If they don't, just walk away. I always tell my male friends, if the girl comes home and she's wearing a hot booty short and she's twerking, she's doing all the things, and you're like, damn, this light is green. And you ask her and she's like, oh, I'm not in the mood. Let her go home.
Yeah, even if it's 1 p.m., let her go.
Yes, let her go home. Or let her sleep in the boys' quarters or something. Maybe when she sleeps in your room, you may be tempted to do something which is not right. That's great. If the person says no, is no. No matter how horny you are, who you are, if you think you cannot, just let her go home. She has a home. She's not an orphan or an outcast. Let her go home. So yes, respect women when they say no. And no is no, yes is yes. Don't stop means go on. Stop means stop. Red is red.
Green
There's no in between.
Thank you very much for gracing my set and also educating us, and of course a lot of things that we've said, we've discussed, and I just really hope and pray that women take that into consideration, because sometimes a lot of men say that when a woman says no, it means yes, but we have to clear that. And also the issue of relationship, once the person hasn't confirmed that we are in a formal relationship, you should not assume that, you know, this is it. You might end up being in a relationship with yourself. So I did this with Elliot Note. He's a multimedia journalist, and Stella Sogli, one of my favorite journalists. He does the business reporting stories. Her stories are really cool. You should check it out. Thank you very much, guys, for coming.
Thank you.
Hope you had a good fun, and then
it was a great show.
Yeah, it's been an insightful one.
Thank you.
Ladies, whatever you do, don't propose.
Okay, this has been Mons and Cuddles on GhanaWeb TV. I am Paula Amabroni. We'll be back next time with something bigger and better. Thanks for watching.
On E-Forum.
I see this Black Sherif album like Bradford's by Muka.
There's a song in there for everybody.
Black Sherif, if he is to stay true to his native by maintaining the choice of high life melodies he plays on the kind of beats he gets, he is going to be unbeatable.
Even with my woofers in my room, when I'm playing this album, and even with other sounds, my speakers know they cry for me like I expect.
The people love him. He is a sensation of the movement. To the people and the public, I will rate him like 10 over 10. But technically, and as a critic, I will give him 5 over 10.
E-Forum airs this and every Friday on GhanaWeb TV.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever pour la remise des insignes de docteur honoris causa à son Excellence, Monsieur Nana Akufo-Addo, président de la République du Ghana.
Madame la secrétaire d'État, Monsieur le recteur de l'Académie de Paris, Madame la présidente de l'Université Paris 1 Panthéon-Sorbonne, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du corps professoral, Mesdames et Messieurs les membres du corps diplomatique, chers étudiants, chers amis, c'est pour moi, vous l'imaginez, un très grand honneur et une très grande émotion de me trouver ici devant vous, dans le grand amphithéâtre de la Sorbonne, l'une des plus vieilles et des plus prestigieuses universités au monde. Honneur, car être ainsi distingué dans ce qui est l'un des foyers intellectuels de la France d'hier et de toujours m'inscrit dans la lignée qui m'oblige. De Pablo Picasso à mon illustre compatriote Kofi Annan, de Martin Saint à Nelson Mandela, la liste de ceux à qui vous avez réservé cette marque d'estime m'emplit d'humilité. Tout que me touche beaucoup, que mon cher ami, Monsieur le Président de la République Emmanuel Macron, a souhaité se faire représenter à cette cérémonie par Madame le secrétaire d'État chargé du développement de la francophonie et des partenariats internationaux, Madame Chrisouzoula Zakarapoulou. Émotion, car jeune avocat, j'ai vécu loin d'ici, 5 rue Laplace, en face de l'ancienne école polytechnique, derrière la place du Panthéon. 5 années qui ont beaucoup compté dans ma formation de juriste, d'homme et d'homme d'État. Il est de notoriété publique, et cela m'est d'ailleurs parfois reproché, car ce n'est pas toujours à la mode en Afrique que j'aime la France. En citant un grand homme à qui votre pays doit tant, le général de Gaulle, je peux même dire avec lui que toute ma vie, je me suis fait une certaine idée de la France. Les sentiments me l'inspirent autant que la raison. Dans ces murs, à l'abri desquels repose un autre grand homme, le cardinal de Richelieu, héros de la grande et de la petite histoire de France. Je suis donc heureux, à mon tour, de proclamer sans hésiter l'amour qui m'inspire votre vieux et grand pays. Ce dernier occupe une place à part dans l'histoire du monde. Cela ne l'exonère ni de ses erreurs, ni de ses fautes, ni de ses crimes. Mais si la France a occupé et occupe encore cette place spéciale dans le cœur de tant d'hommes et de femmes épris de liberté sur tous les continents, c'est qu'elle a su, quand il le fallait, porter haut le flambeau de certaines valeurs qui comptent particulièrement aux yeux de l'homme de loi et l'homme d'État qui je suis. La liberté, bien sûr, mais aussi la richesse de la justice. Avant d'embrasser une carrière politique, j'ai été avocat. Quand on a été avocat, on le reste toujours un peu. Je ne suis pas ici pour plaider, bien sûr, mais permettez que dans un sentiment de gratitude et d'admiration pour ce que fut et encore la France, pour ce que vous incarnez, vous, professeurs et étudiants, que plus que bien d'autres, avez le devoir de faire vivre ce qui la distingue parmi les autres nations. Permettez donc que je vous dise quelle est pour moi cette idée de justice. J'ai assisté il y a tout juste un mois à Rotterdam, aux Pays-Bas, au sommet pour le financement de l'adaptation de l'Afrique au changement climatique. Sommet préparatoire à la COP27 qui se tiendra le mois prochain en Égypte. L'Afrique, vous le savez, ne contribue qu'à hauteur de 3 à 4% à la production mondiale d'émissions de gaz à effet de serre. Mais elle est la région du monde où les conséquences de ceci se font sentir le plus lourdement. Le sommet pour l'adaptation avait pour mission, en amont de la conférence des partis, de mobiliser 25 milliards de dollars d'ici 2025 pour atténuer les conséquences du changement climatique en matière de sécurité alimentaire, d'infrastructures résilientes, de création des emplois adaptés et de finances vertes. L'Afrique, je vous le rappelle, compte 1,3 milliard d'habitants, soit près de 18% de la population mondiale. En 2050, nous serons 2,5 milliards. Si la France avait connu entre les années 60 et maintenant le même développement démographique que mon pays, le Ghana, votre pays aurait aujourd'hui 225 millions d'habitants, dont plusieurs dizaines de millions de migrants. C'est sur le continent africain que se joue pour une grande part l'avenir du monde. En tout cas, l'avenir de l'Europe et celui de la France. Ce ne sont pas des mots, ce sont des faits. Et comme vous dites en français, les faits sont têtus. 25 milliards en 3 ans pour l'adaptation au changement climatique de l'ensemble de l'Afrique. C'est environ 5 fois le coût annuel des transports sanitaires en France. C'est beaucoup, certes, mais c'est dérisoire. Eh bien, si dérisoire que cela fut, alors que les pays du G20 sont responsables de 80% des émissions, l'Afrique est répartie de Rotterdam avec des promesses d'engagement à l'auteur de 55 millions de dollars. En dehors de l'engagement de la Banque africaine de développement de mobiliser 12 milliards 5. Vous avez bien entendu, je parle bien de millions. 55 millions pour 54 pays. Cela fait un compte presque rond, 1 million chacun. On aurait pu espérer que la communauté internationale aurait démontré une plus grande solidarité avec le continent africain, alors que celui-ci subit les conséquences des problèmes qu'il n'a pas créés. Cela n'est pas juste. Cela n'est pas équitable. L'équité, ce n'est pas un principe lié à la richesse ou à la pauvreté d'une société. Appliquer le principe d'équité, ce n'est pas donner. C'est refuser de prendre un avantage qui ne vous appartient pas. Cela n'a rien à voir avec la charité. Cela n'a rien à voir avec l'action humanitaire. Cela n'a rien à voir avec ce qu'on appelle la coopération. En 2017, pour mon premier discours de chef d'État devant l'Assemblée générale des Nations unies, j'avais souligné que nous voulons construire des économies qui ne dépendent pas de la charité ou de l'assistanat, car de longues et amères expériences nous ont appris que quelle que soit la générosité de la charité, nous resterions pauvres. Un exemple, comme celui que je viens de vous donner, n'est qu'un exemple d'une longue liste. L'équité est liée au principe même de justice. Et une société qui n'a pas le sens de la justice sociale et juridique ne deviendra jamais une société de l'équité. Pour bâtir une vraie société, il faut qu'il y ait justice. C'est vrai au Ghana, c'est vrai en Afrique, c'est vrai en France, c'est vrai en Europe, c'est vrai partout. De tout temps et en tout lieu, la question de la justice a été centrale au développement et à l'harmonie des sociétés comme au rapport entre les peuples et les nations. J'ajoute que la justice, ce n'est pas seulement régler les rapports des hommes entre eux, c'est aussi régler les rapports entre toutes les entités qui composent notre univers. Le rapport de l'homme au règne animal, à son environnement, à la terre qui nous porte, à l'océan qui nous nourrit et nous inspire. Nous devons reconnaître ce que nous devons à nos ancêtres, ce que nous devons léguer à nos enfants. De ce point de vue, ma génération a commis de grandes erreurs que les générations actuelles doivent réparer. Nous étions tellement obsédés par le progrès que nous avons parfois négligé la justice. Et pourtant, celle-ci est un principe de régulation, d'équilibre et de partage sans laquelle nos sociétés sont condamnées au déclin. Elle est aussi un principe de dignité, sans le respect de laquelle il est impossible à tout individu d'être en paix avec lui-même et avec l'environnement dans lequel il évolue. C'est vrai d'abord au sein de chacune de nos sociétés. Permettez que je dise ici un mot de l'Afrique. Nous avons, nous, dirigeants africains, le devoir vis-à-vis de nos populations de bâtir avec elles des sociétés plus justes, des sociétés où chacun puisse vivre dignement des fruits de son travail, des sociétés où les femmes et les enfants, mais aussi les plus fragiles, soient traités convenablement, des sociétés où chacun, quels que soient ses revenus, ses croyances ou ses origines ethniques, puissent avoir un accès équitable et garanti aux biens indispensables au développement de tout individu, comme dans la société dans son ensemble. Accès à une eau, une alimentation et des soins de qualité, accès à l'énergie, accès à l'éducation, accès pour tout dire à la vie décente à laquelle peut et doit aspirer tout être libre. Je suis de ce point de vue très fier que le Ghana ait mis en place une politique de gratuité des lycées publics pendant mon premier mandat. Elle est un symbole pour nous de la place centrale que l'éducation doit tenir dans l'épanouissement des sociétés et la formation des citoyens éclairés à même d'y prendre toute leur place. Chers étudiants de la Sorbonne, qui avaient le privilège d'étudier pour une somme modique, là où tous de grands esprits ont enseigné ou étudié, soyons conscients de ces privilèges. Ne les perdez pas en des vains polémiques, des petits querelles. Ne sacrifiez pas à la médiocrité. Vous inscrivez vos pas dans ceux de Ignace de Loyola, de Erasme, de Calvin, de Théa de Chardin, dans ceux de Bergson et Janklevich, dans ceux de Marie et de Pierre Curie, dans ceux de Claude Lévi-Strauss, dans ceux de président Cardoso, dans ceux d'Élise Wiesel. C'est une chance. Celle-ci vous confère un devoir, celui d'être vous aussi des éveilleurs de conscience, des transmetteurs de savoir, celui d'aborder la vie et le monde avec un esprit ouvert, sans jeter l'anathème sur quiconque, sans croire que vous et vous seuls incarnez la vérité, que vous voyez des choses qui seraient cachées à des autres. La liberté de conscience et d'expression, la recherche du bon et du beau, l'idée de la justice, donc de la mesure, ne sont pas négociables. Toutes sont enracinées dans un quête universel de liberté. Et si, j'en suis convaincu, chaque peuple, chaque culture a une manière unique d'être au monde. Ce qui nous rassemble, c'est notre commune humanité. Celle-ci doit transcender nos divergences culturelles, idéologiques ou religieuses. L'idée de la justice ne se négocie pas, car seule une société juste est une société stable. Par définition, une société injuste ne peut mener qu'au chaos. C'est vrai, des rapports entre les individus comme des rapports entre nations ou entre États. Il nous faut enfin réformer le système multilatéral qui prend eau de toutes parts. Le monde de 2022 et encore moins celui de 2050 n'est pas le monde de 1945. La crise des institutions financières multilatérales et du système des Nations Unies qui sont nées des décombres de la Deuxième Guerre mondiale est une crise profonde. Elle perdurera tant qu'un système équitable ne sera pas mis en place. Un système qui reflète les nouveaux équilibres basés non plus sur qui a gagné ou perdu la Deuxième Guerre mondiale, mais sur les grands équilibres présents et à venir. Ces équilibres doivent prendre en compte les réalités nouvelles comme les dynamiques démographiques ou l'accès aux ressources dans un contexte de raréfaction. Disons les choses simplement, que les rapports internationaux soient des rapports d'intérêt, de domination et de force. C'est la nature des choses. Et il faudrait être bien naïf ou hypocrite pour prétendre qu'il en soit autrement. Mais le paternalisme, la condescendance, le mépris ne sont plus tolérables. La situation actuelle engendre beaucoup de frustration, d'amertume, de colère. Celles-ci se traduisent par une désaffection croissante des populations africaines à l'égard des pays occidentaux, notamment les anciennes puissances coloniales, dont la France. Je ne suis pas de ceux qui s'en réjouissent, car je crois viscéralement aux vertus de la démocratie. Jamais, je dis bien jamais, un régime autoritaire n'a fait le bonheur des peuples. Je crois ici bon de rappeler que mon pays, modèle de démocratie et de stabilité dans l'Afrique contemporaine, condamne fermement l'inacceptable agression de l'Ukraine par la Russie. Elle mène le monde au bord du précipice, a des conséquences dramatiques sur les économies et les populations africaines. Le Ghana, premier pays d'Afrique subsaharienne à conquérir son indépendance et s'est être affranchi du joug colonial, dans son cas le joug britannique, a depuis toujours défendu une vision du monde libre de toute pratique hégémonique, dans laquelle toutes les nations, grandes ou petites, coexistent pacifiquement, en qualité, en équité et dans le respect mutuel. Une vision selon laquelle les différences entre pays sont réglées par le dialogue et la négociation, et non par la force et la violence. Chers amis, alors que nos sociétés deviennent de plus en plus complexes, le besoin d'équité n'a jamais été aussi impératif et urgent. Il ne s'agit pas d'un vœu pieux. L'équité est un devoir. Notre monde est traversé par de profondes lignes de fractures en proie d'importants déséquilibres. Un peu partout, la montée de frustration s'accompagne de la résurgence de formes anciennes ou l'émergence de formes nouvelles de violence. L'alternative à un monde livré au pillage, à l'arbitraire et cette violence, c'est un monde régi par le droit et guidé par l'esprit de justice. Nous sommes au bord de grands désastres. C'est, hélas, la pente du monde. Je ne m'y résous pas. L'inéluctable est l'autre nom de l'abandon. Je vous remercie.
Mesdames et messieurs, veuillez vous lever pour l'hymne national du Ghana, suivi de l'hymne national de la France.
Shragano Useyegano Maweninji Seu Frigana Maweninji Seu Yeganani Maweninji Seu Frigana Maweninji Seu Yeganani Gana ya Dishimano Yawa huto wa maimo Yawa nije wa maimo Se nanenya mieshragano Ose Yegano